Yo, good morning. Good morning, y'all. Salute to everybody in here. Straight up. What's up? What's up with y'all? Good morning. Salute. Put ones in the chat if you can hear me, man. Holla if you hear me. Tap the like button. You already know what time it is. It's Monday, man. We do got court today, right? We do got court today, right? Right? Yeah, it's a hey, look right. We do got court today, right? What y'all think? What we got going on, man? Yeah, Cloud. Yeah. Yup. Yeah. Good look, A1. Yo, to be honest, y'all, I had this hat. I've been waiting to wear this hat. That's why I'm probably happy. Because I finally get to wear this hat. I don't know why I like this hat. It's kind of like weird. It's a golf hat. But yeah, I'm here though, y'all. This morning, we dressed and ready to go to the course. They say mad deals go down on the golf course. So I got ready today. I don't know how I play, don't trip. You know what I mean? I just felt like we might as well put on the right attire. You heard? Tap the like button. Salute to everybody in here. Straight up. I really appreciate you being here. A dry day? Oh, you mean not raining? Tap the like button for me, y'all. Straight up, it's gonna be a good morning. It's gonna be a good morning. Yeah. Um, if you didn't see that video I did over the weekend, the Leo joint, I ain't gonna lie, that was pretty interesting. I did it. It was I might have stretched the content a little bit. Like I wasn't. Don't mind me. I wasn't trying to strategically. But inside of that video, it was some interesting points in that video, y'all. Real rap. Real rap. Um, Leo Cohen ran a Thug album release on YouTube, live streamed it, right? Young Thug was there. It was important because Leo works at YouTube. But how y'all think that affects this trial? I ain't really asked that during that video. Salute relaxing. LaDana, Day, Mama, Grease, Mike, Sakina, Lisa, Alicia, Travis, Dell, Rob, Maddie, A1 Ghost, Adrian, B. Callie, Nicole Paris, Tanhouse, Ricky, Young Don, Kosh, Nikki Rab, MVP, Maurice Brown, Cloud, Pearly J, Anda, King Ty, Shirley, Raz. I think I got all y'all. Nanny, KT, Mia X, yeah, Ashley, Grace. Good morning. Salute to all y'all, man. Straight up. Keisha, Elisa, Tonya, Renee. Okay, cuz. Tap the like, y'all. Help me get to 20 likes before we hit the what? We could get it before 10 minutes, man. That'd be remarkable. We usually do 20 minutes. We can hit 10 minutes, man. So look, we back in court. Shouldn't 300 be part of the indictment for money laundering if YSL is a gang? Leo on the hook for giving them money now. That kind of that's interesting right there, the way you put that. The more interesting part is Dirk Rico, 300, King Von in the car, in the 300 vehicle, robbing somebody at the club. Remember that? And they got let off for it. You heard? It was real weird. I promise. I promise that situation was weird. But they was in the 300 vehicle. Yeah. Now, to be honest, I think Atlanta and Chicago might have been affected the most by these two artists, y'all. Seriously. It's just weird the way 300 is Dirk and Young Thug, y'all. Real rap. Especially the way Dirk got out his first deal. And then they spent them over. But how you get a new deal with the same old people? Where was Dirk at first? He was signed to Def Jam, wasn't he? But then he moved to 300, but dirty. Salute, bro. Hold on. How was he signed to Def Jam and then went to 300, but act like somebody bought him out his deal? That's the same people. Right? No, I know for sure that's the same people, but hold on. He was signed to Def Jam first, right? They try to shop him like he was some type of sex symbol or something, right? Tap the like button. Salute to everybody in here. We grinding. Good morning. But yeah, so that was interesting. But the other interesting part is, was it Leo's job to get YouTube banging and get the urban community on it? Real rap, y'all. Was it Leo's job to get the urban community to start to come on YouTube and engage? Because if y'all know, before like 2014 and 15, people wasn't even logging in, bro. People would watch YouTube and wasn't even logged in, y'all. They was watching on burner phones, streets. Bad people wasn't on, you feel me? Wasn't even tripping about YouTube. Somebody show them a video or something, they might go look, but they wasn't like just being on, searching up stuff on YouTube to find a watch. Not the streets. They watch something real quick and then they up off of that. You feel me? Somebody got to tell them to go watch something that, that's my impression of it. Because I remember telling rappers, yo, won't you get your own YouTube page? And they like, yo, nobody, I ain't even, you got a page that already got people. And I'm like, yo, but you can start yours and you'll get, they like, not like, bro, look, bro, people, I ain't even, look, bro. They was like treating my channel like it was MTV, bro. Like on the strength, I'm the person that shoot the videos in my city. So since you putting all these videos up, bro, put mine up with theirs. No consideration about, let me set a channel up or, like I used to even send dudes their video, y'all. Guess what they would do? Yo, I don't have nowhere to download it. I'm sending them the main file to their video. They wasn't even, when I erased all these dudes' videos off my channel, do y'all know more than half them dudes don't have that video? And I sent it to them though. But my whole reason for telling y'all what I'm saying right now is people wasn't involved or worried about the tech. So was it Leo's job, the dude who marketed hip hop his whole life, to get the urban community involved? That's his job, y'all, to go around and find a way to get the black people to pay attention to something. That's his job. Cam said Leo gave him cash to put his Mace diss on YouTube first. Duck Hunter, that's an awesome, wow. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Interesting, ain't it? Yeah, salute. Salute to all y'all. Good morning. Yeah. So if you didn't see that video, it's interesting to watch. You might want, I don't want to tell you to skim through it, but yeah, because the video is, you want to look at the video. You might want to pull that video up yourself and watch some of the vibes that's in the room while they doing the album release. It's some weird vibes going on in the room. Real Mick Jaggerish in there. You feel me? Real androgynous. Nobody from it. Like, it's in New York. It's a YouTube venue, right? They live streaming on Young Thug's page 8 years ago. So pay attention. Like, I don't know if y'all know how big of a deal that is. So we talking 2016, Thug just really getting in the industry solidly, right? I say he was already in, but we at this point it's really up. You feel me? How much of an impact did he have with helping, YouTube? That's my theory right now. Not saying they used him specifically by himself, but nah. If Holmes is one of the most popular artists coming through at this time period, then technically you can say YouTube needed him, Young Boy, and I'm sure we could name 2 to 3 other people that basically helped them build this. Real rap. Now, some people might think, nah, bro, they was already. Nah, bro, I'm telling you, there was a gap. The streets was not on YouTube. I'm telling you, I was literally shooting videos for rappers. They did not care about YouTube. Hence, what I tell y'all when I first start streaming. Bro, where I'm at, bro, people don't even niggas ain't tripping about no YouTube. Put some music videos up there. You ain't gonna catch dudes in no comments. You ain't catching guys like, bro, like bloggers. Nobody never came and showed me no black blogger or one of these internet people talking about something. Nobody never showed me none of these people, bro. Swear to God. Only thing on the internet, YouTube, people showed me was a young boy that ain't even outside in the streets. Told me he wanted to get his video he wanted to be on No Jumper. That's how I found out about No Jump. That's the only thing somebody came and was like, yo, you seen this? Yo, I don't even think nobody ever told me about akademiks. I swear to God. I swear to God, y'all. And all I do is make music and sit in the studio. And niggas talk about everything. Nobody never come in there and say, yo, yeah, bro, you need to check out akademiks. Never heard of them. Swear to God. And all I do is make music, cuz. Now listen. This might be because of the city I'm in and the clientele that I deal with. They but what's up? What's my email? You got some old footage from a video set you did for my man back in 2017? eBandFilms at Yahoo, bro. Yeah, I don't even, all right, listen. When Chief Keef and them dropped their videos, y'all, the music industry still controlled music video distribution and stuff. I'm gonna keep it real. When them videos hit, technically it didn't even click to the rappers that you could get on off of a viral rate. It took a little bit. Like the people who was already in the mix trying to do stuff, they was on it. But like the regular people, it took a little bit for them to catch on, like a couple months to a year for the regular people to be like, yo, hold on, bro. We want to shoot a video. We could rap, you feel me? Like real rap. It still took a couple years for people to catch on to, let me start my YouTube. Yo, put it like this, bro. It was like 2016 for somebody asked me about money. Seriously. It was like 2016 or maybe 15 when somebody asked me about money, about their video. Like, yo, them music videos make money. So I had been already shooting for a couple years. Videos not making nothing. Them Jones do like $1. You feel me? Nah. So when I told somebody, I'm like, yeah, I mean, it can make money, but I mean, I was showing people like, nah, damn, hey, I don't want you to start thinking you ready to get rich off of making these videos, because boy, you're gonna have to get some major spins. You mean? I did the math. I told people, I said, yo, you're gonna have to get, like, if you really trying to see some numbers, you're gonna have to get like 1 million views on a music video. Cause it's so short. You ain't getting no whole bunch of bread unless you banging. Yeah. But so what y'all expect today in court, y'all? What y'all expect to see? Did the record labels make more than the artists on viral YouTube videos? Yeah. They always make more. Yeah. Yeah. 360 contract. Most people gonna sell, or, that's probably in the contract. Now, I don't know for sure, but I'm gonna keep it real. If you're an artist, you more than likely would let the label run that channel. Let it be out your hands. And they might obligate that. This, you feel me? This, it's like the radio, your relationship with the radio, how your music, the way it move on the radio. You not built to manage this yourself. And I'm sure the label could run your channel better than you, to be honest, because man, listen. Now, if you came grassroots and built your channel and then got your deal, I could see you having a argument with, you still want control of it, right? Other than that, though, bro, you're not gonna run it like them, bro. Somebody already had that page, and their job is to make sure the job get done 8 hours a day, working on, making sure you feel me? You not. You want a professional page person to run your channel, bro. I'm telling you. You do. You do. You definitely do. That's that's their job, bro. Let them do their job. You cutting your own hair? If you cutting your own hair, then you run your own page. You feel? Go ahead. Go ahead. You want fade? Go ahead, cut your fade, and then go ahead and run your page. You feel me? Yeah. So if Boosie cut his own fades, then yeah, run your page. You feel me? It's kind of like that type of thing. You really want to fix your own car? All right. You know they got people that do that, right? You know you're getting a couple dollars now. You should let somebody handle that for you. For real. That's one of them, y'all. hmm Now, somebody starts stealing from you or backdooring you, ain't, doing stuff you don't want. Yeah, of course, you might need to take control and, until you get somebody right. hmm Good morning, though. Salute to everybody in here. I appreciate the likes, too. Straight up. We got 100 before 20 minutes. I appreciate that. Tap the like button if you just popped up, man. Give us something. We here in the morning. I see people who said, Sprinkle. Sprinkle coming back? Technically, we need Sprinkle. God, a realist. That's how you walk in the building? You walked in the building and said, "What's up to all of my newly released slaves?" Yo, crazy. Rock, you ain't new. Stop playing. You a goofball. But good morning to you. If you're gonna be goofy, be all the way goofy. I want you to be proud and goofy. You know what I mean? Because I know you a goofy. But I want you to be 1,000% goofy if you're gonna be in here. Because I know how you do. Disregard your police career, your federal, help you've been doing. Yeah. Sprinkle the most interesting we got left. Let's talk about that. Thank you, Ricky. Donna, what up? Good morning. So, Ricky in the chat says, "Sprinkle the most interesting thing we got left." Who? Who else we got? Who else y'all think is left on the witness list that's interesting? They talking about Obama. I think Sprinkle is one. Oh, we got Viverito. Ho, Ricky. We got Viverito left, bro. She Trump Sprinkle. I ain't gonna lie. All right. It's on. Yeah, Viverito. Yeah, she. But look, hold on. Sprinkle is supposed to be in our favor, though. The way I assess Sprinkle is he in our favor because he come through and say Thorpe was trash. See, so I kind of put Viverito and Sprinkle in two different brackets. Sprinkle basically comes through and body slam the previous case, which throws a couple investigators underneath the bus off top. Yo, come through and say a year's worth of investigation was trash. That's remarkable. Yo, that's some of the slickest stuff that come through in your case. They was investigating for multiple years, right? So in between, there was an intervention where one detective takes over And the other detective acknowledged that he was second string once Sprinkle came in. Yeah. Thorpe said that on the stand, y'all. Thorpe said, yo, Sprinkle took over and I was second. Sprinkle, I ain't even gonna lie, Sprinkle is a character, but he ain't giving me bad vibes though. He fit the aesthetic of who he's supposed to be. He like geeky, copish, nerdish. He fit the vibes. He don't seem like the average police that I'm really like, whoa, cuz a super cop. He ain't giving me super cop vibes. He giving me traditional textbook. So yeah, I don't think he crazy though. Yeah, I'm with you, Cloud. I don't think he too wild. I don't think he came here to slam YSL. How about that? It's gonna be a parade. I ain't gonna lie. I believe you, bro. It deserves to be. Real rap. Well, listen, yo, just like Sprinkle came and cleared up the case, y'all do know he could have patched it up and got these boys convicted. Y'all do know that, right? So let's talk about that. Let's talk about Holmes. Holmes keeping it real. Yeah. So let me explain. Yo, you got people in his position that would have came and been like, my job is to cover the state tail. So I'm ready to come in and do what I can to get the conviction. So to be honest, even though he went forward, just him showing initiative to try to get what's right versus just running with Thorpe had and then filling in more blanks to make it, make it stick better. Because he could have did that, y'all. I'm telling you. The law permits it. It go down every day. Every day. All you gotta do is throw away some evidence and bring some new evidence in. That's why Brady's a thing. If we leave some evidence out, then technically we can make you look bad in court because the evidence that would have made it, reasonable doubt or, gave you um gave a different motive, we retracted that from our case, right? That's why Brady exists. Now somebody like Sprinkle could easily come in and do that, especially if I know you could do it, then he know. I'm saying this from the outside, the way it's set up. Like, yeah, I mean, technically they got the room because they come in, they clean up what the police doing, and then get to add and subtract evidence that they present to, the people that's going to take it to the next stage, which is basically indicting you. You know what I mean? Now he got leeway and credibility that police don't have. This is a person with education. So the whole way they going about it is they going about it in the sense of, since I'm educated, my job is to sort through what the people do, the police, sort through all of their information, then add to it to make sure the DA's office got what they need to get a conviction. If he was a jerk, y'all, if he hated rappers or he was racist, I ain't even gonna lie, bro. I don't think that man would have ever said that first. Well, maybe he would, because maybe he would want to throw Thorpe underneath the bus. I just feel like he playing fair somewhat, y'all. I'm gonna say that. Real rap. I feel like he playing fair, y'all. I feel like we lucky with him. Oh yeah, we got another one down on the acting tip, y'all. Somebody said it in the chat on Friday. Nah, that wasn't Friday. That was goddamn Wednesday, wasn't it? Yeah, somebody said we had a 4-day weekend. Somebody said on Wednesday or one of these days, Hilton was on the Atlanta, the Murders of Atlanta show or whatever it's called, right? So I just happened to be watching it, and I caught that episode. So we got another one, y'all. Hilton, the actor, too. So what y'all think about this? We got like 15 people in this trial that act on TV shows. You want to know the wildest part? They recorded these shows, I believe, while this trial been going down. These is new seasons. These is new seasons, y'all. Don't trip. I'm gonna find an episode and screenshot it for y'all. I'm gonna put a joint together with everybody that didn't act on TV, y'all. I got y'all. I'm gonna put one together with a clip of all of them. I gotta find out how I get some of these other episodes of these first 48 though. I'm gonna put all the actors. I'm gonna put them together. I know Leon Packer. I know. I pointed him out. I caught him. So we up to like 15, and I'm not exaggerating, y'all. I'm not exaggerating. I wish I was exaggerating, y'all. To be honest, I don't. This type stuff is kind of spooky to me, just to let you know. Because I don't know. It don't sit right. It don't sit right with me. It don't sit right with me, y'all. Because I know how hard it is to get on the tizube. You can't just get on the tizube. You can't just get on the tizube. How many of y'all got somebody that's close to y'all that be on the tizube? Like it's nothing. You know, they just work somewhere and just, they came through one day and offered us. And now, yeah, we nationally, yeah. Yeah, in everybody's house though. Like, bro, wasn't it his job, the case together? What? His job putting the case together to bring to the grand jury, or Fannie backdoored him and rigged it to send it up? Um, nah, he worked in Fannie office, bro. Hers. He her Doug. Yeah, relaxing. Nah, he her Doug. Like she his boss. When they walk into work, y'all, Fannie Willis' name big as hell on the wall. Yeah. Like you should see this wall, y'all, that say district attorney office, but they got whoever's the current boss, they name up there big like a stadium. Like, yeah, big fonts on the wall, like, yeah. Big letters too. I ain't even gonna lie. The wall hard. I just seen it in the video the other day. I'm like, God, Shorty's stunting. So every time just know somebody can be in that position for a long time, y'all. Paul Howard was in that position for 20 years. So, I mean, yeah, it would be weird if Shorty get voted out, to be honest. But we need Kramer in there. Tap the like button. Vote Kramer. Free Thug. Free Thug. Vote Kramer. Just for now. Just for now. Yeah, that's the new thing on politics. It's just for now. Soon as they get out of pocket, guess what we doing? Psh, getting them out of there. Getting them out of there. What? Yeah, if I brought you in, I go take you out. What? Man, I know you heard that before, man. Stop playing. Man, I brought you in, I'd take you out. Stop playing. Stop playing. You bet, yeah. Yeah. Think it's a game round here, cut. Think it's a game round here, cut. Look, all we need you to do is free Thug, though. Now, my constituents got some other things they need you to do, right? But I don't really need much. We need this Thug thing, and then everything else, I promise, is going to be, underneath of that scale. So if you can handle this, essentially, you got that seat. Now, we expecting you to not get out of pocket while you in the seat, though. We don't expect no shifts or nothing that's going to be, laws or, maybe anything that could be passed or put in effect that's not in our, best interest. That's all. That's all. Now we letting you know you're only going to be there for this term. Yeah. Unless you can come up with a nice plan on what you're going to do for us on the next term. That's cool. But this thug thing got you in. We want you to know. We want you to know. And we know you're a Republican. So we know you, yeah. But we over that now. We ready to do business. So, yeah. Be working on that plan for next term. Straight up. Holla. Holla. Yo, I don't know how we been missing out on how to hustle. Yo, we the best hustlers, and we ain't in politics, bro. They only letting a couple guys in, y'all. Why the streets ain't saying, yo, we need to just bust it down. We coming at it, we going about it wrong. We going about it wrong. So why Ken ain't using the club to have some black urban debates? Yeah. We want to see some people from the street debate about politics. Yeah. Don't we need somebody to speak for us? So won't we use these venues for it? Put some money on it. Oh, they want to fight on Monday. Why the women ain't up there showing off their skill set while understanding how to study case law so we can bring some of these brothers home? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hey. I know one thing. Everybody start live streaming this trial. They don't talk like this. I know they don't. First off, they ain't forward thinking. Second of all, they already been bought. Real rap. Or they been purchased by the THUG itself, which means they gonna stick into so tight. They giving you the same haircut every time you come. They don't do parts, none of that. They don't do Beijing, they don't do razor shape up, none of that, bro. He just giving you the same bowl cut, cuz. Straight up, that's what they be doing. Yeah, Fatu, salute. I hope I said that right. Tammy, salute. I appreciate y'all being here. Exit 9, Anita. Yeah. So, good morning, man. It's 8:33 in the morning. Let us know what the temperature like, the weather like, where you from. If you new, type something in the chat. We appreciate you being here. Let me know what y'all think gonna go down today with the trial, man. It's 101.9 slime, man. Yeah. And look, right? Even when it feel like it's bad, it's really good, man. Even when it feel like it's bad, man, it's really good. It's still good. I'm telling you. Yeah, it really is. So we got past Quindarius Zachary. The trial is rolling. The speed of the witnesses is at an all-time high. You mean we moving through the witnesses right now. The end of the trial is as close as it's ever been. You can see the finish line at this point. It's around the corner, but you can see it, right? We in the fourth quarter, countdown. To be honest, y'all, they got a lot of state hired people to get on the stand from here on out. Real rap. They got a lot of just police, DA's office investigators, police from outside of Atlanta, like different counties and stuff like that. They got a lot of them on the witness list. I don't think it's too many dudes from the streets left. Period. I don't think it's criminals left. First off, I don't think they want to bring any more criminals because Sharp's Fulton County Blue argument is starting to reign supreme. Yeah. If you haven't been paying attention, if you go back to the opening argument, Boy creatively came up with a nice little title and a theme for his argument, and he's been kind of sticking to it. And every time they bring up a witness, I ain't gonna lie, his goddamn argument, it applies. Real rap, it really applies. So the cute little name he put on it, people remember stuff like that. You know how when you went to school and they gave you little things to remember ideas, right? You know how it go. Yeah. He did that with that Fulton County Blue. And I'm gonna tell y'all, if I caught it like that and latched on, and I can see it, first off, it's too simple. He did that. That man like an elementary school teacher coming up with that little process to teach somebody something. Straight up. Straight up. Straight up. Pay attention. Don't sleep on that, what he did with that. That is effective, y'all. Because it really gives you the idea of what's going on. Dudes just telling to save themselves. But if you keep saying that, it sounds redundant, right? They just try to say themselves. You heard that before, right? Yo, refreshed it, y'all. He remixed it. Libra salute. You know who Kente is. I like that. That might be one of the best first messages I ever seen. I think that's one of the first best messages I ever seen. I wish I could give you an award. Real rap. Tap the like button. Salute to everybody in here. Good morning. It's 101.9 Slime. Yeah. Yeah. Wake up. It's time to get to it. Yeah. Yeah. You ain't start your day till you hit your first sale. You can't eat nothing till you hit your first sale. What's up? Yeah. No nothings. Give me that. Give me that egg and cheese sandwich. You can't hit nothing till you hit your first sale out here, man. That's how we rocking, man. Yeah. It's no nothings. Nah, what them is? Them some Gucci shoes you got on? Nah, give me them. You can't be fresh out here till you hit your first sale this morning. That's how we rock. And you too, now you doing too much out here. Yeah. What's up? Yeah. What you know about that? New rules, y'all. Nah, we getting chicken. We up in the ante. Yeah. Yeah. So look, they gonna probably pop up. Hopefully they be on time. We should get some new people in here too. YouTube, stop stunting. You know what I mean? Stop stunting, man. You know I've been holding it down. You know I've been holding it down. Oh yeah, y'all, listen. If you want to know what we've been doing over here, we've been actually, I figured it out. You can't freelance in this chat over here. You can't. All that trolling and botting type talking they be doing in these other chats. Man, I done saved y'all. Yeah, now y'all can, the way the chat is, y'all can pretty much count that most of the people is real people and they ain't just typing for no reason. If you go in some of these other chats, bro, they will ruin your brain if you keep reading the whole chat because there's so much fluff in them chats. Ain't nobody really pertinent. They doing a whole bunch of atting each other. Man, that's the same people doing that, bro. I'm telling you, something ain't right, bro. Listen, if you enjoy them spots, man, listen, respectfully, kudos to you, man. Straight up, and get two of them. Two kudos, not one, two. Straight like that. But I seen what's going on. Now, I question. Yo, hold up, y'all. I've been rocking. You know what I mean? Then I noticed, man, okay, I get it. If you want a chat that's flowing and it got a real high speed, right? But if you look, the substance is low as hell. Substance drops to zero over there, bro. I ain't talking one spot. You tell me what chat you go to that's really banging and got substance. Straight up. They be bluffing, bro. I'm telling you, they controlling. Hey, you see what Oliver typed in the chat? If you really pay attention to what's going on in some of these chats, hey, man, hey, hey, they be over there bluffing, bro. That's why if somebody come in pertinent, they get blocked or, ridiculed. I swear to God. Go over there and talk with some sense. Don't troll or nothing. Just say something that make real sense or ask a question that's different off, different about the trial that they not talking about. Watch what happen. Watch what happen. You gonna get attacked or ignored. For real. I'm telling you, go to one of these chats, say something that you really be real curious. Watch what happen. See if you get a real answer. I'm talking about not nothing that's just surface. Don't go conspiratorial on them. Nah, but ask something that's real, Don't ask about Kente or nothing like that. I ain't trying to get you set. I'm talking about something for real that should be easily, you're going to see that you're going to either get ignored or people going to shun you. Like ridicule you. Like, oh, nah, it ain't that. Woo, woo, woo. You don't know what you're talking about type of speed. And it's like, oh, bro. Big ignored, though. Big ignored. Who remember the beginning of the trial? I kept asking Law and Crime, yo, how the hell that lady keep coming up asking questions from Tall Glass? Then Tall Glass popped up in my chat. Y'all remember? Psh. How the hell every time the lady went to lunch, she asked a question from Tall Glass, man? Come on, man. Y'all remember? They got 30,000 people in that live stream. How you keep seeing Tall Glass? This at the very beginning. At the very beginning, I called it. Oh, bro, this is weird. It's weird. How they see yo? Every time. Shorty, yo, it would be inside the question. She would spin back to yo twice. She would come on and say, yeah, well, we got a question. Let's, and Tall Glasses. Yo, she wouldn't even announce it like it was her favorite. Like, she ain't even announce it like, yeah, you know Tall Glass, my man. You know I got to start off with Tall Glass. She never, like, she ain't even established, like, yo, he one of our peoples. She ain't do that. She was acting like she was randomly picking out the hat, and it just happened to be Tall Glass every time, y'all. How you think I know, yo? I don't know, yo. I don't know, yo. Then he popped up over here. But look, you got shun because you commented that all black people were not slaves. That's fair. I mean, yo, if you challenge history, I ain't gonna lie, yo, you get called a conspiracist. Yeah, you ever heard of it? A conspiracist. Yeah, I might have just coined the phrase, the term. I might have just coined it just now. A conspiracist. Yes, I feel like it's right. How you feel about it? It's new. I don't feel like I ever heard that. Can I say conspiracist? Yeah, it's right. Put me in the book, y'all. Put me in the book. Hey, yo, somebody call Webster them. Put me in the dick. Hey, yo, somebody call Webster, man. Tell him put me in the dick, man. Straight up. A conspiracist. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, yo, call Webster. Tell him put me in the dick, man. I know somebody got Webster on the jack, man. Nah, scratch that. Scratch that. Yeah, get Webster on the line, man. Conspiracies. Yeah. I mean, what they want to say, a conspiracy theorist? Man, we ain't doing all that. I don't even like none of it. First off, it's offensive. But, yeah, put me in the book for that one, though. Why I'm saying it like that, it is funny, ain't it? It's funny. The English language is funny when you find these little things. That's where the pause come from, because it's like it's actually that term is crazy that you could say that like that. You sound wild, bro. Why are you doing that? Yo, put me in the dick though. Y'all know what I'm talking about. It's just like it's funny, bro. It's funny that you can do that with the English language. I think like that from rap, y'all. From thinking about rapping, you can always play with words for some reason, y'all. I think I get that from rap. I don't think nothing else has made me play around with words like rap. Seriously. Or listening to it and hearing other people play with words. So like if y'all want to know why I be doing it, it probably come from rap, yo. Even though I'm not a rapper. I'm the engineer, y'all, but like I have tried to, I think that's where that shit be coming from, y'all. That's probably where the pause shit come from too. Like niggas taking it overboard because niggas is rappers. So when you say some shit, niggas is thinking metaphorically all the time. Like if you pay attention, like Cameron is a monster with metaphors. You feel me? Like for real. like Confessions of Fire type situations. You feel me? So it makes sense that them boys was doing that straight up. It's like, yo, it keep you sharp on your feet too, because it's teaching you words in the actual other meanings. Because it make you had to think. Oh, I ain't even see what I said. So it makes you actually teaching dudes multiple definitions of the English language. So I, I, one could argue it's actually has a benefit. Real rap. Real rap, y'all. It actually teaches people words. I'm telling you. It'll make somebody say, "What I say?" And when you say it back, it's like, I ain't even, man, listen, right? Why you playing with me? I ain't look at that word like that. You just learned it though. Yeah, bro, listen. yo, I just taught you. I just taught you, bro. You was loose. You was loose just now. I just had to get you. I got you right. I got you right. I got you right. Tap the like button, y'all. Salute to everybody in here. I appreciate y'all being here. Um, Words are rhythm. I feel like that belong on a t-shirt. Just like that. Yeah. That's a $40 t-shirt. With the period. Just straight on a shirt. Black, white letters. Words are rhythm. Period. I like it. There you go. I bet that shirt sell. It's just got some type of weirdness to it. Like, what? Well, okay. We actual to the old English language and put a twist to it anyway. Who's to say how our minds formulate words are incorrect? No, that's a fact. Not all is man made, which means that you can make one too. Yeah, straight like that. Yeah. And if you look at the etymology of words, it's pretty basic. So the people that made the words we using ain't slicker than us. Nah. Mm-mm. You right. We could just start making them. As long as you can make it make sense with the current pieces that are available, you literally could make new words right now that make perfect sense. I can make the definition and all that. The pronunciation of it is proper. You feel me? We could do all that. I'm surprised we don't have more new words added every year. Yeah, but I'm surprised it's not a lot more. Well, technically we do. Yeah. So that's why they came up with the Urban Dictionary and stuff like that. And people in other languages is doing the same thing. So language is evolving every day. Yep. So Doku is right. And I hope I said your name right. It gotta be Doku. Ain't no way it's Dooku. It gotta be Doku. Gotta be. Do. I'm going Do. It ain't Do. I'm going Do, man. Come on, man. Give me a one. Is it Do? Give me a one. Or two if it's not. If it's Do, it's two. If one if it's Do. Tap the like button, y'all. Yo, see, look, y'all. I'm getting old, but I still like to pronounce and read shit. Like, seriously, y'all. You just gotta roll the dice. You see me? I ain't scared. I ain't scared to be wrong. I'll jump out there. Yeah. Yeah. Give me something new. I want to see if I could get it. Salute, bro. I appreciate everybody being here too, y'all. Good morning, man. We in here rocking. You know it's time to bowl up. And I got a weird combo pack. I got what I'm doing. I got rainbow runts. I got like 5 cushions right now, y'all. I be chasing Kush. Yeah. Cause you know how some of them got a sweet taste? I try to find the ones with that. Pause. Yeah. I like the zesty grass. I like my grass a little bit zesty like Thug. Just a little zesty. Sweet. Kinda sweet. South Africa. Yo, how I be booking people in South Africa, cuz. They be sending me this, they shop me to South African people. Oh yeah. Golly, bro. Hey T, what's up, bro? You know somebody else in South Africa that watch me, bro? I feel like they've been shopping me to they've been shopping me to the South Africans, yo. I feel like you're not the only person that said that. Straight up. Straight up. What I got though? Yeah, we got rainbow rumps. I stay with gelato cake, y'all. They say I got wedding cake, but I don't think that's no damn wedding cake right there. Oh no, thin mint cookies. Oh yo, y'all ain't gonna believe what I got, y'all. I got, I got about an ounce of keef. No cap, no cap. All right, I'm about to put y'all in the game. Check this out. Look, look, look. Now I'm about to put y'all in the game. I ain't do. Listen, 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 listen. Check this out. Listen, check this out. So who who know that little grinder thing that you use for your vegetables? What it's called? Got the info. Your joint they got on TV, man. You know what I'm talking about. Little joint. You chop up your carrots and stuff in it. Got the little cup on it. What that thing is? Nah, it ain't a juicer. Nah, it's like a little. It's a blender, but it's a mini blender, y'all. What that thing called? The Ninja. Yeah, the Ninja. Yo, yo, yo. Get that thing, y'all. If you want to chop up your grass, man, get that. Get that, man. Get the Ninja, man. Look, the keef gonna build up in the cup, man. It's crazy. I'm on it, y'all. I'm on it. The trial started. I'm on it. I'm on it. What the fuck wrong with the cameras? Something ain't right with the courtroom, y'all.
Interview with Mr. Zachary on the 5th of August, 2015, that we believe has addressed some of the concerns that the court had regarding.
Audio
I'm sorry,
terrible.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So in my email to the court, I said that there were some matters that we would ask permission to address prior to playing the interview.
All right, so can we get Mr. Sprinkle over to finish up his testimony?
Your Honor, Mr. Sprinkle, so as I explained.
Excuses. That was a yes or no. Yo, put ones in the chat if the audio cool. We here. I got it.
Before I called Mr. Sprinkle, when we intended to call Mr. Zachary, Mr. Sprinkle's testimony, and in order to avoid him being called twice, we were putting in the interview of Mr. Zachary, given his continued pronouncements regarding his health concerns and other considerations. We were going to call Detective Gaither to simply get in the interview regarding Mr. Zachary.
What?
Mr. Sprinkle's investigation, if you will deal with some of the information that comes from Mr. Zachary's interview. And rather than asking the court to call Mr. Sprinkle twice.
Well, we're calling lots of witnesses twice, or you are calling lots of witnesses twice.
Facts.
So, Your Honor, I'd ask the court's permission, since we do have Detective Gaither here, to.
Why is Gaither back? Man.
Allow us to put in Mr. Zachary's interview. And
oh yeah, we about to cook. Get her ass up there. Get her ass up there.
To allow us to proceed after Detective Gaither.
Hey yo, send word to the courthouse, y'all. They need to tell a cameraman to lower his exposure. His exposure too high. Yeah, tell him post it, set it straight up. His exposure up to ISO. I don't know what increments he on. I mean, he could cut his shutter speed.
With.
And what is Detective Gaither just going to be introducing the interviews?
She's going to be
Overexposed.
introducing the interviews. Primarily, that is the reason that we have her. She also confirmed, though Mr. Zachary was able to confirm some information about his phone number, another phone number. I told her that I don't expect to keep her very long. I don't expect her to be more than today, frankly. And yeah, that's it. And the other matter that I wanted to broach with the court simply dealt with the concerns that the court had that we broached briefly regarding some of the cross-examination testimony and some of the information in the interview with Mr. Zachary on the 5th of August, 2015, that we believe has addressed some of the concerns that the court had regarding.
Slime.
I'm sorry, but I don't know what you're talking about.
So in my email to the court, I said that there were some matters that we would ask permission to address prior to playing the interview. Some of the portions of the interview that defense requested redacted, the court said that it needed sometimes foundational information before I went ahead and.
Okay, and I think that Ms. Persfield responded to everybody that we're not going to address that this morning before, and we know that the jury is going to be here and ready to go at 9, and I don't think there's going to be time to address all of that in the 5 minutes before the jury is here. Do you?
Facts of
Well, there's
life.
one that I think we can. It's the first one.
The yellow hurt your eyes?
That we have listed.
Okay,
yeah.
well, anyway, that is
Wow.
what I said we would address either at lunch
What's
or at
up
the end
with
of the
your
day,
eyes?
correct? All right, and so for that reason as well, we're not really ready for Detective Gaither's testimony. So go ahead and
yeah.
call Mr. Sprinkle over and let's pick up with him, because we can't, if we need to do the whatever is or is not going to come in the interviews, and it's different from what we had already made determination about, and we left some things for determination. We have to figure that out during the lunch break. So.
Yo, he fixed the exposure. Who sent my word? He listening to me?
Yes, Your Honor. Will
All
the
right.
court permit me to step out and make that phone call?
Yes, please.
And also, Your Honor, so will the court be permitting me or allow me to bring Mr. Sprinkle back after we get into
I
testimony?
mean, it seems to me like that's been kind of the way this case has gone. is
Bro.
that people get called back 2 and 3 times. So sure, you can do that with him too.
Excuse me.
Okay.
Bro. Hey, yo, if you listening to me, okay, Thug with the fresh dude, he trying to be cute. A RICO case is supposed to tell an organized story with a clear leadership and process of organization from top to bottom. This is a mess. Neil, you right. Technically, who do his hair? I think they got conjugals, y'all. I'm gonna keep it real. I told y'all before that the tightness of his dreads, that ain't no guy right there. Nah. Mm-mm. He done had a couple retwists that looked like a dude could have pulled it off. That right there? Nah. Mm-mm. That's a girl, man.
I'd just like to briefly address something. Thank you.
That's a girl. Did that. That's a hairstylist, cuz. That's a hairstylist right there. Nah, I got dreads. I can tell it different. Yeah, that's clean, man. She got every piece of loose hair in his dreads twisted with the trims off. Nah, bro, I'm telling you, guys ain't even that meticulous. Even a zesty dude. Nah, I know. Whoa. Don't sleep. I know, guys. I know. Hold up. Come on, y'all. Y'all know I know. But when you a guy, you ain't willing to really sit up underneath of another dude that can get that busy. You feel what I'm saying? So it's like, nah, the way you need to get your hair done like that, there's too much contact and the proximity to be letting a dude. Now, if he is got to let a dude do it, it's going to be on some more, man, yo, hurry up, yo. Go ahead and get it. Yeah, go ahead and do it on some more, yo. You feel me? Pause, bro. Let me go in. Yeah, come on, bro. Yo, come on, bro. I know, bro. I ain't trying to pull it too tight. You feel me? Come on. It's 2 different ball games, man. You know what I mean? You know? You got a chick breast, you know, like dragging against your ear when she lean up a little bit. You don't mind that. You feel me? You don't mind. You don't mind. Her hands a little bit dainty, yanking on your head. You don't mind. You feel me? Now, cuzzo though, nah, we ain't doing that. You seen it done? I know, but you seen the style. You seen when dudes is a good guy, a solid guy, and he over there getting his head done by another dude. You seen the interaction. I know, Quantum. I know. I've been in there. God, but you know a guy trying to be on some old man. Yo, come on, bro. So it just ain't the same vibes. Like a man with a rat tooth comb trying to get your parts extremely fresh. It's just, come on. This relationship just don't, Now, if you want to sit still and let Holmes get it good, that's you, bro. Straight up. That's you. You feel me? But I'm telling you, most guys going to be squirming a little bit extra. They ain't really with sitting down that goddamn long with a man, to be honest. Who really trying to sit there? This ain't no haircut, cuz. So it's just different, bro. Believe me, I'm with it. Yo, put it like this. I did a whole year with no retwist. No retwist. Somebody told me, man, you might as well just get that cut, man. It's looking crazy. I say, man, shit, man, I'm about to get up out of here. What are you talking about, man? I'm about to get up out of here. You're treating it like I'm in boot camp. Cuz I'm ready, man, listen, right? These the same dreads. Yo, like, man, you need to get it done because I came in there. I had just got my head locked. It just started locking. So you already know it was crazy. But who need to be pretty in there anyway? I ain't had to go to court. I wasn't trying to be cute. You ain't here with a whole bunch of dudes anyway. If anything, you mean? And I'm young, and they making jokes. I ain't gonna lie, yo, they start making jokes. Dude told me I'm one of the youngest people in the jail when I come over there. I'm like, what? Wait, he made that made me a little bit, made me look around, like, for real. Like, nah, cat. So I got jerked, to be honest, bro. Now that I think about it, bro. Yo, we talking about first adult charge with drugs. 2 years suspended, probation, right? Then I violate, I get the year. No breaks. Well, I ain't gonna lie, I needed that though, because I ain't played with their ass no more. No probations, we running, we yanking on them. Ain't no letting them get up on us no more for the rest of my career. They gonna have to, every time, giving them blues. We giving them blues. They taught me how to give them blues. Give them hell. Give them hell. Not today. Not tonight. For real, y'all. Gas pedal. Fire. 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 Tap the like button. Salute to everybody in here. I appreciate you being here. Good morning. She look like she got a little toot this morning, don't she?
All right, Mr. Weinstein, you
Wanted to address something?
Yeah, just briefly, Your Honor, and I'm not sure when the state plans on using this, but on the 27th of September, so 3 days ago, we got a Dropbox link with additional crime scene photos.
What?
From a 2019 case, a 2014 case, and a 2015 case. These hadn't previously been provided.
Of what?
Well, I think you'd have to ask maybe Mr. Atkins or the state One of them relates to, I just have APD case numbers. I think they could give you more detail.
Okay.
My main point being these should have been provided in December of 22 at the latest. So I don't know why we're just receiving these now. And it seems to be my role in the case. I'm here to once again complain about late discovery, Your Honor.
Ms. Love?
Your Honor, I'd ask the court, since that is not something that will be broached this week at all, that the court allow us to address the matter when I have those files in front of me that Mr. Weinstein.
How about you get those files at lunch? Seems to me like we're going to have a lot to talk about over lunch.
We can do that.
Oh, yeah.
And also, I will say that those are, to the extent that, of course, I will look back and make sure that they were not previously provided, but to the extent that they were not, the crime scene information that we have turned over is a direct result of matters and witnesses that we have added back because of the objections that have been made. And the CAD reports, I believe, have already been admitted as evidence. So there is nothing about the photographs that would create any delay or prejudice or anything of that matter, but I'll address it at lunch.
What were the dates?
These are cases from, according to what Mr. Adkins sent, 2019, 2014, and 2015, Your Honor. And Mr. Adkins, in an email to me on that same date, the 27th, indicated to me that these had not previously been provided to us. So we can discuss it at lunch as the court wishes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yak, I see you. I see that tie. Yak need a sponsorship from, that's Tom Brown, ain't it? Yo need a sponsorship. He done wore so much of these clothes in here, y'all. I thought I was the only one that liked this clothing brand. Yo done wore so much of it, that's his now. Yeah, yo got the tie on, that thing mean.
All right. Ms. Love, in your Sunday 6 p.m. email, you said that you were going to forward later in the evening to counsel and the court the portions of Mr. Zachary's interview that you were seeking reconsideration of based or because of, I guess, the way he testified. I'm not in receipt of that forward. Did you ever forward what the actual portions are?
Your Honor, I think, no, I forwarded the transcript, the corrected transcript that I was seeking.
But you didn't forward the portions that you had that either I had ruled out or you had agreed would be out?
I did not forward those. There were...
and yeah, that's what you expected everybody to argue this morning without even knowing what those were. Could you please forward those at your earliest convenience so that we will know by lunchtime what it is that we're talking about?
Absolutely.
Excuse me. I didn't receive the transcript last night.
Well, she's agreed that she's not going to be using the transcript because nobody's had a chance to look at it. So you don't need to worry about that.
Thank you, Honor.
But I don't know if somebody's going to be over here to assist you later in the morning, but as soon as somebody gets here, you need to get that taken care of, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so is Mr. Sprinkle out there ready?
He said that he needed 10 minutes from the time that I reached him, so...
Tell him, text him now and tell him he needs to get over here right now.
He is, Your Honor.
Oh, whoa. Oh, she came to party. She came to party today.
Tell him, text him now.
Whoa.
10 minutes from the time that I reached him, so...
Tell him, text him now and tell him he needs to get over here right now.
Whoa.
So...
Tell him, text him now and get that taken care of.
Don't lean on him. Relax.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so is Mr. Sprinkle out there ready?
He said that he needed 10 minutes from the time that I reached him. So
Tell him, text him now and tell him.
Whoa, the half stutter step with the power on the text like that. I ain't even gonna lie. She's straight. You know what I mean? She definitely using authority. I feel like beams coming from her eyes right now. Like, look how she looking down on her right now. Like, this is so like, it's biblical in here right now. You see this? Bro, look how she on her. She really looking down. Look, you can feel the heat. You can like see the rays. Real rap. Look, you can see it. If you look right here, if we had some hairspray and we sprayed it, you will see the lines coming from Shorty's eyes beaming down on love right now. Straight up. Like Cyclops or something. I swear to God. Look.
10 minutes.
All right. So is Mr. Sprinkle out there ready?
He said that he needed 10 minutes from the time that I reached him. So
Look, she dropped the goddamn highlighter.
Tell him, text him now and tell him he needs to get over here right now.
he is, Your Honor. He is coming. He literally.
Whoa, you seen the extra neck move? Look at the
Now and
neck.
tell him he needs to get over here right now.
He is,
Look,
Your
look,
Honor.
look.
He is coming. He
Text
literally.
him anyway and say the 10 minutes, he can't have any more time. He needs to stop what he's doing right now and
Pressure.
come on. Because we have the jury waiting.
Pin drops. Pin drops.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
And then while we wait, I guess you can go ahead and forward us those portions of
Shorty acting like a pack of annihilators. Yo, why she doing like that? She acting sweet and sour, y'all. She like a pack of Sour Patch Kids, yo. She bad, y'all. She good and then she bad, cuz.
interview that you think need reconsideration, since we'll just be sitting here doing nothing otherwise.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
What? Stall her out. Yo better run over here. But she said she was gonna get with her if she ain't have her witnesses ready. What Holmes doing across the street? He knew he had to be here. He knew he had to be here. What he doing? Knew he had to be over here, man. He all out of pocket, man. Hey, yo, he ain't the right complexion to be, late. Look at your little whippersnap ass. Look at him. Combing his hair and all that. He got the Target's laptop bag looking all generic, coming out of Walmart. No, he need a briefcase. The whole time he don't even need the laptop. Yo got the Target's joint. If you know, you know. Yo got the Target's bag. Ain't nothing wrong with the Target's bag if you in college or something, you feel me?
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that you enjoyed your unexpected 4-day weekend. I hope that nobody is too badly impacted by the storm that swept through. And we are ready to proceed. And we're picking up with Mr. Sprinkle, who was on the stand, I don't know, early last week maybe. But anyway, go ahead, Mr.
Sprinkle got a white boy high top.
Love.
Thank you, Your Honor. And good morning, DDA Sprinkle. How are you?
Very well. How are you?
Damn.
I'm good, thank you.
They really got the long extendo mic. They really be listening to me. They ain't had this long extendo. Did you see that?
So when we last left off, you were explaining to the jury regarding the investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas, the additional steps that you took in determining what to do with the file once you received it from the Atlanta Police Department.
Right.
All right. And you had explained that there were jail calls that you were able to listen to make certain determinations regarding information that was a part of the file.
Can y'all hear her okay? Everybody can hear her? Okay. Where'd your lapel mic go?
Would you rather, okay, even at the podium?
I don't know. It just seems If everybody can hear her, that's fine. It just didn't seem as
Yo,
loud.
we helped the court, y'all. They got lapel mics and all. They listening, baby.
Go ahead.
I swear.
Maybe while he's answering, you can hook it up.
I don't think I can do both of those. This is a difficult contraption. Now talking to the microphone.
Okay.
Somebody else got to
right.
put that on you, baby girl. We're going to wait till the
So,
next
Mr.
break.
Sprinkle, with respect to Spencer Wright, or the person that Detective Thorpe spoke to before taking out the warrants, and the jail call that you listened to,
Correct.
Is my memory correct that you said that Detective Investigator David White was the person who then spoke with or went out and reached out to the person that Mr. Wright called from the Atlanta City Jail?
That is correct.
And the information that you received or that you were able to gain from that phone call made from the Atlanta City Jail, what impact did it have on your investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas?
It corroborated what I already believed, which was that Spencer Wright, who initially provided the name of Nicholas Robb.
I'm going to object to that testimony. As to relevance, his belief is not relevant.
Sustained.
That mean Adams cross-examine, y'all. Adams going to cross-examine Sprinkle. Yeah.
So as a result of the information that you got from that phone call, with respect to information that would assist you further in the investigation, what did you do after you listened to the phone call and had Detective White speak to Mr. Smalls?
Well, I spoke with Detective White. Well, broadly, I just embarked on the investigation of the murder of Donovan Thomas, because at that point I was essentially without sufficient evidence.
Okay.
I can no longer rely on that statement.
All right.
He picked up the Donovan Thomas investigation months after Detective Thorpe. And he said it's insufficient evidence so far. So he was looking for more evidence that can actually prove the case. So that means the detectives before did no good work?
Now, at the time that you got the file, had Kenneth Copeland already been interviewed?
He had been.
All right. And when you reviewed that, those interviews of Kenneth Copeland, did you endeavor to speak with him anymore, or did you gain more information from the interviews themselves that assisted you in your investigation?
Well, as the investigation, as the months went by, I did desire to speak with Kenneth Copeland, but that did not happen. He wasn't willing to speak with me.
How many?
Kenneth Copeland was in federal custody by then, and he wasn't willing to speak because he had got lined up and put in the feds. So he caught on that they had lined him up. So he wasn't willing to talk with the police no more. Because remember, when he got out of the feds, he told Viverito, man, look, right? Man, they still put me in jail, man. They lined me up. Remember in that interview, he telling Viverito, man, they did me wrong. They did me wrong. He is saying that in that video, y'all. Peep gang.
Of his interviews did you have at your disposal?
Well, I believe there were 3. There's one in particular from June of 2015.
That was the 9-hour interview?
That would be the 9-hour one, yes.
Right. Did you set out to corroborate anything that you found? I'm sorry.
Sustained.
Yeah, I didn't hear the objection, so that
Leading.
Oh, okay. With respect to the Kenneth Copeland interview, did you take it at face value, everything that you heard in the interviews, or did you do anything to decide how you would treat the information?
Well, I On listening to the interview and taking notes, I endeavored to corroborate as much of his statement as I could.
Okay. Did that involve listening to other interviews and jail calls as well?
Yes.
Would you tell the jury what other interviews you listened to without talking about what was said in the interviews themselves?
Sure. Well, there was the interview of Demiki and Garlington. There was an interview of Quindarius Zachary. And when I say there was an interview, I'm contemplating in my mind that there was only the one, but it is possible there were perhaps two or even three interviews, but I'm only recalling off the top. They may have all just run together as I listened to them. But as far as I know, there was at least one interview of everybody that I'm mentioning right now.
Okay. And with respect to Quindarius Zachary, did you take part in a 2017 proffer of Quindarius Zachary or include that as a part of your file?
I did, and it was recorded. I have it on a disc over here as well.
All right. And did you also listen to the August 2015 interview of Mr. Zachary?
I believe so. Yes, that would be the one.
Would you tell the jury what cell phone records or what cell phone numbers you found of interest after listening to the interviews?
Well, there would probably be a few, but I do, and I can't recall at the top of my head what specific cell phone numbers were mentioned during each interview. For example, depending on the interview, the party may have identified their own cell phone number or somebody else's cell phone number. But the numbers that were primarily of interest to me were those for which Detective Tyrone Dennis obtained phone records. Mm-hmm. And the numbers that he obtained, I believe, were primarily, if not exclusively, from either A, the interviews that he conducted, or B, from cell phones that he found during the course of his investigation. He was able to forensically analyze and extract the number therefrom.
Now, you mentioned last time you were on the stand getting the videos or the surveillance videos enhanced, the ones from the Texaco and the barbershop.
Yes.
Was there any other surveillance footage that you were able to obtain that was not a part of the original file that Mr. Detective Thorpe gave to you? Is the surveillance footage from the Texaco and the barbershop the surveillance footage that you used in making your decisions about what to look for next in this case? From
what I recall, I was primarily, if not exclusively, focused on the surveillance footage from the Texaco and the barbershop.
Okay.
Meaning you didn't look anywhere else? When you say primarily. So you mean to tell me, after you picked up the investigation, you never went to go see if it was any other footage from any other place that they might have looked over? That's what you're saying? So you focused on just those two locations? That's what you're saying?
Who had you listened to the interviews from by the time that you did go into and look at the surveillance footage from the Texaco and from the barbershop? Or did you do that first?
Well, so I watched the surveillance footage many times. I'm sure I listened to while I was watching the interviews, I watched various parts of the footage. After I watched the interviews, I watched various parts of the footage. It wasn't as regimented as I had like a checklist where I watched the videos and then I watched the interviews, and I would keep revisiting things.
So you looked at the same footage that the original investigating officers looked at. So therefore, when you did your investigation, you didn't add any evidence or no new video footage for you to, skim through to see if you could add any elements to the actual case. So you looked at the same content that the original officers did. You didn't do a door-to-door knock to see if you could get any more evidence that might have not been retrieved previously? No. Okay.
As I went through the case file.
Other than looking for someone in a particular place like a park bench in the surveillance footage, what was it that the surveillance footage was able to give to you that you found of value in this investigation?
Well,
I'm going to object to the form of the question. What he found of value is not relevant. And I would ask that...
I can rephrase.
Okay, thank you.
What from the surveillance footage were you able to utilize in furthering your investigation?
Well, first of all, it marked the exact time of the homicide, which broadly is just very important because it allows me to establish a time.
Objection again to the testimony. What he found to be important is not relevant. I'd ask that be struck.
Your Honor, I'd ask permission to respond. With respect to what DDA Sprinkle did in gaining information about this homicide, as with any other witness, we'd ask that the court allow him to give the jury insight into how he gained the information that he got and made the decisions that he made.
Okay, let's just stick to the facts without value judgments. Go ahead.
Okay. After you were able to get phone records, listen to the interviews, were you personally or your investigator able to obtain social media records?
Yes.
How did you decide which social media records in this case you needed to look at?
Again, objection. How and why is not relevant. What he obtained is relevant.
Your Honor, how and why?
Overruled.
Thank you.
Well, I was focused on the social media of the parties that were of interest, either persons of interest, maybe witnesses, just as much. Whenever a name came up, I endeavored to find their social media, regardless of whether or not I actually thought that they were directly involved in the homicide. Perhaps there'd be something on their social media that would shed some light or illuminate something for me.
Now, did you ever look at the social media of a Quindarius Zachary?
I do, yes. I recall looking at his social media, yes.
Do you recall what his handle or handles were for various social media platforms?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Would looking at your report refresh your memory?
Yes.
Would you please look at your report?
Yes, and that's what's on the laptop in front of me, incidentally.
Okay.
Yeah. I just have it so I can do word searches.
All right.
Handle. Like a truck driver? So the internet is mimicked after truck drivers talking on CB radios? Whoa.
I mean, I know he went by the moniker Little D.
Okay.
Hilton got a flunky going to get coffee. You seen that? Hilton got people bringing coffee up like, hey, here go your coffee, sir. Hey, what's up? Ag Cope, what's up? Salute to everybody in here if you're new. Subscribe to the channel. Let us know what you talking about, man. Let us know where you from. Yeah, I'm in here. It's 101.9 Slime Radio. It's posted. I'm here.
60 Yankee.
Yeah. We on the clock. What's up? Slime.
Speaking of social media, 360 Yankee through 363 Yankee. At what point did you begin looking for social media photos related to Javaris Bradford?
That would have been, again, I don't know the specific date. But
and I don't mean the date. I mean, what was your attention turned to Javaris Bradford?
Mr. Bradford caught my interest after, because as I said, I already had phone records belonging to various parties. These were phone records I think were primarily, if not exclusively, obtained by investigator Tyrone Dennis. He caught my interest after I saw his number and his number being 404-957-8008. His number I found in the phone records of Quindarius Zachary, Demise McMullen, Kenneth Copeland, and Calvin Treadwell, meaning that I had called detail records for those four people. And as I looked through them, I found that in close temporal proximity to the homicide, or maybe not, when I say close temporal proximity, it could be like a day or two within a day or two of the homicide, not necessarily within like 10 minutes.
Oh.
But I saw that he was that number, and I didn't know whose number it was when I first saw it.
No.
People, Treadwell. He caught my interest after I saw his number and his number being 404-957-8008. His number I found in the phone records of Quindarius Zachary, Demise McMullen, Kenneth Copeland, and Calvin Treadwell, meaning that I called detail records for those 4 people.
Yeah.
And as I looked through them, I found that in close temporal proximity to the homicide,
Temporal.
or maybe not. When I say close temporal proximity, it could be like a day or two within a day or two.
Whoa! Then say that. Don't sit up here and use no phrase that the jury don't understand, and it mean 1 or 2 days. Temporal proximity. Stop playing, bro. That ain't in the they know each other. So of course they would talk to each other within 1 or 2 days. What are you talking about? So what are we doing? We linking phone calls and connections to a time period of a major event. And now you telling me you went to the furthest extent of 1 or 2 days. Bro, stop playing, bro. What we doing right now?
Homicide, not necessarily within like 10 minutes. But I saw that he was that number, and I didn't know whose number it was when I first saw it, was a common number between them. In addition to that, when I ran it through the Fulton County Jail inmate call database, I found that another person who was an associate of those 4 people called that number, and that'd be Martinez Arnold. Okay. Martinez Arnold, a.k.a. Duke, was an inmate at the Fulton County Jail. So I ran 404-957-8008, which 404-957-8008 through the Fulton County Jail's inmate call database. And I found 2 calls, I believe, that were placed from Martinez Arnold on the night of the homicide. And I think the first one was at 8:18 p.m., which was an hour after the murder. And so
an hour.
After I listened to those calls, I wanted to know a little bit more about it.
I thought that happened to Holmes at 8:18. So he's saying that the time we was looking at was an hour off? And it really happened at 7 something? I could have swore this whole time I was thinking this happened slightly after 8 p.m. So you mean to tell me it was 7 something?
Mr. Javaris Bradford. And as part of that process, I found his Instagram page.
I'm going to show you now what has been marked as State's Exhibits 360 and provided to the defense. State's Exhibit 360 Yankee.
I'm sorry, can I, before you see
Absolutely. 361 Yankee and 362 Yankee.
I feel like I asked y'all to share exhibits that you were going to use with witnesses prior to using them with the witnesses. Is that not happening?
I believe that this has been shared for quite a while now.
It is. It's
Okay.
a trope. We just want to make sure which ones you does.
Additionally, I will show to you 363 Yankee and provide to anyone who would like to see 363 Yankee. Do you recognize what has been labeled 360 Yankee? Thank you. 361 Yankee, 362 Yankee, and 363 Yankee.
I recognize these, yes.
How do you recognize them?
These were, I found Mr. Bradford's Instagram page. The moniker that he went by on said Instagram page was that is spelled IM _ living, LIVING _ great. When I found a picture or a post being a picture, sometimes with text accompanying it, although on these 4 pictures, it doesn't appear that Mr. Bradford actually posted any text along with the pictures. So those pictures, I screenshotted them. And these were the screenshots that I actually took as I viewed Mr. Bradford's Instagram page, the content of which was visible to the public.
Okay. And are those fair and accurate representations of the pictures depicted on the pages that you were looking at from Mr. Bradford?
They are, yes, they're printouts of the digital images that I captured, yes.
The state tender states Exhibit 360, 361, 362, and 363 Yankee.
Those are admitted.
Thank you. Now, looking at 360 Yankee, would you tell the jury what they're looking at in 360 Yankee and what relevance it had to what you did after you got these social media posts?
360 Yankee depicts Javaris Bradford standing behind a Pontiac Bonneville, a gray in color Pontiac Bonneville. And I want to make sure, I think it's a 2002 Pontiac Bonneville. I want to get that right, so I'm refreshing my recollection. But I'm pretty sure it's a 2002 Pontiac Bonneville. But at any rate, it's a gray in color Pontiac Bonneville. And the reason why that caught my interest is because there was actually several photos that I found that depicted him alongside a Pontiac Bonneville, and that caught my interest because it let me know that that was probably the car that he could be found in.
Okay. Why were you interested in a gray Pontiac Bonneville at the time that you saw these images on Mr. Bradford's page?
Well, at the time I saw these images, I wasn't.
Okay.
I mean, not really.
What did you see or hear, without getting into what anyone said, that caused you to take interest in these photographs? If it was an interview, he does not have to say what that person said. It doesn't cause.
Well, I can say this. I looked at the surveillance footage, and I knew that there was some type of gray car or cars that were involved. So gray car in general would have caught my interest. And when I say surveillance footage, I'm referring to the surveillance footage from the cameras that were mounted on 330 McDaniel Street, that being the barber shop in the parking lot of which Donovan Thomas stood at the time that he was shot and killed. But then there was other surveillance footage from the Texaco station. And so and to be clear, just so we're clear as to how the process went, when I first found these images, I was kind of generally interested. I said, oh, a gray vehicle. Okay, a gray sedan. But then as I went back and I reviewed the surveillance footage from the Texaco station yet again, I became considerably more interested in these images because I saw a gray Pontiac Bonneville on that footage in close temporal proximity to the homicide. And because that Texaco station was in close spatial proximity to the barbershop, that particularly caught my interest.
When you said you went out and looked at the scene, were you able to determine and explain to the jury how far the Texaco that you were looking at, the images on the Texaco that you were looking at, were from the barbershop at 330 McDaniel Street?
It's about 100 yards.
Okay. And would that extend beyond the doors of this courtroom, out to the elevator, or something a little bit different?
It would be from about where I sit right now, probably about twice the distance from where I sit right now to the elevator. So from here to the elevator, double that.
All right. Now, when you were out there, was there a line of sight from where you were looking at on the Texaco footage to the front of 330 McDaniel Street?
Yes.
All right. Did you notice whether there were any street lamps or any kind of lighting out there as well?
There were. I don't recall if they were working.
Okay. Now, after you looked at this Texaco surveillance footage, did you only look at around the time of the murder? In other words, if the murder happened at 7:22 p.m., did you only look at 7:22 p.m. and a few minutes before and a few minutes after?
No, I looked, I believe the footage from the Texaco that was of interest to me actually started at 6:38 p.m.
Okay. Would you tell the jury why or what it was about 6:38 p.m. that had any significance?
Objection as to relevance.
Your Honor, I would ask that.
Overruled. Go ahead.
And well, it was actually 6:41 p.m. having reviewed my notes, so it was about 3 minutes after that. Well, a 2002 Pontiac Bonneville that looked identical to the one that appeared on Mr. Bradford's Instagram page, pulled up to a gas pump at that gas station.
All right. Do you remember which gas pump? In other words, was it the one furthest from 330 McDaniel, in the middle, or closest to 330 McDaniel?
It was an inside gas pump. It was in the bank of gas pumps that would have been closest to 330 McDaniel, but the vehicle wasn't utilizing the pump that would put it in the absolute closest spatial proximity to 330 McDaniel, if that makes sense.
It does. Now, when you say the vehicle wasn't using the pump, did the vehicle use either pump at that gas station for the entire time that the vehicle sat at the pump?
No, I don't believe that anybody ever gassed up the car, if that's what you're asking. I don't believe anybody, obviously the whole thing's on video, but I do not remember anybody using the pump. I'm quite sure nobody actually fueled up the car while it was parked there at the pump.
At any time while you were looking at it, were you able to see individuals get out of or get into the Pontiac?
Your Honor, I would object as to relevance. Also, as the best evidence, the video has been introduced.
Sustained.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I ask the witness whether or not once he looked at it and saw whatever he saw?
Well, you can go ahead and
Thank you.
ask that, and I'll see if it's.
Did you recognize any persons that got, and not from knowing them personally, but did you recognize any persons getting into or out of that Pontiac?
Objection as to relevance. The jury can make their own determination from the evidence that's already been admitted.
And objection. How could you determine from that distance who that was? That's fishy.
Sustained.
That you looked into further. Did you further look into anyone that you saw getting into or out of that Pontiac?
Well, yes.
Okay. Who would you tell the jury about one person that you saw getting into and out of that Pontiac that
I'm going to object. Same question.
Ask the question again.
Would you tell the jury about one such person that you saw?
Sustained.
Okay. Did you see Diamante Kendrick getting out of the Pontiac?
I did.
Objection.
Sustained.
Move to strike, Your Honor.
It'll be stricken.
Who did you see getting out of the Pontiac?
I'm going to object. It's the same question.
Sustained.
Your Honor,
Yes.
would the court allow me to either approach and explain or allow the state to get information we believe will be made valuable to the jury at a later time? In other words, would the court please conditionally allow us?
Salute to everybody in here. Good morning. Tap the like if you're watching this on the playback. Subscribe to the channel. Straight up. Let me know in the comments what you think. They heating up today. They heating up. What y'all think? Yeah, Adams ain't playing with love. Adams ain't playing with love right now. He damn sure ain't. He damn sure ain't, big. That boy say, look here, I ain't got time to play with you. I ain't got time to play with you, girl. Yeah, she bluffing. She trying to find creative ways to bring out stuff from those videos, y'all. And with the witnesses reneging in the Fulton County Blue concept on the table, it exposed her argument, right? Them boys was lying when they was in Fulton County Blue. They was in trouble. They was trying to save themselves. Now her whole argument is based upon, no, that's not the case. They told the truth back then. Yeah, they're merely just scared now because of these guys are in here, and look at them. Look out into the crowd of the co-defendants that are being tried. Look at them. They're dangerous. They're exactly like we explained. That's why these guys are changing their stories. Cap. Everybody got up there and said they ain't even scared at Holmes. Straight up. They walking straight up out the courthouse. Family safe. Everybody done told ain't nobody got whacked. Or else they would have came and told us, yo, YSL is dangerous. We had some informants get killed. Where that info at, y'all? But they want us to believe that guys is dangerous. Yeah. Remember, I told you, not the mother phony-ass YouTube lawyers. They ain't tell you none of this stuff, y'all. Those people was Republicans, man. They was going to let these boys go to jail, man. They ain't use their expertise, so they extra 4 to 8 years of school to try to save YSL at the beginning of the trial. When they ain't look through the RICO and tell guys that the whole case looked felonious from the beginning. Nah, they wasn't doing that. I don't remember seeing none of them doing that, bro. So tell them don't hop on the bandwagon now. Guys might push them off. And if we going fast, you might hurt yourself for real. Straight up. Yeah. Yo, Javaris Crittenden was labeled to be a gang member who smoked a young lady in retaliation for some petty-ass fake jewelry being stolen from him. He got a bail. Yup. Brian Steele was his lawyer. But they still holding Thug. Yeah.
Watch the Pontiac at the gas station.
And incidentally, on looking at my report, it's a 2001 Pontiac Bonneville, according to my notes.
Thank you. After you saw that 2001 Pontiac Bonneville at the gas pump, did you see, can you tell the jury who it was you believed that you saw getting into and out of the vehicle based on the information you had
Objection, hearsay.
at the time?
Well, there were multiple occupants of the vehicle, but I believe you're referring to Diamante Kendrick.
Okay. And what did you do once you saw Diamante Kendrick? Did you just see him or look at or observe him getting out of the vehicle, or did you do something else with that information?
Well, I wanted to speak with the other people that were with him in that Pontiac Bonneville and another vehicle that appeared in the frame at some point.
Okay. Now, when you say
Why Shark sitting like he trying to poop?
the people that were with him, were you ever able to make a decision about who you believed the people were that were with him in the Bonneville?
I eventually determined who they were, and I spoke with them.
Okay.
Yo, Sprinkle is literally showing half his ass to the jury, bro. You see how he's sitting? You know how you sit on your side hip? Yo, sitting on his side hip like your grandmother, cuz. What's up with him? Yo, tap the like button.
Did you only look at the inside or the outside, rather, of the Texaco station footage while you were reviewing this file to make decisions about the next step?
No, there was footage from the interior as well, the convenience store that was adjacent to the gas pumps.
Mm-hmm.
I looked at that too.
And were you able to get closer up pictures of anyone inside that gas station?
Yes.
All right. Now, did you find the person that you believed to be in that, getting out of that Bonneville, did you find that person's image on social media sites or in any other place that informed your next steps in the investigation?
Yes.
All right. So the person you believe to be Diamante Kendrick, what did you do once you believed it was Diamante Kendrick that you were looking at?
Well, I continued to watch the video, obviously, but I also, as I stated, endeavored to identify the other people. I mean, as you could probably determine by now, I thought there was an excellent chance that Javaris Bradford was also in the Bonneville.
Objection to his opinion.
All right.
Overruled.
Okay.
What?
And with respect to Javaris Bradford and Diamante Kendrick, was there anything about their actions while they were at that gas pump?
Oh.
Overruled.
Was there anything about their actions while they were at that gas pump? Specifically, you mentioned another vehicle.
Yo, pay attention to Adam's technique he using. He tripping her. It's like if you pull up 94 feet on somebody on the basketball court. As soon as they inbound the balls, you pressuring them. Yeah. Yo, applying pressure all the way up the court. Yeah, like Alvarez or something off of New Orleans. You heard? Yeah, pest it. He being a pest. It's so you can't get your rhythm down. You normally come up smooth, dribbling, doing your little thing, and you could peep the floor. Nah, I'm on your heels. You got to pay attention to the ball so much you can't watch the shot clock or the play. Yeah, what's up?
Well, there were a couple of vehicles. They were parked at that gas pump for a good long while, for over 30 minutes.
I don't believe the question falls for that.
So is it okay? You may continue. You said that
I'm sorry, what was the question?
with respect to Mr. Bradford, you said that, and Mr. Kendrick, you said something about the length of time that they were at the gas station, at the gas pump.
Right. So they were there. The vehicle, the Bonneville was parked there from 6:41 p.m. to 7:17 p.m.
Okay.
At 7:17 p.m. it pulled off, and it pulled off simultaneously with another vehicle, with whom one of the occupants of the Bonneville.
Who was it that you believed you saw the other vehicle that pulled off simultaneously?
I'm going to object. Same objection as previously.
What did you say? Same objection as previous? Is that what you said?
Yes, in regards to his opinion of who he saw and best evidence also.
Your Honor, my question is, I hadn't finished it, but my question was, with respect to the vehicle that he saw driving off simultaneously, what informed the next step in his investigation in terms of what?
Okay, you may ask that question.
What about the interaction between the people in the Bonneville and the people in the vehicle that pulled off simultaneously with the Bonneville informed the next steps in your investigation?
Well, one of the occupants of the Bonneville ran up to the other vehicle and had a conversation for about 30 seconds with the driver. That said occupant then ran back to the Bonneville, boarded the driver's seat of the Bonneville, and the two cars left simultaneously.
Now, that car you talking about is an Infiniti with no tinted windows and no sunroof. That's the car you talking about? That's the car they talking about, y'all?
This was within 5 minutes of the drive-by shooting next door at 330 McDaniel Street.
Okay. Did you do anything to determine what vehicle it was that drove off simultaneously with the Bonneville you believe to be occupied by Diamante Kendrick?
Yes, I just looked at the video. It was clear enough. I could tell what kind of vehicle it was.
All right. Did you do anything to obtain any records, registration, or anything else as it related to the vehicle that pulled off simultaneously with the Bonneville that you believe Mr. Diamante Kendricks occupied?
Yes, I sent a subpoena to various rental car companies to include Hertz.
All right. Why did you send a subpoena to various rental car companies?
Because as I reviewed the file, there was information contained therein that one of the parties of interest rented the vehicle that was utilized.
Okay. Were you able immediately to obtain any records of interest as it related to the vehicle that pulled off simultaneously with the Bonneville?
I did.
What was it that you were able to obtain?
A woman named Carolyn Fry worked for Hertz. Apparently their custodian of records emailed me documents that were responsive to my subpoena.
Okay. And what person did the documents that you received, what person did they relate to?
They related to Jeffery Williams.
Okay. Once you got these documents from Ms. Fry, did you do anything to further look into them?
Well, I sought to obtain identify the location of the vehicle that was of interest to me, that being an Infiniti.
And what did you do to determine the location of that vehicle?
I believe I asked David White to just run the current owner information. It turned out it was owned by somebody in Mississippi. Rental car companies don't keep their cars for very long. It's since been sold.
Did you speak to people at Hertz to determine any interactions they may have had with the person who rented the vehicle?
I did not, no.
Did your investigator or someone on your team?
Investigator White did, and I believe he was also with a detective or detectives from the Atlanta Police Department at the time.
Okay. Once you got information about the vehicle that pulled off simultaneously, would you tell the jury if any other vehicle furthered your investigation into this matter?
Well, there was, in addition to the vehicle, that Infiniti from Hertz, there was a 2009 Volkswagen CC that also pulled up near the 2001 Pontiac Bonneville, and a occupant of that vehicle exited the Volkswagen CC. And
we said that was a Volkswagen, didn't we? We said that was a Volkswagen. This the first time they clarified this was a Volkswagen?
boarded the Bonneville. So I was eventually able to determine who the two people in the Volkswagen CC were as well.
You believe them to be?
Go
ahead.
Well, yes, who I believe them to be, yes.
And were you able to in any way confirm their identities?
Yes, because I talked to them.
Okay. Once you spoke to the people who were in the Volkswagen, and once you determined who rented the vehicle that pulled off simultaneously with the Bonneville, what step did you take to gain more information into the determining who was
Objection
responsible?
to the characterization of solving.
She rephrased.
Nah.
You may answer.
Well, I tracked down those people that I first believed to be on the footage, and then I interviewed them.
Okay. Now, on scene at that gas station, did you ever see anyone that you believed to be Kenneth Copeland?
No.
Okay. And did you ever see, as it relates to either of those vehicles in that footage, anyone that you believed to be Kenneth Copeland?
No, I did not see anybody that I believed to be Kenneth Copeland.
Okay. Were you able to obtain a and review phone records for Kenneth Copeland?
I did.
All right. And what number did you review the records for?
Well, I'm going to have to, if I may, refresh my recollection on that.
Please do, and just let me know when you refreshed your memory.
What? Salute to everybody in here. Tap the like button. Good morning. If you're new, subscribe to the channel.
There we go. 678-278-5991.
Did you obtain phone records for anyone related to Kenneth Copeland in order to assist in your investigation? And I'll be specific. Did you ever obtain any information regarding either a Deshaun Quarterman or a Rontrez Brock?
Probably. I probably subpoenaed subscriber. I definitely know those names.
Mm-hmm.
And I definitely remember identifying their phone numbers.
Okay.
And if there's records in the file, then that means I sent a subpoena. I don't believe I got search warrants for those numbers. I don't think I had probable cause, but I was at least able to obtain, subscriber information and call detail reports.
Now, did you speak with anyone or did you learn of anyone by the name of Sammy Davis during your time?
Yeah. Shout out to my man, Sammy Davis, man. Straight up, somebody get him on the line for me. If you know Sammy Davis, tell him hit my line, 443-430-1764. Yeah.
I did.
Now, was that person already named in the file that you received from Detective Thorpe?
No.
How was it that you learned of the name Sammy Davis in this investigation?
So I believe it was on September 26, 2016. I met with Mr. Donovan Thomas's mother.
With that, go ahead.
And
You can go ahead.
and she mentioned that
I'm going to object to it. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sustained.
Did you get information from Donovan Thomas's mother that led you to Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Objection.
After speaking with Donovan Thomas's mother, did you see anything on the news media or television that was of interest to you?
there was some news footage.
Hearsay.
Got him.
Avoid hearsay in your response, please. I don't know if he's going to say it that way or not. Go ahead.
You can go ahead and answer without
Yes.
what anyone said. What did you see? Did you see footage of people being interviewed after the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
Leading.
And were these people on scene the same night, or was this information that you viewed from?
Objection to the leading question.
Sustained.
What time in relation to the murder were these people being interviewed? By time, I do mean date-wise. Was it months after, close in time, temporally?
As far as I know, after the murder that night.
That same night?
Yes.
Okay. And who was it that you were looking at in this interview? What was the name of the person, if you recall?
No, that I don't recall.
Okay. Was this person in any way able to give you information that led you to find Mr. Davis?
I never talked to this person.
Was the information that you saw on the television instructive in determining Mr. Davis as a person of interest?
I don't know. I don't think so. That's not how I identified who Mr.
Up, shimp, up, got him. Fumble.
Davis was. The news footage isn't how I identified him.
How did you go about finding Mr. Davis?
Well, I knew enough about them that I could reference this public records.
Mm-hmm.
And
Ooh.
I don't really recall exactly how I did it. I just remember that I knew enough about this person's life that I was able to look at public records and events.
I don't know how I did it, but I did it. Yeah, leave a comment about that. I don't know how I did it, but I did. Don't ask me how. Ask me if I did.
Eventually figure out that, get the name of Sammy Davis and the date of birth. And then I was able to find him and interview him, and he confirmed.
Hold on, don't say what he said. You were able to interview him?
Yes.
All right. Now, once you interviewed Mr. Davis, at that time, did you have other phone numbers that were of interest in your investigation?
There were many phone numbers that were of interest in my investigation.
Were there any that you used in your investigation more than others?
Well, yeah, I'm sure there were numbers that were more interesting to me than others. Yes. There were numbers that. Well, yeah.
Whoa. Yo, you all right, cuz?
I'm sure there were numbers that were more interesting to me than others. Yes.
Specifically, did you find a number or did you locate a number you believe to be associated with the demise McMullen?
I did.
What number was that?
Hold on, I'll have to refresh my memory on that.
That boy holla at boing, I. Yo jumped off the diving boy.
There we go. That number
Boy.
was 470.
Your Honor, I'm actually going to object to that testimony.
Yeah,
Any
cuz.
information that he received from hearsay would be inadmissible. I object to it.
From what would be?
Hearsay.
Yeah.
Your Honor,
Sustained.
I'm actually asking not whether it was.
No, it's
I asked
hearsay.
him whether or not he found a number that he believed to be associated with this person.
That would be hearsay, Your Honor.
Yeah.
It's not talking about what anyone else said.
Listen.
He hasn't even gotten into
Listen,
other
lady.
things that he did to
To the extent
look
that
into that number.
To the extent that he received that information from someone else, and to the extent that it's being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, specifically that number belongs to a certain person, that would be hearsay.
Ugh.
It is big.
God,
Sustained.
Your Honor,
you're not prepared.
all right.
Just give it up.
Did you look into or get and observe and review phone records for a phone number 504-975-3904?
I did.
What about phone number 504-346-9596?
Yes.
And 404-957-8008 that you talked about previously, was that another number that assisted more than others in this investigation?
It did.
All right. Did you look at and review records for 678-542-3145?
Oh, yes.
And what about 470-262-2643?
Yes.
All right. Now, were you able to review any other case files to get information that aided you in the investigation of the Donovan Thomas murder? In other words, were there other incidents that you looked into obtaining information from?
Yes.
What incidents were those?
There were several.
And confrontation clause.
I don't know whether that's
Hey, yo.
would be.
Side note. Yo, what is this blue stripe at the bottom of the flag? Ain't no different color at the bottom. That's supposed to be white. How's light blue? Would I just expose that? Hold up, cuz.
The case or not.
What is that?
I'm not asking for anything that anyone said. I'm asking about other incidents that he reviewed.
I know what you're asking. I don't know how it's going to be answered.
Yellow? Why?
To avoid any confrontation clause violations or hearsay, but I can't rule on that without.
Can you tell the jury the location of other incidents that you looked into?
Well, there were several.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Course of conduct, irrelevant.
Your Honor,
I don't know how her glasses turned yellow, but she is killing them back here. She is killing them. I don't know what kind of lenses she got, but she is killing them right now.
I believe.
You know what? Let's take our morning break. Right?
Oh, they had to take a time out. Yo, did that color supposed to be different at the bottom of that flag though? Cause I don't remember. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, that ain't right. Who put that yellow at the bottom, bro?
At the location.
Oh,
They have heard from Mr. So the objection is
Evidence of
where you're trying to go with this, which is why I'm not sure if those are valid objections or not.
Your Honor, as it relates to the other incidents that DDA Sprinkle obtained information relevant to this investigation, there were several, and I think that the jury has heard evidence of many of them. And the information that he got from those other case files and how he used it in this particular case, we believe is very relevant.
What do you expect his answer to be? What other case files? The alleged retaliatory back and forth that the state's theory has led to this?
Alleged back and forth. Good one, Judge. I like that.
Or what? I mean, I don't know.
So no, and the state's theory is not that the back and forth, retaliatory back and forth.
Just answer what it is that you think that is going to be the other incidents.
Your Honor, the Dexter Montgomery incident.
Cap, half a head. What? Reach.
The Adele Drive incident.
Boo. Yo, if she got to try to put half a head in, she done. She done. She done. If you got to throw half a head at the gas station in for this, you done. I'm telling y'all, bro. If you, bro, that's the why you need to throw this in there, man. That was fluke. Stop playing, lady. You ain't even bring the guys that orchestrated it from your own account. You told us that the two big homies at the gas station orchestrated that and got DK and Nod to pull up. You ain't even booked them two old heads. What you doing? Stop.
Incidents that involve Mr. Copeland.
Boo. He ain't in gang. He unindicted.
That he was able to obtain and how he used that information.
All right. And what are the objections?
Right. So the objection is relevance. The objection is that it explains his course of conduct, which is not necessary and not relevant. I think the predecessor court heard at length the information about Dexter Montgomery. Several witnesses were called, detectives, investigators, witnesses from the prison system. And so the jury has heard that evidence before. They have heard the evidence about the Adele Drive shooting, both from officers who have come before the court and testified about it, as well as individuals who were there at the location. They have heard from Mr. Copeland for a long time, and a lot of both videos of him, detectives testifying about him previously, officers testifying about him previously. All of this information has been put in front of this jury previously. There's no relevance to Mr. Sprinkle at this point saying, again, regurgitating all of those and saying why they were important to him or important to the investigation. What importance they have, ultimately, they can argue in closing, but the jury's already this is already before the jury. And so if I did not say that this evidence would be cumulative, I'll add that as well. But for the most part, it is irrelevant, and his course of conduct and why he found it to be important is not relevant to this jury.
Your Honor, may I respond?
Go ahead.
To the extent that what DDA
Sharp got on a black tie with a black button-up shirt. Whoa. Holmes done went radical. Bro, he done turned villain, y'all. I ain't gonna lie. Pay attention to Sharp after this, y'all. That boy done whipped out the black button-up with the black tie on it. Bro, that's aggressive.
Sprinkle did and why he did it is irrelevant. We would ask that the court not allow the inquiry into why any other witness, officer, investigator did what they did as well. We believe that it allows the jury to assess what happened during this case, assess the motives, the reasons why steps were taken, and to rebut the inference that the defendants are attempting to cause the jury to draw that somehow or another anyone in this particular case was targeted.
All right, I'm overruling the relevance objection and the cumulative objection, so he can say, you know, I also looked at XYZ file and then move on from there. And Mr. Sharp, what was your...
I was a little slow on the trigger, but I was also hoping to object to hearsay, and this is my concern. Ms. Love just said, I just want to ask about information he obtained about these other cases. And from my understanding of Mr. Sprinkle's report, he didn't firsthand work or make observations of anything. My understanding is he read police reports or perhaps, like in the case of Quindarius Zachary, he was in the proffer session, but all that is hearsay.
He utilized information.
Okay, so I mean, you need to be careful about how you ask the question. So if the question is, you know, he already said I looked at other files. So what were those files? And then what did you do? Not what did you glean from those files or why did you care, but just the next step. Okay.
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right. Anybody? Let's take our restroom break for the day. For the morning. Won't make it be the only one of the day, and come back here and get.
All right, y'all. What y'all think? Yeah, Shaw came in with the gangster attire. He definitely switched it up on him. It give a different vibe. He almost looked like a police with that on. I'm gonna keep it real. Tap the like button. Salute to everybody in here. Good morning. I appreciate y'all pulling up. I feel like it might get a little bit warm in the courtroom, y'all. I feel like something brewing. Y'all feel it? Real rap. I feel like something brewing. Something. I feel like something ready to pop out that's ready to change the tides. I feel like something going, you feel me? It's like, it's heating up a little bit. It's getting a little bit, what you want to say? It's tension in the air. What y'all would call it? It's building. It's like something going on. They know something that we don't know. Like maybe it's a witness coming around the corner, or it's something in some of this footage that we didn't see that's like a little bit, you know, something. It's something. I feel like we might got some spice. Yeah, because it was starting to feel like it was draining. They started picking up the pace. We ain't really get too much out of the, you know, we ain't get too much information towards the actual goddamn case. The Quindarius Zachary testimony turned into more of a spectacle away from what was really going on, because they ain't really getting nothing out of his testimony. It didn't add to the trial, really. It more like it took us away from it, his health, to be honest. He helped YSL, if you ask me, bro, because it kind of like drew attention away with the health aspect, if you will. But I feel like something else is in there. And Adams seemed like he not playing. He get more aggressive. Real rap. Adams seemed like they use Adams. Now I get it. At first, they Steele and Adams is playing good cop, bad cop. Steele come up real smooth, smiling. Yeah, how you doing? Yeah, all that. Boom. When it's time to get aggressive, they use Adams. Now the trick with Adams is he masks the aggression. So it's times where he do this real smooth style on some old upbeat. But if you notice, it is still more aggressive than Steele. I'm going to keep it real. Like, even when Adams is more laid back, it's still not as happy and upbeat as Steele. Like, Steele is getting he getting over friendly. Like, he come up and really smile. Only like one time I seen Steele be a little bit like friendly with the witness. Real shit. It was one of the recent witness too. It was recently. He walked away without saying thank you and all that, which was actually different. He normally say thank you and all that to the witness. He walk up, smile, how you doing? Yeah, all that. So recently I seen him walk off on some old, I mean, scratch all that. Like, nah, I ain't dapping yo up. You feel me? So, yeah, that's how I've been feeling. At first, they was playing kind of close. Both of them was smooth. Wasn't no need for Adams to put the press on nobody. But I can say he looked like he picking up. Yeah, ain't no need to really crash out, too, because you don't want the jury to feel like you a jerk. You want to win them over. I think how the jury feels about you might be stronger than you creating reasonable doubt. You might be able to get them to believe more by getting them to rock with you than actually proving a point. What y'all think about that? Real rap. Like, overall, what you think if we ask lawyers, is it more about you winning them people and making them like you, or is you proving the point? So could you come in there brash and obnoxious and win if you had 1 million facts? Or you still need to make them people like you, though? I'm going to have to go with the latter, bro. I'm going to have to keep it real. In order to get people to rock with you or listen to what you're saying, you kind of got to, you got to give them something to rock with you. I'm going to keep it real. This is just this thing, I think. That's why I love winning the case for the defense, because she off-putting. So a salesman that's likable can sell trash cars over a non-likable car salesman that know all the facts. You want a dude that's likable, more social, more, friendly, more like yourself. People like people that's relatable, and technically people like people that mirror them. This is a trick. It's being fake, though. Yeah. Now, naturally, who the hell do you meet that you really, when you just in a conversation, y'all start having some similarities? Like, oh, yeah, you like that? I like that, too. Like, all that, that's salesman. No. Now, when it's real, it's rare that y'all got a combo pack of stuff that y'all really is y'all favorites, and now y'all besties. Yeah. You get it? Yeah, that make y'all besties. Look, how many of them do you meet? You get it? Like, that's why people start being more like their friends. You feel me? If I'm cool with you, in order to get bonded, we naturally start doing some of the same things. Some stuff you do, I pick up, and vice versa, right? And we start, now from the outside looking in, you look at it like, yeah, look at them. They do some of the same stuff, you feel me? They cool. That's how it work, right? So people use that. So I'm sure lawyers abuse this. Why you think they always wear blue and gray? Them boys know them colors is more likable than wearing something loud. They know that. They can't come in there in that bright green. Now, a homie in the back that got a little bit of extra flavor with him, you see he be bucking. He go, but he keep it routine, though, most of the time. Gray is the thing, though. You see that? you can't really judge gray. Yup, you can't even be mad at it. If you look, that's what they mainly rock. But the blue is real neutral too, like politicians. I don't see politicians wear gray like that though. So the lawyers know something about the gray. Real rap. And I will say, the gray suits be sold out and expensive, y'all. I swear, if you look, I ain't got that many gray blazers. It ain't just easy to walk down on a nice gray blazer, y'all. I told y'all about midway through. I don't know where these lawyers getting all these damn gray blazers. These boys is copping, for real. Now, they get paid, so they should be buying some slick joints. But I'm going to tell y'all, on a bargain tip, the gray joints ain't out. the gray blazers just ain't available. You ain't just walking and catching a $60 gray blazer. Nah. You catch some weird colors, you know. Gray, black, blue. I mean, not gray, green, you know, stuff like that. You'll catch, you know, stuff like that. Burgundy. You notice ain't no lawyers wearing no burgundy. So to be honest, you learn something from the lawyers, man. So if you getting dressed up, man, you want to go look, you know what I mean? You want to blend in and look proper. Go ahead and put that gray or that navy blue on, boy. Real grown manish. Now the tan is doable too, though. The tan like a gray. Yeah, the khaki color, that's like a gray. Yeah, it's legit. You don't want to you don't want to do tan a lot, though. You don't want to be mainly tan. I don't think you want, you feel me? Yeah, these boys doing their thing though, y'all. I ain't gonna lie. I like where we at with the trial. Definitely look like they can win this. They look like they ringing, if you ask me. They like Duke. Yeah, they like Duke. The defense is like Duke. They cheating, bro. They good players. They recruiting is impeccable. Yeah. Yup. State like literally Ohio State. They ain't winning against Duke. Nah. There's no way. They like 16 seed or something. Like they not, it's like putting like Cincinnati against Duke. It ain't Notre Dame basketball against Duke. It ain't going down. It's just not. Just not. Straight up. HBCU team playing Duke. It ain't happening. It ain't happening, cuz. The betting world not even gonna pick this game up. It's so lopsided. When you corrupt and still ain't winning, well, when you gotta use corruption, first off, you don't have evidence, because evidence beats corruption. Yeah, real evidence. A lot of people in jail from easy, hardcore evidence, y'all. No ratting, evidence, flat out. All right, it's a lot of people really locked up, strictly evidence, y'all. Yeah, guys ain't that slick. Yeah, so if these detectives really did their work, or the guys wasn't sophisticated, they really can go to jail, y'all. Real rap. Like real rap. So the fact that these people got partial evidence, you don't got that many answers. Basically, it's either these boys did their job. Whoever did it did the job correctly. I said this before. I said, yo, to be honest, yo, if it take this long and you really don't got no evidence, that means whoever did it really did their job. And the police know that.
Also, get in here.
Real rap.
Approach.
Ask a detective. With this amount of evidence after 9 years, ask them, is this average? Watch what they say. Nah. Either somebody lucked up or they technically did it right. Now, detectives don't want to say stuff like that. But if you frame it like that, like, yo, is it safe to say with this amount of evidence after 9 years that whoever did this did it about as clean as you could get it with the circumstances? Bet you they be like, if you putting it that way, technically, seriously, y'all. I said it before. I said, yo, essentially what we looking at is technically whoever did it. You got to kind of give them credit. Because I thought once we seen the footage, it was going to be like, dun, dun, dun. That's, when we seen the footage, I'm like, yes. Yo, like, put it like this. If I was in that car, right, in the footage, and they say, yo, they got footage of y'all, I'd have been scared as a mom, John. When I seen that footage on the news, I'd have been like, yes. I'd have had a party about the footage. Hell yeah, that shit trash, cuz. I'd have told my man, yo, you seen that footage? Yeah, man, fuck out of here, man. Yeah, man, we going to Waffle House, man. Fuck it. Come on, man. Hop in the car, man. Fuck that, man. Straight up. Baltimore whooped. I mean, I don't get happy about one win, y'all. Real rap. And I be laying low on the football. I did see the second half of the game. It was cool. It was cool. I don't get happy about one win, y'all. Nah. I learned this fucking with the Patriots. Yeah, I don't care what's going on. You don't beat the Patriots, then it scratched that season. Straight like that. So I don't get happy about no wins, cuz. No, I don't hate the Ravens, bro. I like them. I just don't get caught up, bro. I told you, I'm serious about this stuff, y'all. I take this stuff serious. So I don't, listen, I can't deal with the show and really giving a fuck at the same time, y'all. You know they try to play us like underdogs, so we be taking losses that we don't supposed to take. Y'all know how we do. We get in the playoffs at 9-5 and shit like that. That shit be sticky. They don't never give us the blow. You know, matter of fact, I think they gave us a season where we was highly, you feel me, whooping niggas' ass and we lost in the playoffs, I think. You say they got 2 back-to-back wins against the winning team? See, that's a setup, Roy. Because it make them teams want to whoop your ass next time. And you got to play them again. I know we got to play them teams again. I know they in our division, whoever you talking about. I know you talking about somebody we got to play again. See, I ain't new to this, y'all. I ain't new. I don't get happy about holler at me when we crack in the playoffs and dudes like, yo, I ain't gonna lie, y'all got the best defense in the league. Holler at me around then. Yeah. Yup. Holler at me in the end of the season, first game of the playoffs. You feel me? Let me know who we playing. Let me know about it then. Other than that, yeah. And we gotta play Kansas City, y'all. Yeah. We gotta play them. They on our schedule, ain't they? So we basically got another New England. He ain't bad as Holmes, Brady. They love Brady. I ain't gonna lie, I understood he was the Michael Jordan of football. So I understood he gonna win. Yeah, I got caught on. Man, that man too good of a sale. Like, it's good selling the league off that man. Yeah, I knew they was running with Holmes. Yeah, that boy is like Kobe. I know we lost to Kansas City, so they gonna take that in stride. We gotta play them again, don't we? That's dirty to make us play them first too. That's dirty. All right, hold up, y'all. What the rest of our schedule look like? Now, if we got the ugly games out the way and we got Breeze for a little bit, that might give these boys some momentum. If they get a nice 3-4 streak, I ain't gonna lie. So getting some losses early and then go on a run and pump you up. Mm-hmm. Just know this: the NFL is looking to make some new movers and shakers. Yeah. So it's gonna be some action. And I think Kansas City already won too many, y'all. I think they might be moving forward. How many they got? I wouldn't doubt if we see somebody new pop up on the Super Bowl this year, y'all. Straight like that. Straight like that. It's about time for somebody new to win one. Kansas City got 4. Oh yeah, they done, y'all. They done for a little bit. They can't run niggas back to back like that. They know that shit played out. You don't that building legacy shit. That like he got his run then. I wouldn't doubt that nigga get hurt soon. They got 3. Nah, I'm telling you, he early in his career, bro. Yo, peep game, bro. Watch that shit ready to get bust down. That's ready to get bust down, y'all. Watch. Peep that I called it, y'all. Watch this. Watch this. They not running Holmes back again, bro. They ain't running Holmes back again. Nah. It's boring. It's boring, bro. That mean they ran his legacy, bro. They ran that real quick. They did that. They ain't running it back again. Watch. I'm telling you, they need somebody new, bro. Hey, yo, they like that dude, Jalen Hurts. He a cutie. Yup. They like him. Watch him. I ain't even seen him play. I seen him promoting, yo. I see what they doing. They like him. You already know. Watch him. Watch him. And Philly get busy too. They love, yeah. They put money up. Yes, sir. They veterans in the league. Watch Philly, y'all. I don't know who the fuck they got, but that nigga. I don't know what's going on. I don't know their record. I'm calling it. They like that nigga. They trash.
Thank you. Go ahead, Miss Liv.
Hey, 808. I'm just saying, watch him. Watch him.
Whoops.
So that make it even better that I'm calling it 808. Pay attention. I know they like to promote faces, bro.
Mr. Sprinkle, we talked earlier
We
about
back.
the numbers that you obtained records for and that you reviewed records for during the course of your investigation. Can you tell the jury whether you were able to find the number?
Hurts already went to the Super Bowl already? Oh, say less. Say less. He went to a Super Bowl already? Damn.
4090 of any interest to you?
404-621-4090.
Yes.
Let's see. Yes.
Oh, no, he already got his. Yeah, you're right.
And did you
They used them
compare
already.
that number for
Damn, that's crazy. I really didn't know, y'all. I swear to God. I swear to God. No wonder. I get it.
401-621?
404.
I'm sorry, 404-621-4090 to any other numbers. Did you do an analysis of that number in communication with any other number?
Well, I did. I saw that number in the cell phone records for Kenneth Copeland.
All right. Now, did you look at the time or whether that number communicated with the number that you had for Kenneth Copeland, 678-278-5991?
Yes, I did.
And would you tell the jury what time frames you saw that number communicating with 678-278-5991 that aided in your investigation?
Well, so it's 6:58 p.m. on the night of the murder, that being January 10th, 2015. That number, 678-278-5991, the same being the number for Kenneth Copeland, that number called 404-621-4090.
And what times around the relevant time frame that you were looking at regarding the murder of Donovan Thomas, what times did that number communicate with the number for Kenneth Copeland?
Well, the phone call was at let's see, there was a phone call at 6:20 p.m. and another one at excuse me, 404-621-4090 called Kenneth Copeland at 6:20 p.m. and then Mr. Copeland called that number at 6:58 p.m.
Did you find the number of times numbers communicated with one another.
You mean like the frequency, looking at a set of toll records and how many times a certain number was in communication with the number that is the subject of the toll records?
Yes. Did you look at that?
So a common call analysis, I'm sure I did. I generally do that in order to glean some sort of insight as to the identity. It's particularly useful when you don't know the identity of the person utilizing a certain number. If, for example, you have a number and you see that there's one number in particular with whom they communicate, the holder of the number communicates the most, you may be able to glean some insight as to who that number belongs to.
And did you determine whether there was communication between 470-217-6080 and 504-975-3904 or 504-346-9596?
So the phone number 470-217-6080, I believe you're referring to Demise McMullen's number.
So without getting into who you believe the number belonged to, would you just answer the question regarding whether or not you saw any communication between that number and the two 504 numbers that I just mentioned around the time of the murder?
Let's see, I'm refreshing my recollection right now. Yes.
How long before or after the murder? What is the closest time that you saw those two numbers communicating with each other during or around the time of the murder?
My recollection having been refreshed, notably what I remembered was that at 7:29 p.m. on the night of the murder.
29?
Yeah.
Okay.
7 minutes after the 911 call.
Uh-huh.
That number, that 470 number, called 504-975-3904.
Okay. Do you look at any other records in comparison with one another to aid in your investigation?
Yes, there were numerous phone records that I inspected during my investigation.
What records did you compare or look at in relation to one another that aided in this investigation, if you would give the numbers?
Well, let's see here. Are you just asking me which sets of phone records I examined?
More like, did you determine whether 404-629-7604 communicated with 678-278-5991, for instance, around the time of the murder?
7604. That number did.
I'm not saying who it is.
Okay. That number, the 404-629-7604, called 678-278-5991 at 6:27 p.m. on the night of the murder, that being January 10th, 2015.
And did those two numbers, did that 7604 number show up with any high or low degree of frequency in the 5991 records?
Yeah, from what I recall, it did. That was somebody I believed was a close associate of the holder of the 5991 record.
Say that again.
I believe that number you cited, the one that ends in 7604, is a close associate of the, or at least I believed to be a close associate.
That's his belief.
Did you look at it as if it were, did you analyze that number as if it were a close associate?
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 510, Yankee. And I'll leave a copy for whomever wants to review it here on the stand. And ask you if you recognize that particular picture and posting during the course of your investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the photograph, date, and caption that you observed?
Yes.
The state tender states Exhibit 510 Yankee as evidence.
Submitted. Yes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
Looking at State's Exhibit 510 Yankee on the screen, whose social media account did you observe this photograph, caption, and date to be on?
Shannon Jackson, who also is known as Shannon Stillwell.
All right. And what is the handle or social media handle of this account?
OG_Bool, spelled BOOL.
And are you able to tell the jury, if we can zoom in a little bit so that it can be seen a little bit, the date and time of this posting?
January 10th, 2015 at 9:58 p.m.
And what is the caption?
Overlooking the city with a lot on my mind, followed by a series of, and when I say series, I mean 4 emojis that depict faces.
Now, at the time that you saw this, did you know where it was that this picture was taken?
It's like the inside of the Sky House
That would be
condominium.
based upon hearsay, Your Honor. I would object.
Sustained.
Your Honor, statement of, I think there's an exception, and I would like to say it to the court without announcing it.
Come up.
Tap the like button. Salute to everybody in here. I appreciate you being here. Subscribe to the channel if you're new. Straight up. All right, she trying to make something out of nothing with Sprinkle. She trying to make something out of nothing, y'all. I don't think she gonna be successful. And the defense ain't playing with her. They not playing. So what y'all think? What's the status? Well, you know what it is. We waiting for Adams to get up there on cross exam. He gonna knock her boots, man. Yeah. Yup. He gonna knock her boots. That's my prediction. Yup. Somebody honey knocking the boots. Yeah. Yup. Tap the like button. Salute to everybody in here. Help me get to what? 500 likes? Yeah, let's run up another Hunsky. Another Hunsky. Yeah. I appreciate y'all being here though. Good morning. If you woke up a little bit on the wild side, you know what I mean? You ain't here now, so you in good hands. Like Allstate. Yeah. Allstate posted. What's up? I'm in here. Where you at? Look right. As soon as you get outside, you look. Don't even go. Don't do nothing till you bust a sale. You gotta bust a sale first. Then that's when you know you still alive. It's like somebody pinched you. So you go outside. You look around. You hunting for your first sale. Yeah, you gotta go find a fresh fish. Yup. That's how we doing it. Yup. It's find a sale today, a new one. Like, what's up with you, homie? You need to be served? Come in. You feel me? Straight up. What you got? Oh, you got 17? No, I got you. I got you. Now look right. Put my number in your phone. Give me the 17. No, straight. No, that's cool. That's cool. No, that's a twirl. Yeah. Yeah, that's how I be doing. Yeah. Look, take my number. Hit my line. You ain't the police. You gotta tell me. You gotta look me in my eye. You ain't the law? All right, say less. I can fuck with you. Say less. Take my number. Yeah. Yeah, all day and night. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. If you like it, I love it. Straight like that. Hit me. Uh-huh. Let's get money. Let's get money. Let's get money. Say hike. Break. You mean? You mean? Relax. I got you. Look, right. If you don't feel like busting no sales, look, this is what you do. Hold me down. You go sit across the street, up a couple houses, right? Just let me know. If somebody come and whistle. Yeah. Yeah, hit me. Yeah. All you gotta do, hit I'm gonna know what time it is. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you get, yeah. Mm-hmm. Let's get this money today. Your first sale ever is the police. It's cool. It's cool. From here on out, we wiping stuff down. It's cool. It's cool. You just jumped out there. Look, you willy-nilly. I ain't gonna lie. You definitely done started off. But you ain't done, though. Nah. You definitely need to be mega precautious. You ready to get your mind right, though. Bet you don't want to hit another one. I bet you got your mind right now. Straight like that. You got one. You got one of them. Where technically it ain't too much. I mean, you know, that's their job, right? After that, though, nah. You supposed to be, yeah. You can't let them get another one like that. You got two of them on your jacket. I ain't rocking with you. Oh, yeah? That's what you be doing? You just don't, where you be? You crazy.
How, if at all, are you familiar with Sky House condominiums?
I've been there before.
And based on what you know about Sky House condominiums, are you able to tell the jury with respect to 510 why, where it appears that photograph was taken?
Your Honor, I'm going to object and ask for some additional clarification. Knowing where a location is versus where a window is, the two different things. I'd ask for further clarification.
Again, I don't know what he's going to say. He says he's been there. Can you develop that further before he testifies as to the question, like develop that he has the foundation to testify to that?
Yes. And I'm showing you what has already been admitted as Defense Stillwell Exhibit 4-4. Would you look at Defense Stillwell Exhibit 4-4?
Okay.
Is the photograph in Defense Stillwell Exhibit 4-4 the same photograph that is in State's Exhibit 510 Yankee?
It is.
Is there a date on Defense Stillwell Exhibit 4-4?
Yes, it appears that there would have been, but and I can tell because there's a little pop-out bubble that indicates that there was. But anyway, there was tone. There wasn't enough toner in the printout.
The jury.
Sustained.
So, DA Sprinkle, when you pull social media records and you look at the actual records, is there anything about the record that will show you the date that a posting was made?
Yes. So this Defense Exhibit 44 that you just handed me, So if you go to Instagram and you mouse over the information in a post that displays how old the post is, in this case,
It does what?
But for example, on Defense 44, it says 109W, with W standing for weeks. Mm-hmm. If you're actually at a computer and you stick your mouse cursor, position it over 109, a date will pop up. There will actually be the date when it was posted. Here I see a box immediately below 109W, mm-hmm. except the box has nothing in it. Okay. So that looks to me like that would, if you were to screenshot it, take a picture of your screen digitally, while you're mousing over that, and I know this because I've done it many, many times, then you should see the date of the post. I know that because that's how I capture posts on Instagram. Here, I don't see that. I don't know if there wasn't enough toner in the printer or what's going on. But
I'm going to object. That's a speculation then.
Thanks.
About the toner in the printer.
There's no foundation for it.
Don't get mad, Judge. It is speculation. Don't be mad at his lawyer skills. Don't be mad that he found speculation in the fact that Holmes don't know if it was toner. That's speculation. Come on, Judge. Stop.
Him too. He's certainly not an expert on mousing over a date. I would object that there's no foundation and that it calls for speculation.
Yeah. Do you want to? I'm sustained at this point.
Is that a picture?
Well, Your Honor, I have an objection as well. Seeing is now a foundation.
Oh yeah, they trolling Love now. Yeah, they in our bushes today, bro. They must have had a team meeting and felt some type of way about her doing this to them. So they is on her hind parts right now. Yes, skims.
Foundation's been laid. I'd ask the court to instruct the jury as to why that box is blank.
Overruled.
And, Your Honor, if I may ask for assistance from Mr. Kokomo, who to display defense.
You'll come up here for a minute.
You can't use Kokomo. Leave a comment, y'all, if y'all think she's allowed to use Kokomo. Nah, you can't use Kokomo. Cat, get out of here. She thinks she's slick. Oh, they put us on the wall. They put us on the wall, man. She tried to call Kokomo to help her case. Stop playing, lady. She can't use nephew. She can't use nephew. Nah, nephew. Sit down, nephew. I got this. No, we ain't doing that, nephew. Hey, nephew. We ain't doing that, nephew. You're... I'm Kokomo uncle. Hey, look. Hey, nephew. Hey, man. Hey, look, I raised you since yay high, right? Look, right. We ain't doing that, nephew. Nah. Chill on that, neff. Thug probably turned and looked at him like, that's what you doing, Coke? Hey, Coco, that's what you doing? They call that boy Coco Beware. What? Yo, they call that boy Coco Beware. If you know, you know. Yo, stop playing. Thug turned around like, hey, Coco, I know you ain't ready to do that, right? I know. Hey, Coco. Hey, look, right? We got you dressed over here in the finest of linens, man. I know your girl count went up, bro. Hey, look, we ain't doing all that old assisting the state, though, is we? Hey, Coco, we ain't doing that, is we? Nah, right? You feel me? You with us now, bro. I know you can make beats. Man, you wise so Coco now, man. Beware, man. Straight like that. Y'all don't know nothing about it, man. Yeah, he got stickers on the laptop, man. He treat the laptop like a baby. Y'all see how he carry it? You can tell that ain't issued by the state. He treat that thing like, yeah. That thing like his first car, ain't it? A real big head. What? What? He is like a Pez dispenser, some shit. Nigga said Holmes look like a Pez dispenser, bruh. Fuck wrong with him? Yo, fuck. Like Bobby's World or some shit. I can't call it. He definitely a character. He represents something. A nerd. He kind of like a basic nerd. Like, it's like this was a movie. He would be the geek that worked for the police. He's like, yeah, he really fits the image. He give a federal vibe almost, but he just fell short, almost like he's supposed to be federal. He just ain't make it. I wouldn't doubt if he say he tried to do federal. You shoot for Fed, you definitely could get a state job. You feel me? You overqualified. But that kind of proved that they really didn't have no evidence, because Holmes would have been able to come through and do his job immaculately. His skill set should be, I don't know. I don't know if we should be giving him more credit, or should we give homicide detectives more credit? I don't know. I think we might be giving them more credit because we just discredit the police because they be cheeks. Yeah, big cheeks. Yeah, Nicki Minaj, third surgery. Big cheeks. Big cheeks. You feel me? And if you 12 and you listening right now, I said it. You cheeks. I mean that. You see how I'm saying it? You lucky we on this joint, and I'm sensitive. I say something. You pig cheeks, boy. You pig cheeks. Yeah, not feet, cheeks, pig cheeks. Stop playing. Yeah. What? You only got that job, boy. You ain't want to be no cop when you was a young boy. You want to play football, boy. You ain't meet the size requirements, boy. Stop playing, boy. Then you went in the military, boy. You ain't had no job security. You came back home because you were scared. You didn't want to go to war, boy. Then you joined the service. I mean, the local service. Leo, boy. I know you, boy. Stop playing. You 12, pig cheeks. Stop playing. Yeah, you Nicki Minaj, third surgery. The third layer of cheeks added. Just start when it was just like, whoa, you like, damn, did she get fatter? Yeah, yeah.
Able to tell the jury what it is that informs your opinion as to where the location of the photo in State's Exhibit 510 and DS 44 are?
Just having reviewed other photos in the case, A, and B, just having been to that building and therefore knowing its general location and looking at the exterior, that is the outside of the window. It looks to be that particular building at 1080 West Peachtree Street.
Your Honors, may I now put upon this witness that question And is there?
I would still object that there's not been sufficient foundation for that particular photograph and location.
Overruled. And where is it that it appears that the photograph that is in the exhibit before you and DS-44 were taken?
So the sky, somewhere within the Sky House condominiums at 1080 West Peachtree Street.
Mr. Kokomo, may I have your assistance in displaying DS-44? Now, DA Sprinkle, will you please tell the jury whether these two photographs, 510 Yankee from State's Exhibit 510 Yankee and Defense Stillwell 44, are captured from the same social media site?
They are, yes, they are. The names differ because you can change your Instagram name whenever you like, and depending on when you capture it, it'll just capture the name that the person goes by at that moment. But yeah, they're the same.
And what is the...
Yo, can you tell me in the comments how this picture is incriminating? What's incriminating about this picture, y'all?
The social media handle for Defense Stillwell Exhibit 44.
SB_ with the shit. All one word with dots, dashes, or any other manner of punctuation in between the words with the shit.
How many social media sites have you reviewed and been able to hover?
That boy sound like a 14-year-old Call of Duty player. I'm with the shit.
Over a photograph to determine the date that the photograph was posted?
Thousands.
Right. And on Defense Stillwell Exhibit 44, are you able to make the determination that you made earlier to the jury based on those thousands of reviews of social media sites and pages regarding the date?
Well, yes. I mean, that box that appears where the date would normally be. Now, if that was superimposed into the image from some other means, I don't know. All I know is that when you mouse over the age, that's when navigating your mouse cursor over the age of the post, it will pop up in a little box. It will say the specific date that it was posted. I see such a little box on DS-44. However, there is nothing in it.
Okay. I'm showing you now what has been labeled as State's Exhibit 524 Yankee. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 524 Yankee?
I do.
And how do you recognize State's Exhibit 524 Yankee?
This is a image from Twitter that I captured, where I utilized that method, in fact, where the Twitter's a little bit different. It doesn't just say like 3 weeks old. They actually put the date. And the date here is January 10th, 2015. And when I moused over it, the specific date or time on January 10th, 2015 popped up. Specific time on January 10th, 2015 popped up.
Your Honor, the state tender State's Exhibit 524 Yankee as evidence. Can I see that?
Bro.
Thank you. Now, before we publish State's Exhibit 524 Yankee, would you tell the jury who it is that is depicted in 510 Yankee and Defense Stillwell 44?
That's Shannon.
Have they mentioned at any time during this trial that it's known that people in the streets take pictures and save them to post later so their opposition that is being alleged to be retaliating for previous crimes don't know where they at currently? So this takes and extends the lifespan of pictures, and you never know when they took the picture. All right, let me give you another reason why people wait to post pictures. Not just because they don't want to see you, they don't want you to see their location. Let me tell you another reason. All right, So we're somewhere and we fly, we fresh, we taking pictures doing different things, right? Now, I want to be able to impress people at different moments with this whole thing we doing right now. So what I'm going to do is take pictures for different times to give the impression that I'm living life at the highest of the ability that we can even amount right now. Yeah, I'm living it to the fullest right now. So I'll save pictures from this weekend and post them throughout the month when I'm back in the trap. Do you know where I'm at? No. I do. Do you know when I was there? No. Do you know when I had that on? Nah, but that was a $2,000 outfit, and I was going to make sure that everybody seen me in that. So on that 2-day occasion where we was getting fly and running around, I took multiple pictures and been posting them throughout the month. Thank you. Come again.
Stillwell, a.k.a. Shannon Jackson.
Okay. So go ahead and publish 524 you. It's coming.
Hey, yo, I got a picture on my Instagram that proves this theory. All right, so look, I did this before I was streaming. So I know it's still on my Instagram. Look, y'all, it's a picture on my Instagram. If you scroll all the way back, right, it's a picture on there where I'm outside. It looked real wild because it's a whole bunch of high-ass grass out there, right? So on the caption, I say something towards the nature of, yeah, woo, woo, woo. I'm in Florida. I'm in the swamps or something with the gators. Nigga, I was in Baltimore County. Look at the comments. I swear to God, I've been ran this test. Real live social test. I told my girl, watch this. I said, this scene looks so wild. If I post a picture where we at, people not going to think we in Baltimore. I post the shit and put a caption alluding to I was not in Baltimore. Swear to God, it's still up. I ain't erased it. I know this shit's still on my page. I know it's still on my page, bro. I can tell you where the fuck I was at and show you. And the shit looked like we in Florida, though. Some old back cut shit I was using for a music video, but we was just sitting back there smoking. I take a picture and post it like, yeah. Now, I did this multiple times, but the first one funny because the way the comments come in, they like, yeah, bro, you deserve a vacation, all types of wild ass shit because niggas know I don't be going. I puts in work. So it's funny looking at this picture because I'm boldly doing it on purpose. I'm not trying to make people think I really went out of town. It was all a joke, just to say, because that's what people be doing. Once you can't tell where a person at, they can tell you anything. You don't know when, where, how, what, when, and where was going on. I just framed this picture and took it, and once I put this caption underneath, you gonna go where I tell you to go. That was the whole test, y'all. I swear, I know it's still on my Instagram. I swear to God.
And while we are publishing that, would you tell the jury who is depicted in State's Exhibit 524 Yankee?
This would be Diamante Kendrick, a.k.a. Yak, a.k.a. Yak Gotti.
All right. And is that from the Twitter account or Twitter feed of defendant Diamante Kendrick?
It is.
All right. And what is that handle?
Yak Gotti, and that's spelled Yakgotty.
Yo, I had a rapper that would book photo shoots 4 days out the week. Nigga did this shit for about 6 months straight, y'all. Swear to God. I swear to God. Yup. That's something, yo took so many pictures. I would see the pictures later, like popping up on his Instagram. So just to go with somebody said in the chat, hell yeah, niggas was doing that because all right, so look, if y'all notice, rappers were starting to use pictures that was a slightly higher quality than the iPhone was producing. Straight up, if you start paying attention, you will see them, certain photographers was putting their tags on these pictures to let you know. That ain't just no phone picture right there. Holmes went, he had. So this a thing too, because the dude started using pictures from old photo shoots, outfits he never never posted. He would go back sometimes, and I would see a picture like, damn, yo, where you get that from? I remember I edited them bitches, and he never used them. Now he breaking it out. It's months later. I swear to God, y'all.
or excuse me, GOTTI _
All right. Now, what is the date and time that photograph was posted?
January 10th, 2015 at 7:35 p.m.
Okay.
Matter of fact, my Instagram is a perfect proof that when you take the picture, it's different than when you post it. Real rap. Because I got some of these pictures on my Instagram, bro, and them are literally from the date of the shoot. Did I post it on the date of the shoot? Sometimes, sometimes not. Real rap, bro. So, like, this theory of marking the date of when pictures was posted do not set no official timeline at all.
And is there a caption to this photograph that is depicted in 524 Yankee?
Mind if I see that real quick? There is. Y'all ends know me, Santana voice. Hashtag maniac back. All one word, spelled MANIACBACK with no punctuation in between the maniac and the back.
Tap the like button. Salute to everybody in here. Appreciate you. Good morning.
And is the photograph or the posting on the screen what you just read to and described for the jury, if we could blow it up?
Yes, that's it.
And the black box at the top with the date and time in it, is that the one that you were describing?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Were you also able to get the Twitter feed for a Quindarius Zachary?
I did. I found that as well.
All right. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 526 Yankee, consisting of 259 pages. And I'll ask you as I approach this part of that exhibit, if 526 Yankee is the Twitter feed that you obtained for Quindarius Zachary. If you could just look at it and compare it with what you have.
All right.
So I feel like I also asked everybody to have their witnesses review these kind of things beforehand, so they didn't need to do them on the stand.
What you gonna do though?
Okay, so if you previously reviewed this for your testimony, you don't need to do it again now.
Does 526 Yankee appear to be the Twitter feed that you captured for Quindarius Zachary?
Yes, that I saved. Yes, it is.
All right. And is that a fair and accurate reflection of the Twitter feed that you captured and saved for Quindarius Zachary?
It is.
State tenders 526 Yankee.
We would object on a variety of grounds. Number one, that it is hearsay. Number two, that it violates the Confrontation Clause. And number three, that there's been no authentication that these are legitimate Twitter records.
Okay, well, that's not anything that we can sort out in this instant.
If the court will allow me to have a
Why
response.
don't we move on to something else for a little while, and we'll deal with that over lunch as well.
Yes, Your Honor. Would the court allow me to
No, we'll deal with it
Okay.
over lunch.
Will do, Your Honor. Thank you.
Hard stamp.
So DDA Sprinkle, when you reviewed the social media accounts for Quindarius Zachary, for Diamante Kendrick, for Shannon Stillwell, did you observe or did you review the social media accounts for any of the other persons in this courtroom today?
Yes.
Whose?
I believe,
And if you need to refresh your recollection,
okay, I believe Jeffery Williams.
Boo.
I looked at his.
For what? For what?
Diamante Kendricks we already discussed.
Fumble.
okay.
Oh, yeah. He's
Shannon
dropping the ball, y'all.
Stillwell or Shannon Jackson.
Okay.
She just stumbled at her own
That's all I
witness.
can remember for right now.
Have you reviewed the social media account for Rodelius Ryan for any reason at all?
Oh,
Yeah, I believe I did. It wasn't with regard to this investigation.
It wasn't in regards to the Donovan Thomas investigation?
No.
Okay.
What? Lady, you dumb.
Now, what information did you use from the social media accounts you just described to the jury that aided in your investigation?
Well, there was a lot of things. I mean, there's photos and videos that depict certain things, and these things, for example, would be who people.
Were
It
you
wouldn't.
able to see any associations that?
Yes.
Objection after hearsay.
Yo, Sprinkle is tripping up right now because he can't forge lies. So he trying to speak without lying to help her. Her questions are based upon lack of evidence, y'all. That's why Holmes is so fidgety. He a professional, y'all. Pay attention. Holmes don't talk like this. Holmes do not talk like this, y'all. Holmes is fluent. Holmes don't stumble. Holmes don't stumble, y'all. I'm telling you, Holmes don't stumble. Listen, she doing that because her question's so off and not based around she trying to form something, but she not even that nice with it because it would have been fluent. I was been telling y'all about this, like, yo, her lack of fluent is like her lack of flow, right? And look, that's why he keeps stumbling. Holmes don't talk like that, bro. I'm telling you, we watched the whole joint with yo. He real, concise. He fluent. He can actually over-explain things. Fumble? No fumbling. So the way he talking right now, I'm gonna have to keep it real. It's because Shorty got lack of evidence and she forging. She forging right now. Holmes don't want to help her lie, so he trying to do his best, But yo, it's clearly breaking down right now, bro. It's clearly falling apart because he don't even talk like this, y'all. So it's making him look like a bad witness. I land my plane. Making him look like he's not a professional when in reality he was brought up here to seem like the DA actually handled the Donovan Thomas's investigation better after they took over. And I told y'all his testimony was going to actually help YSL. And look, it's because they don't really have facts. And when you get a second team of people looking over something and you don't get hardcore facts, that just basically say, yo, leave these people alone, man. Leave these people alone. Y'all done did y'all investigations. We done went this far. I mean, what we doing, man? At this point, we basically is stalking these people at this point. Real rat.
Overruled.
Yeah. I mean, if I see a photo, and I'm not naming anybody specifically, but if I take a look at a photo on a social media page and I see that it depicts, say, 4 people, and they're all together and they appear cordial, then from that I could say, well, they at the very least were cordial in that instance. And if I see multiple photographs that show that, I say, well, it seems like that perhaps they're associates. And then from there, I can continue to
Objection
delve.
to the speculation.
Overruled.
And then from there, if possible, I'd get a search warrant. I'd be able to find communications. And if the communications concern some of these parties that appear together, then I would be able to glean a little bit more insight into their relationship.
Okay. And when gathering these social media pages and sites, are there phone numbers associated with them as well?
Yes.
All right. Did you look at any particular locations of interest as it related to those phone numbers that you gathered during your investigation? Without saying what you did, but did you look at, for instance, places like the Green Store?
I did.
All right.
Yo, I'm stamping this. Miss Love over prosecuted a case. If I was her, I wouldn't have brought Sprinkle. Yep. Wouldn't need a bra Holmes.
And did you look at, for instance, places
Objection
like...
to the leading question.
Sustained.
Did you look at residents?
I did.
Did you look at other businesses?
Yes.
All right. Did you look at restaurants?
Yes.
All right. Now, when you said that you have been to Sky House condominiums before, do you have to do anything to get inside?
I believe there was some. I believe there was some sort of controlled access. To get inside, I don't remember. I think it was Investigator Marissa Viverito.
I'm going to show you. We're looking at a portion, page 153 of a report that you did. Refresh your recollection.
Sure. Oh, yes. I see.
Without talking about what it is.
Okay, I see that, yes.
Okay. So was there any sort of controlled access for Sky House condominiums?
Well, there was a
Midtown.
There was a call box.
Okay. And what does that call box, what do you have to do?
Well, you would call it in order to get access to the building. I just can't specifically remember if when I went there, I was required to do that, given that I went there in my capacity as a government employee.
Okay.
But I know that I identified that there was a call box, the number for that call box, et cetera.
Was it controlled access?
Yes.
All right. Did you also look at the phone records for a 404-823-8553? And I'll ask you to, if you need to refresh your memory, I'll show you page 155 of the report that you authored.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I did. I looked at those.
All right. And
Yo, why does Love still believe that this stylish shoe is in? I feel like this stylish shoe she wears is not right. With the heel out, it just makes her look unstable. I feel like maybe this type of heel shouldn't be worn after Labor Day. Yeah, with your heel out, she just want to show off that she got clean feet. I get it, lady. Oh, all right.
who was that number registered to?
Objection, hearsay.
I can ask additional foundational questions. How did you obtain those call information, those call logs? Did you get or subpoena the call records from the telephone company?
I had those records, and I believe I obtained.
Hold on. Yo, hey, yo, salute to her though, straight up. But I think this, you might as well just go ahead and cover that up, girl. Like, you ain't doing nothing for me. You actually losing cool points, to be honest. Yeah. The full joint is better. I'm telling you, this like some low top J's. These ain't all the way right. I'm telling you. I like pumps, cause you be pumped, like pump you up. You feel me? I like that, but like these ain't right. I'm telling you. I promise you, you getting too much money, man. Listen? I know you probably feel like you styling. They give you more air, or your foot got more room because you can flex back a little bit so your feet don't hurt as much. It ain't that much bright. I don't look right. Beauty is pain. Pain is beauty.
Them from another investigator.
Okay. Now, would you tell the jury whether, when you spoke of looking at other incidents, whether any of those other incidents involved a artist by the name of Lil Wayne?
Yes.
And
over prosecuting the case, they should have left that tour bus out. Yo, they could have made a better case by leaving some of these overt acts out. I'm telling y'all. I'm telling you. They could have got a more solid RICO. They included overt acts that threw holes in their own case. Yeah.
what incident was that you looked at?
There was a instance.
Objection. That's going to call for hearsay.
Overruled.
You may answer.
There was an incident in 2015 in which that Lil Wayne, I believe his name is Wayne Carter.
Mm-hmm.
So Thug and them is SMM bloods, and they was beefing with Lil Wayne, who is what kind of blood? So this was a gang beef too. Or y'all left Wayne's gang affiliation out because he fake? So how the hell is Thug real? Uh-oh. Got him. Told you they be talking too much, y'all. I found the new hole. Wow. You opened the door. I got him. They messed up. What kind of blood is Wayne? What gang beef is this? What gang beef is this?
When his tour bus, while traveling along the interstate, sustained ballistic damage from a firearm.
From one dude in a coupe with a long gun. Why he driving? At 70? Sprinkle. You look like you smart. And I'm saying that off the fact that you can't even fit a fitted hat. So look, on the strength, you got one of the biggest noggins in Georgia State. Tell us if that makes sense. One guy, sports coupe, skinny window, highway, 70 miles per hour, late night, windy. You give or take. You can't even hit a 40-yard field goal out there that time of night. That boy, man, look right. You long gunning with one arm, cuz, out the Camaro. Spring. Look right. I'm long gunning. Which hand am I? Let's see which hand Pee Wee Roscoe, my bad, long. Pause. Look, which hand Roscoe signed with? Cause I want to know which hand he's steering with coming out that left hand window like that. Cause this mean if you left-handed, and I mean if you right-handed, so he gotta come cross the body with the long arm with the right hand. Cause if he offhanding the long gun with one hand, this is crazy. Cuz it's Rambo and he missed his calling. So what we doing? Roscoe belong in the goddamn United States Navy SEALs? Or what's happening?
And did you obtain or look at any phone records provided by the lead detective in that case?
I did.
All right. What phone number was that?
That was the number that
Just give me the net digits.
Objection to hearsay.
For the digits.
The phone number involved? So it,
Yes.
the sustained. Okay.
Your Honor, it's not making an assertion, it's asking if you got a phone number, not who it belongs to.
You can ask a different question, but the phone number you asked, I mean, the question that you asked called for hearsay.
Did you identify any numbers of interest while looking at that investigation?
I did.
And what number was that?
That would be hearsay. Objection.
Sustained.
Were you able to review the records for the number that you found pertinent to your investigation?
I did.
And did you observe or review communications made in those records?
The logs of incoming and outgoing calls and text messages, yes.
What number did you review incoming and outgoing calls and text messages from as it relates to that
Objection.
investigation?
That would be hearsay.
Sustained.
I'm going to show you what has already been admitted.
She bluffed. Tap the like button.
Or did you see in any of the records that you reviewed for 504-975-3904 communication with a number, and if you need to look on your report, let me know, 770-881-1440?
I did.
Okay.
I did.
Were you able to determine anything about whether that call picked up or didn't pick up?
Well, yeah, it appeared to me that the call was answered.
Okay.
Actually, I take that back. I don't know that. I can't.
Fumble at the 2-yard line. Wow. Now that's tough.
Tell that it was answered. No, it's not apparent to me that call was answered. No, I could just see there was an incoming call.
Okay.
You're looking like a rookie QB. Her questioning is making him look like he unstable, y'all. He was meant to come up here and make the police look like they aren't quite as astute with their investigation, if you will, right? Well, what we're seeing is technically her line of questioning is throwing him off, so he's trying to figure out every time, which actually depreciates his value as a witness because we was counting on him to bring it home as far as the investigation. He is not helping her. Which means she should have not brought him. Real rap. If it's not helping, you should have left it home. Seriously. You got a RICO. It's vague. Lady, you should have built your case without this trash. I'm telling you. If she would have made a tighter, close-knit case with a RICO, with the vagueness of the umbrella of the RICO, she fuck around and got a fucking hit. She tried, this is too much. She throwing her case away after she throws some things out there that could make these dudes look guilty. She was supposed to throw the big-ass question mark out there, float a little bit of guilt out, and just let the jury go ahead and ponder. She trying to drill it with no goddamn drill equipment, y'all. You can't, listen. Listen, if she was going to take it, some of these overt acts should have been left out. Some of these witnesses should have been left. I'm telling y'all. Telling you. That's just cheeky. It's cheeky. Yo, you got all these people that's allegedly in cahoots telling, and you ain't get the facts. It's supposed to be you get a snitch. They told you the whole layout now. It's no way nobody can spin from this. We getting convictions. This person told us everything we didn't know, and it fills in the blanks. We got a hardcore case. Everybody
Did you ever
ready to plea
have
out.
an occasion to speak with anyone by the name of Kenya Morton without saying anything that that person said?
I did.
Okay. And did you have an occasion to speak with anyone who answered to a nickname Bushi?
But yes, that's Kenya Morton.
Okay. Were you ever able to review any calls made from the Fulton County Jail to a Kenya Morton?
I did.
And who were those calls made from?
Diamante Kendrick.
Were you able to review calls from the Fulton County Jail that involved a defendant Williams, a person identifying themselves as defendant Williams' sister or Dolly?
Yes.
Okay.
Unindicted co-conspirator.
And who were you able, if you can recall, who were you able to review calls between Dolly that Dolly had
Objection. It's
conversations
going to be
with?
hearsay.
Sustained.
Were there any particular PIN numbers associated with persons who communicated with Dolly?
Yeah, if it was Martinez
It'll
Arnold.
also be hearsay.
Sustained.
He's smoking boots.
Did you capture those calls?
Yes. If you mean by capture, or if you mean did I save them and preserve them? Yes.
And did you bring to court with you recording discs that contain the data that you captured as it relates to phone calls and jail calls in this case?
I brought multiple discs
Okay.
that capture with the jail call recordings on them.
Okay. And which recordings did you bring to court with you?
Hold on. Those are CDs, bruh. You got files on CD and not a flash drive. Bro. What? Yo, what are you doing?
That you captured.
Where's y'all spending the tax money?
Well, so last time I was here, last week or the week before, there was calls to 449-557-8008.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe you have those. Let's see. I also have.
Yo, do you know you could crack a disc? And if you got it backed up, why you ain't just put it on a flash drive? What are we doing? What are we doing?
Calls to a 404-629-7604.
And these are calls from the Fulton County Jail to those numbers?
Yes, this would be a call or calls to the Fulton County Jail, 404-629-7604. 404-629-7604.
Okay.
I have calls associated with inmate Antonio Sledge.
And what number was?
Oh, those are those are just all calls that were either placed from his account or numbers that he called frequently.
Okay.
I have calls. Shannon Jackson, aka Shannon Stillwell, calls either placed from his account or numbers that he called frequently.
Okay.
I have calls for Demekion Garlington, same thing, where they're the calls that either placed from his account or numbers that he called frequently. Calls from Kenneth Copeland. These were actually placed from the federal facility, the federal jail in Clayton County. And well, it's not just Kenneth Copeland; it's other numbers that are of interest.
Okay.
And I believe that's it.
Okay.
Apart from the ones that I already handed to you last time I was on.
And
the
are
stand.
those that you handed to me last time in front of you to your right above the exhibits? right in front.
Oh, here we go. Yes. Yes, there are two. There's the Spencer calls that Spencer Wright called from the Atlanta City Jail and calls to 404-957-8008.
Bro.
Did you also have an occasion to review any information related to an aerial Bax?
I did.
Did you ever speak with aerial Bax?
I did.
All right. And when did you speak with aerial Bax?
That would be on, a matter of fact, I have that right here as well. That, and I'm going to refer to the desk with the interview to refresh my recollection. That would be on August 31st, 2018.
Okay. Did you see any communication going back to cell phone records between a number 470-262-2643 and 504-975-3904? And if you would refer to page 91 of your report if you need to refresh your memory.
The 2643, and what other number was that?
3904.
Yes. Yes, I did.
Did you see communication between those two numbers?
Yes, I did.
Were there more than one calls exchanged between those numbers?
Yes.
Did you have in the file that you received from Detective
Roscoe got on the hood. He put the car in cruise control, hopped out the window, got on the hood, braced himself, surfing, crowd surfing, 70 miles per hour, Camaro, strong arm, going, keeping a nice path down the road. Yeah. Cruise control. He hopped out on the hood, picture him, bending his knees a little bit on the hood, like he's surfing. You know the stance. Straight like that.
Thorpe. Interviews, or were you aware of any interviews of anyone else that was conducted on the
Picture him rolling.
night or within hours
No pun intended.
of the Donovan Thomas murder, besides Kenneth Copeland?
Yeah, the police spoke with multiple people that evening.
Okay. Just 1 second. Your Honor, at this time, I would like to reserve the opportunity to, after putting up a different witness, call this witness back to the stand. But at this
Wow. What? You can't take no time out?
time, this concludes this portion of the examination of this witness.
All right. Do any of the defendants want to cross-examine at
Sure.
this stage? All right. Go ahead, Mr. Adams.
Uh-oh, beef. She tried half-ass. That technique ain't gonna work. She tried to show half her ass. She tried to do the, show you half the ass before she give you the whole. Nah, don't do that. Yeah, he about to cook. Old school. North Carolina, back road. We ain't got much. He about to cook. Watch what he do.
Mr. Sprinkle, good morning, sir.
Good morning, how are you?
Doing well, doing well. All right, as I understand it, and you and I have met before, is that true?
Yes.
All right.
Oh.
You are a deputy district attorney with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
I am.
You have been so employed, as you've indicated in your testimony, for since 2013. Does that sound about right?
2011.
2011. Okay. One of the things that you talked about initially, I think your testimony, perhaps when you were here last, was your specific role in regards to reviewing case files.
Yes.
Recall that. I heard you say, and you tell me if this is accurate, that sometimes when a file comes to you from an investigating agency, that it is not always, in your words, complete.
Yes.
And you testified, did you not, that it would be your job or your duty, your responsibility to do some additional work. That may not be the word you use. You may have said investigation. I'm not sure.
I understand. Yes. If it's not complete insofar as we don't believe that it would be appropriate to present it to a grand jury and subsequently a trial.
Right. Because, of course, your interest as an assistant district attorney is to make sure that cases are properly put before the court or put before a jury. True?
Correct.
And in fact, when you, one of your duties as a district attorney is to make sure that there is sufficient evidence or appropriate evidence presented in a case that goes before a court, goes before a jury. Correct?
Yes.
All right. Because it is important to make sure that people who need to be prosecuted are prosecuted, right?
Yes.
It is important to make sure that people who should not be prosecuted are not prosecuted.
That's correct.
You do not want, and your duty, I believe, encompasses this, you do not want to have someone charged or arrested or their freedom taken for an offense that they did not commit. True?
Your Honor, overruled.
Is that true?
That's true.
Okay. And so I want to talk to you about a number of things, but I want to start by asking if I'm correct that when you came into this case in 2016, the case had already been with the detectives Gaither, Dennis, and Thorpe, right?
That's correct. Those were the detectives that primarily were the ones that I knew of that had been working on it, yes.
Work had already been done on the case as far as you knew.
Yes.
In fact, people had already been arrested in this case.
Yes.
And I'm talking specifically about Donovan Thomas's murder.
That's right.
All right. Because that's what you were looking at.
That's right.
And so you knew by the time that you came into this that there were 4 people who were sitting in the Fulton County Jail who had been charged by the detectives whose name we've just referenced with the murder of Donovan Thomas.
That's correct.
Kenneth Copeland, Shannon Stillwell. Who else?
Antonio Sledge and Demikian Garlington.
All right.
It's ready to get terrible, bro. So Adams then picked up Shart's Fulton County Blue weapon. Yeah, I don't know why he got this strap from Shart, but yes, he got Shart. He got the Yistel. He got it from Shart, y'all. I don't know what made him say, yo, you got the strap with you? Shart was like, hell yeah, you know I stay strapped. And you know it. He like, let me hold that real quick. Let me go up here and holler at Sprinkle. I know yo, man, yo, but let me hold that real quick. I got him. That's crazy.
Those people, as far as you knew when you picked up this file, had already been investigated by the detectives, true?
That's true.
And by the way, you had worked previously. I mean, you knew who detectives Gaither, Dennis, and Thorpe were. You know who they were.
Yeah, I knew who they were, yes.
You had worked with them previously.
I had.
Right. And so you came into this with people arrested, believing that the work had been done properly to have these 4 folks in the Fulton County Jail. All right.
Well, that was my hope.
Right.
Hope.
Right. That turned out not to be the case, right?
Correct.
In fact, tell me if this is right. I think you testified to this, that there was the interview of this gentleman named Spencer Wright in, what was it, October the 19th of 2015?
That sounds right, yes.
All right. And that
2015. Did you say 2015?
2015.
Yes, yes.
Okay. And that interview was done by Detective Thorpe, correct?
Correct.
And the next day, the 20th, is when Detective Thorpe went in front of a judge and got an arrest warrant for the 4 people whose names we've just mentioned.
Yes, yes, that's correct.
All right. And those 4 people were arrested and put in jail as a result of the investigative work that had been done by those detectives whose names we've just referenced.
Well, I would, when you say those detectives, I would not, Detectives Gaither and Dennis, I wouldn't group them into that. It was Detective Thorpe that was the affiant on the arrest warrants for the Mr. Sledge, Mr. Garlington, Mr. Copeland, and Mr. Jackson, aka Mr. Stillwell.
Right. So one person swore out the warrant. That was Detective Thorpe, right?
That's correct.
But you're certainly aware that over the course of the investigation from January of 2015 to the time that Thorpe went and took out that arrest warrant in October of 2015, that he had communication and collaboration with Detectives Dennis and Detective Gaither. You know that, right?
Well, he sat in on interviews with them. Some of these interviews that we've discussed, or I discussed on direct. So, yeah, and they work for the same agency. So, yes, I would say yes.
All right, and looking at your what you've termed, maybe we've termed the Sprinkle report, right, where you kind of reviewed this case. Looking at that report, you know that there were times when, for example, Thorpe would go and consult with either Gaither or Dennis about a particular individual that they were investigating. True?
I don't. It would seem like it would seem that would be the common sense.
Why? All right, hold on. Pay attention, y'all. Why is Adams not letting him separate Thorpe from Dennis and Gaither? Pay attention. Adams seemed like he knows something we don't know about Dennis and Gaither, y'all. He keying in, y'all. He won't let Holmes separate it. You see what? All right, look. Sprinkle just tried to separate and say, nah, basically, it was Thorpe's investigation. You know, like, nah, like basically taking blame and putting it only on Thorpe just now, right? Adams like, nah, but like, hold up. You do remember that, you know, Dennis and Gaither was involved in the investigation. So why he doing that though, y'all? Pay attention.
Thing that would have happened, and I'm not trying to be difficult, but I don't know what kind of I don't know what kind of conversation Detective Thorpe had with Detective Gaither and or Detective Dennis.
Okay, well here's a for instance. You know that there were interviews of Kenneth Copeland where Thorpe, Gaither, and Dennis were all present. Right?
Yes.
And in fact, what was it, 9-10 hours worth of interviews of Kenneth Copeland?
There was one interview that was over 9 hours long. So, and there were multiple interviews with him. So it was
15 hours.
It was over 9 hours. It suffices to say.
Right. So getting back to my, the question I asked a little while ago, you certainly had information that these 3 detectives, Thorpe may have been the one who took out the warrant, right?
Yes.
But these 3 detectives were in contact and communication with each other in regards to Donovan Thomas's murder. You knew that.
Yes.
Right. And ultimately, what happened is that they arrested the wrong people, didn't they?
As to vagueness and the word they.
Okay. Ultimately, the Detective Thorpe with the Atlanta Police Department, after consulting or talking to Gaither and Dennis, took out for these 4 individuals, charged the wrong people with the murder of Donovan Thomas, correct?
To that question, Your Honor.
Sustained.
When you
What happened?
one of the things that you did when you first began to kind of look into what had happened in this matter is that you realized, and you said this in your report, if I'm
Shart objected to Adams? I was just wondering that. Let me know in the comments. Did Shart just object to Adams' question, bro?
look, if I'm wrong, maybe I'm reading it wrong, you correct me, okay?
Okay.
But one of the things that you said in your report is that it seemed as though the arrest of these individuals, and by the way, these folks were arrested. I mean, they weren't just like suspected. They were actually put in jail, right?
We got that.
Okay.
Go ahead and ask your question.
Oh, they playing that. No. I see the play. Nah. Sharp knew it was coming. That's why he was so fast, y'all. Nah. I see the play. He wanted to get it out there in front of the jury, but Sharp wanted to object to it just to be like, hey, my client ain't get, hey. But nah, he knew the play. He wouldn't throw him under the bus like that. Nah. I see the play. Yeah. I see the play. I just wanted to see, though. That was wild. That was a wild technique right there.
All right, get in there. You said that this was almost
it was a play.
entirely based on the statement of Mr. Spencer Wright.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. And it turned out that Detective Thorpe, or whoever else was involved, did a ridiculously poor job of vetting or looking into Spencer Wright's statement. Isn't that true?
Well, there was surveillance video that Mr. Wright said he was a specific place, and there was video that would have showed whether or not he was there. That apparently was not inspected very closely prior to obtaining arrest warrants.
Right. Well, in terms of not investigated fully, Spencer Wright, Thorpe spoke to Spencer Wright on the 19th of October, right?
Yes.
Now, when you came into the case, one of the first things that you thought to do was to really examine the statement from Mr. Wright. Is that true?
Yes.
And you did so?
I did.
And you spoke to him?
I did.
One of the second or third things that you did, right, just using some common sense, was to go and look for video around the location where you thought Spencer Wright would have been, right?
That's right.
And you did that.
I did.
And you were able to find it.
I was.
And it was pretty easy.
It was.
Detective Thorpe, before arresting folks based on your words, almost entirely the statement of Spencer Wright, never took the time to even go look for video where Spencer Wright supposedly would have been. Did he?
Well, that I don't know. You would have to ask Detective Thorpe that.
Well, did you? Did you ask Detective Thorpe that?
Oh.
Fumble.
I'm sure I did.
You don't sound sure. Yo ain't got the right deodorant on. He do not sound sure. Nah, you know how I go. Raise your hand. Nah, you get it.
Let me guess. The answer was that he had not done it, right?
I remember the answer he gave at the preliminary hearing about the video.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. When you come into the case in 2016, was there any video that had been procured from that location? By Detective Thorpe? Where the bus stop, where Spencer Wright would have been?
Yes.
Was there?
Yes, there was a video camera, and in the viewable area of that camera was the bus stop where Mr. Wright said that he was standing at the time of the homicide.
Right. Had anyone gotten that video?
Yes.
Who did?
It was the specific investigator was probably either Frederick Page or Jason Teague, but ultimately it wound up in the possession of Detective Thorpe.
Okay. Before these four individuals were arrested or after?
Before.
Okay. And so even having the videotape that you looked at and that you made a determination was pivotal in the arrest or in the case, even having that information, Detective Thorpe still went ahead and swore out the warrant for the wrong people on October the 20th?
That's right.
Man, you're cooking with a wok.
So after you realized that Thorpe had not done what should have been done in the case, right? You went a little bit further and you got some recorded phone calls of Spencer Wright, true?
I did.
And you were able to listen to those calls. And I'm not asking what was said, but the contents of those calls, you were able to listen to those, right?
I did.
And those were also instrumental in convincing you that here we are in 2016, that the wrong decision had been made by the detective, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so would I be correct, sir, that you then, realizing as an assistant district attorney charged with the duties that we've just talked about, used all deliberate speed at that point and said, you know what? Detectives messed it up, got the wrong people in jail. We got to get them out of jail right now.
Yeah, well, I disclosed all of this to the defense attorneys at the time. I can't remember if they, well, Antonio Sledge got out of jail pretty quick because that case was just thrown out at the preliminary hearing. The other ones, I would have to review the record. I know that, well, I'll just leave it at that. I don't, if they were in jail, I don't know if it was just on this or other things. I just don't know.
Okay. Did you do, what do you call it down here in Fulton? Is it an NPGJ, not presented to the grand jury when you dismiss a case?
Yeah, it's a form. It's I don't know what I don't remember what it basically says. We're not presenting the case. The evidence is not sufficient. We're not presenting. That is, the DA's office is not presenting the case to the grand jury at this time.
Okay. And so when you realized what had happened in this case, when did you file such a form?
Well, so that would have been the elected DA at the time, Paul Howard, that would have authorized or maybe have even signed that himself. But Kenneth Copeland, well, no, I believe that was done with Kenneth Copeland.
When?
I don't recall the date.
Does 2017 sound about right?
Yes,
okay.
It does. I don't that. Again, I don't recall the exact date, but that does sound about right. Mr. Sledge, his was thrown out like January of 2016, I believe, whenever the preliminary hearing was. And as far as Garlington, and well, Stillwell, Mr. Jackson, aka Mr. Stillwell's, was never thrown out. And as for Mr. Garlington, I don't know. I don't know if there was an MPGJ filed on him or not. There should have been.
What?
Okay.
I told y'all Sprinkle was going to help.
As you're reviewing the evidence in the case, and we've just talked about Spencer writing that information, you talked earlier and you were asked questions about this other video that you looked for. Remember that?
I did.
And you remember a little while ago you were asked questions about video from the Texaco gas station.
Yes.
Okay. You remember, and I think...
I said two things. He going to prove the state did a piss poor investigation and actually went forward with it. And then that's his whole pitch was that. I came and basically once I came, I seen that the initial investigation was totally wrong, including actually locking somebody up and pressing charges on him. All right, look. And I told y'all he wasn't going to lie. I said this. I said, yo, he ain't going to lie. He ain't going to lie. That was one of the strongest parts of like when he came in the first part, I could see he wasn't lying. His whole angle of, well, I know one thing. I ain't ready to get in the line, so I'm going to call it like it is. Straight like that.
You testified that there was this video that you received or that you were able to review of vehicles at the Texaco gas station not far from the barbershop around the time that the incident occurred, right?
That's correct.
You talked earlier, if I'm right, about this Pontiac Bonneville, right?
That's correct.
You talked about other vehicles that you saw, correct?
Correct.
You talked about individuals that you saw there at the at that gas station, right?
That's correct.
You were asked by the prosecutor whether you saw Kenneth Copeland on any of those videos. Remember that question?
I do.
Whitaker gone off the Yerks, put his prescription because she hurt her back in a car accident. Don't tell nobody. Yeah, she take more than she's supposed to, but it's only because the pain be hurting, you feel me, from sitting in that chair so much. You feel me? I ain't even gonna lie. Don't trip, though. It's just the Yerks.
I do remember it.
Your answer was no.
That's right.
Because you did not see Kenneth Copeland at that gas station, that Texaco, sometime around the time that the murder occurred, right?
That's correct.
Right. You weren't asked, so I'm going to ask you, whether you saw Jeffery Williams on that video at the Texaco at around the time that the murder occurred.
Okay.
Did you?
No, I didn't see Jeffery Williams on there, no.
And you looked at the entirety of the video, right?
I did.
I think I heard you say that on all, I don't know if you said all of them, a lot of the videos, you went back and you looked at them multiple times, right?
Mm-hmm.
So January 10th, 2015, somewhere between, let's say, 6-something and 6:50 and 7:30, the time that you looked at the Texaco, Jeffery Williams is not on any video getting out of any car, getting into any car at the Texaco down the street from the front barbershop. True?
That's true.
Okay. I heard you say that one of the things that interested you when you looked at that video at the Texaco is that you saw an infinity. You remember saying that?
Yes.
Okay. And you became interested in doing some additional research or investigation on that infinity vehicle. You remember that?
I do, but actually, I think that if we're talking about when I decided to do certain things, I may have actually conducted additional research on the infinity before it caught my attention on the Texaco footage. I can't remember the exact, but just to be precise, yeah, I mean, it was probably around that time, but yeah.
But one of the things that we know for a fact is that you determined that you wanted to get more information about this rental vehicle, right?
Yes, that's right.
And you did. You and or your investigator made contact with the folks at Hertz, right?
It started with me when I sent the subpoena to Hertz. And then after that, after receiving some documents from a woman named Carolyn Fry, then I asked David White to travel to the location where the vehicle was rented and speak with the staff at that location.
Okay. So let me ask you some very specific questions about any information that you gleaned about that rental vehicle. You testified earlier that one of the things you were able to determine is that the vehicle was rented in the name of Jeffery Williams. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Right. You were not able to determine who it was that actually rented the vehicle, just that it was in the name of Jeffery Williams. Isn't that right?
It was in the name of Jeffery Williams, his driver's license number, and a signature. There's a signature as well.
Now, tell me the date that vehicle was rented.
From what I remember, January 7th, 2015.
All right. So that would have been 3 days before January 10th of 2015, correct?
That's right.
All right. Now, tell me, if you can, who had possession of that vehicle on January the 8th of 2010?
2015?
2010? 2015, yes.
Yes. I don't know.
You don't know who had possession of that vehicle on January the 9th of 2015?
I do not know.
And you certainly don't know who had possession of the vehicle, no personal knowledge of who had possession of that vehicle on January the 10th, 2015.
If we're talking about actual possession, like the person
possession,
then no, I do not know.
Okay.
Fumble. Look how Miss Love leaning.
You never strike that. By the time you came into this case, that rental vehicle, I mean, it had been at this point, what, a year since the incident? We're talking January 2016 is when you're in this case?
Yes, I obtained the records from Hertz in 2016. It would have been over a year. It would have been around April of 2016 when I obtained the records from Hertz.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you about some of the things you did not do. Okay.
Okay.
You referenced earlier there were a lot of numbers being phone numbers being kind of, I don't want to say thrown at you, but put in front of you in terms of, well, you were able to get information on this phone number and that phone number, the frequency of communication. You remember those questions?
I do.
And you did, in fact, have the ability to procure phone records by way of either subpoena or search warrant or court order.
That's correct.
Okay. You were able to get a lot of different phone numbers on people that you thought, or individuals you thought might have been of some interest in the case. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. You also, when you request those phone records, you have the ability to request cell site or cell tower information, correct?
That's correct.
Now, and I know you're not an expert, but you are familiar with utilizing, maybe with an expert, cell site and cell tower information to try and make a determination as to where someone might have, or where a phone might have been at a particular time. True?
Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with plotting cell phone records. I'm not like an FBI CAS team member or anything like that, but I can hold my own.
Right. So having listened to Kenneth Copeland's statements, and you did that, all right? Mm-hmm. Having listened to his statements, one of the things that you would have wanted to do, I presume, I'm asking, is try and determine whether or not you could corroborate certain information in his statement. Is that about right?
That's about right.
All right. He gave, like we said, at least one 9-hour statement, and he gave a lot of statements. There was a lot to listen to from Kenneth Copeland.
Yes.
Right. And he gave information that you would have used to follow up in your investigation.
That's correct.
All right. The name Demekian Garlington came up in your investigation. Is that right?
Yes.
Right. There was this reference in listening to Kenneth Copeland's statements. There was this reference to a conversation, phone calls that he would have had with Garlington, right?
That's correct.
And it would have been some interest to you to figure out whether or not what Kenneth Copeland was saying, not just about that, but everything was corroboratable, was true.
Yes.
Right? Or whether Kenneth Copeland was lying to y'all, lying to the detectives, not y'all, because he had already been interviewed, right?
Right. That's right.
Because you considered him to be a pivotal witness in the case.
Yes.
Right. And some of the things that he said, you would have considered to be pivotal things that you wanted to follow up on, right?
Yes.
And if you have a witness, just like Spencer Wright, for example, if you have a witness who you think has pivotal information, but that witness is proven to be a liar, that's something that you want to know in regards to the investigation. True?
That's true.
And one of the things you could have done in regards to Kenneth Copeland and any statements he said, phone calls he said he may have had with someone named Demekian Garlington, is you could have gotten Garlington's phone records to determine whether or not those communications took place, right?
That is correct.
And also where Mr. Garlington was to see whether that comports with what Kenneth Copeland said, right?
That is correct.
Now, you got Kenneth Copeland's information, his phone information, right?
I did.
You got his location, so you knew, or at least the phone, where that phone was at certain times on the night of January 10th, 2015, right?
Well, to be specific, what you see with tower data is the tower and the side of the tower that the phone utilized. That can be a pretty large area. In a city with a lot of cell phone towers everywhere, you get a little bit of a better idea, but I just want to make sure that we're clear that it's not the exact location of the phone.
Sure. Not the exact, you can't pinpoint within feet or maybe not even within a block, but it was important enough to you to get that information on Kenneth Copeland on the phone that you thought was being used by Kenneth Copeland, right?
Yes.
Now, you did reach out to get information on Garlington's phone, or what you thought was Garlington's phone, right?
There was a number that I thought may have been Garlington's number.
Sure.
And I believe I referenced that in my report. And correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it was maybe a Sprint number, or maybe I can't remember exactly. It wasn't in his name. I was never, the short answer to your question is I was never able to get tower data for Demekian Garlington.
Well, it's not that you weren't able to get tower data. You requested the data for that phone number and specifically requested it without the tower usage logs. Isn't that right?
Yes. So there was a number that was in Kenneth Copeland's records, came back, I want to say, to a female. Now, And I remember, and this is, I'm thinking, and unless there's something that can refresh my recollection, from what I remember, I couldn't prove. It's one thing to get call logs are very easy to get. You don't need probable cause for those, but to get location data, you need probable cause. And I remember,
Fumble.
From what I recall, I didn't think that I had probable cause to get tower location data for this number. Usually, I'll try to do something like, there's a number of things. Like if I find a jail call to the number and I hear the voice that picks up, I say, oh, well, that corroborates that number is in fact that person's number. Or if somebody cites it on their Instagram page and says, call me on this number, that's going to get me to probable cause that that's that number. But if it's just that it's in temporal proximity. And I think there was another issue with the retention period of the number. I don't. All I know is I didn't think I had probable cause. I never got probable cause to get the tower records.
Let's work backwards a little bit, right? Mm-hmm. Let's start with this. When you sent out the request for the records that you thought was a number to Demikian Garlington,
yes,
you requested those records specifically without tower usage logs, right?
I did.
Okay. Now, you had previously requested records for what you thought was Kenneth Copeland's phone number with the tower usage logs, right?
I don't know that it was me that did that. It may have been investigator or detective Dennis that did that.
Right. But one thing that you knew, I mean, you honed in on the fact that there was supposedly this call between Kenneth Copeland and Demikian Garlington, and they were supposed to be at a specific place on the night of January 10th, 2015. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
Right. And so you had listened to Kenneth Copeland's statements, and you knew from Copeland's statements that he made reference to Wade Garlington, who was an important witness to you, right?
It was.
Right. You knew that Copeland had made reference in his hours of statements about this conversation and the location of Garlington, who was an important witness. You knew that.
That's right.
Right. And so you still didn't think that that was enough for you to go ahead and try to verify whether Kenneth Copeland was lying through his teeth or not by getting Garlington's tower usage logs.
I will say one other thing.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Whoa.
Yeah.
He objected again. Hold on. I don't get this. What's up? Oh, yeah, it's a play. It's a play. It's a play. What y'all think, y'all? We got a whole new system they using right now. Now we got the defense objecting on the defense. They slick. Yeah, they on fire. Adam's on fire right now. Yeah, one's in the chat if you like the color. 2 if you don't. I like it. The color with the fire. We got the fast forward button.
All right, Mrs. Sprinkle. So I'll just ask the question just very simply. Bottom line is, I am correct when I say that you requested the information on Mr. Garlington's phone, but you requested those without the tower usage logs. Is that true?
That's right.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you something about a picture that we looked at a little bit earlier. All right. Remember the picture that the state put up? I think it was States 510 and DS 44. You have those in front of you?
I do.
Do you mind if I step up and take a quick look at them? May I, Judge? All right. May I, Mr. Sprinkle?
There you go.
Yes, sir. No problem. I wasn't clear earlier, so I want to see if I can clear this up. You've been to what's been termed the Sky House, right?
That's correct.
As in, you have been there to the building, right?
That's correct.
Have you been inside to the individual units in there?
I have not.
So you've not stood inside of the Sky House in front of a window and looked out the window to observe what the skyline that you can see or what the view is you can see from a particular window, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so those pictures that you saw earlier, you've seen the pictures before, right?
I have.
But you have not stood in the vantage point of the person in that picture to be able to say, this is someone looking out the window of the Sky House.
That's right. I have not.
Yeah. Get him. Adams is getting busy.
Now, although the bulk of the work that you did was in regards to the January 10th, 2000.
Yo, did y'all just see the gather step this man just hit? Yo just gathered himself. Like he was about to shoot a jumper. Look, wow.
15. The work that you. Now, although the bulk of the work that you did was in regards to the January 10th, 2015 shooting of Donovan Thomas. Am I correct about that?
That is correct.
Okay. You were asked a couple of questions about some other matters. Specifically, you were asked some questions about this Lil Wayne tour bus shooting business. Is that right?
That's right.
Right. Would I be correct in saying that what you know about that is information?
Yo, hold on, bro. Hold on. He's styling y'all. I gotta show y'all his whole post up right now.
Information that you received from.
Hold on. I gotta show y'all his whole post up right now. Yo, it's crazy, y'all. Look how he is leaning. This boy is crazy. Yo, why he doing that like that, yo?
Detective Raisi and any other detectives or investigators involved in the case?
Yes, Detective Raissi, David Racy. He, last I heard, was with the ATF.
Okay. You spoke to him and you got some information from him, correct?
I did.
You were not intimately involved in any investigation of that portion at all. True?
That's true.
You were asked a question earlier though about a phone number. The prosecutor asked you about a 770-8.
Yo pointed at the camera, cuz. How he do that? Yo cheated. He broke the fourth wall. He pointed to us. Look.
The prosecutor asked you about
he called us the prosecutor. Yo cheated.
Portion at all. True?
That's true.
You were asked a question earlier though about a phone number. The prosecutor asked you about a 770-881-1440 phone number. Remember that?
I do.
Okay. That is a phone number that you looked at while you were looking at this whole Lil Wayne tour bus business. True?
I don't know if that, I don't know if I caught that. Never caught my attention. It's the Lil Wayne tour bus.
Okay.
Incident.
Do you know who Clifford Harris is?
Damn.
Yes.
He's smoking boots.
T.I.?
Yeah.
Okay. That's his number, ain't it?
Yes, that's what I found. That I concluded. Yeah.
Whoa. Who called T.I. when? Who called T.I. when, man? Hey, yo, who called T.I. when? So when Nuts got smoked, somebody called T.I.? Nah. Cap. They called T.I. Who called T.I., man? They lying, man. Why they lying on T.I.? That boy was in the house. What Shorty Low say, man? It must be two sides.
Yes. And if I heard you correctly, that's a phone call to that number that may have been picked up, may not have been picked up, but ultimately doesn't have any significance to you in regards to this investigation. True?
I mean, just that it was an incoming call at 7:30 p.m. on January 10th, 2015.
That's it.
That's right.
Okay.
Mm. Mm.
Oh, you know what? Let me jump back a little bit, if you don't mind, to the whole Sky House business. You one of the things you were asked was whether or not there is controlled access at the Sky House. You remember that question?
I do.
Your answer ultimately was yes, right?
That's correct.
But the truth is, you referenced that there was what you believe to be a call box at that location.
That's right. There was a call box, a number that I identified. I just
Who, Little Redbone Cliff?
can't recall. There's obviously going to be controlled access.
Why do you say obviously?
Well, I mean, to get into the individual units, and there was a call box for which I identified a number. I just don't recall where the controlled access point was. Like, do you need one to get into the parking garage? Do you need one to get into the building? I just don't remember. From my personally going out there, I just don't remember.
Sure, and that's really what I want you to testify to, your personal knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
The truth is, you don't have any recollection as to whether or not there's any particular way to get in a gate, or whether there is a gate that you have to get buzzed in or anything like that. You don't know that, do you?
That I don't remember. I don't know if it's like the building, the door to the lobby was open, and then from there, or you had to get buzzed up. I just don't remember.
Okay, so the truth is, in talking about the Sky House and the access to the Sky House, you're really not in a position to tell this jury that, yes, there's a controlled access and there's a certain way to get in there. You just don't know.
I just don't remember. Like I said, I'm sure I know that there was some sort of control. I just don't know if it started at like the lobby door or in the parking garage. I just don't know.
Okay.
All right. Thanks for clearing that up. All right. Adams, you got some more for this local joker? He trying to get up out of here. He need a drink.
Okay. Do you recall, you had an opportunity to listen to statements by various individuals in this case. Now I'm going to hone in on Quindarius Zachary. You had a chance to listen to his statement?
I did.
Okay. And you're aware that Detective Dennis had a conversation with Quindarius Zachary, is that right?
He and I both, well, there were a couple of them. During one of them, he and I both did.
You sat in, right, on one, but that's not what I'm getting at. I'm asking whether or not you had an opportunity to listen to any statements between Mr. Zachary and Dennis prior to your involvement in the case.
Yes.
Okay. Judge, may I have one moment, please?
You ready to hit him with the pump fake. Tap the like button. Salute to everybody in here. Help me hit 500, baby. Or maybe even 6. I appreciate y'all being here straight up. If you're new, subscribe to the channel. It's healthy. That boy cooking some goddamn chicken tenders with Szechuan sauce over goddamn baked rice and shit. Like, what type shit he on, man? He making some old urban specials and shit. This boy crazy. Fried hot. He came up with a different flavor, didn't he? Mesquite. Yo. me fast forward, y'all.
All right,
Well,
Mr.
never
Sprinkle.
mind. Oh shit, he ain't done. God damn, where he
In a
went?
second, I have a chance to gather some more stuff. All right. I want to ask you about phone calls.
Okay.
Oh man.
And
Depression.
specifically about phone records that you were able to examine. Now, you obtained records for numbers that you believe belong to Jeffery Williams. Is that right? And I'm talking now, I want to hone in, right? I'm speaking specifically in January of 2015.
That's right.
Okay. You obtained numbers that you believe belong to Jeffery Williams.
Yes.
Okay. You obviously, as we've discussed before, obtained numbers that you believe belong to Kenneth Copeland.
Yes. Well, Kenneth Copeland, I believe that was somebody else. But when you say you obtain, I'm speaking. What I'm saying is I reviewed records. So either I or a DA's office investigator obtained them, or some law enforcement investigator obtained them, or if I obtained them via subpoena, et cetera.
Sure. And I don't. And listen, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. And when I'm saying you obtained, I'll tailor it. You had a chance to review.
Yes.
Okay. You had a chance to review phone records that you believe belong to, as we talked about before, Mr. Demikian Garlington. Is that right?
There were records for Demikian Garlington. Yes, but they didn't cover the night of the murder. But yes, there was also, and I think we talked about this already, a number that I found in Mr. Copeland's phone records that I believe was Demikian Garlington.
Yo, if you watching this on a playback, count the stutters, the amount of times he done made this boy fall. If this was the NBA, bro, yo would be put out the league for this defense that he playing. Yo done made him fall multiple times coming down the court. This is essentially Skip to my Lou showing off against somebody out the crowd right now. The way he keep doing this to y'all. Why he doing that?
But I never got to probable cause.
So here's my question, right? Focusing now on Jeffery Williams, the number you believe belonged to Jeffery Williams.
There were a few.
And Kenneth Copeland, all right?
Okay.
There are, and I'm talking now about the night of the murder, January 10, 2015. There are 0 calls. I mean, 0 as in nothing, none, zilch. 0 calls between Kenneth Copeland and Jeffery Williams. Isn't that true?
That sounds correct to me. There's the phone records can be voluminous. Mm-hmm. So I'm going off of, my memory from, I feel like I would have remembered something like that. I'm also refreshing my recollection by looking at my report from the excerpts I placed in the report. And and specifically, I included Kenneth Copeland's phone records, the relevant portion from the night of the murder. And matter of fact, I'm looking at it right now. Yes, there are no phone calls to Jeffery Williams.
Okay. What about phone calls between Demikian Garlington and Jeffery Williams?
No, I don't believe so either. No.
0 phone calls.
That's right.
Wow. I wonder why. Is anybody from Cleveland Ave even in the car?
Did you have the ability to seek any wiretaps in this case?
No. We certainly had the ability to seek it, but we never did.
Okay. And I'm talking specifically, and you said we, but I'm speaking specifically now about Jeffery Williams. No wiretap of any phone. You never sought any wiretap of Jeffery Williams' phone, did you?
No, we never did.
I want to, so we've talked about what you've done in regards to the Donovan Thomas matter. We've talked about this tour bus shooting thing that you didn't really have anything to do with. I do want to jump back and ask you a question on a name that you mentioned earlier. Sammy Davis.
Okay.
Sammy Davis was someone that you spoke to.
He was.
Okay. That was someone who was supposedly at the location or somewhere close to the location on the when the incident occurred. I'm talking about January 10th, 2015, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you had a conversation with him in 2016?
I believe it was 2017.
2017. Okay. Without saying what that person said, actually strike that. One moment, please, Judge.
Court's indulgence. Tap the like button. Salute to everybody in here. Yeah, it's lunchtime. He cooking. It's making me hungry. I can smell it.
You mentioned earlier, Mr. Sprinkle, Twitter records that you were able to, I guess it's called X now, but Twitter records you were able to retrieve in regards to individuals in this case, or that you looked at. True?
That is correct.
Did I hear you say that you reviewed Jeffery Williams's Twitter records and Twitter history?
I was aware that Mr. Williams had a Twitter page. I don't recall how closely I examined his Twitter page, though.
Okay. So you would not be in a position to tell this jury that there's anything about his Twitter page that you reviewed in regards to January 10th of 2015?
Well, if I did, it's not something that made an imprint on me such that I remember it. So I would say no, there was nothing.
Right. And because you are charged with reviewing and making determinations about what you think is important or pivotal in the case, if there was something there, that would certainly stick out in your mind.
Yes.
And it does not.
That's right.
I may have one moment, Judge. I may be, give me one moment, please. Mr.
Tap the like button. We got the fast forward button. You already know what time it is.
Mr. Sprinkle, before I sit down, I do have something that I wanted to jump back to. Remember we talked a little while ago about Mr. Copeland giving a statement about a conversation between he and Garlington the night of the incident?
Yes.
Okay. You recall from listening to Copeland's statement that he references that the night of the incident, he's supposedly at the McDonald's and he makes a phone call to Garlington, right?
Yeah. That's right.
And you recall from his statement that Copeland also says that he ended up in a vehicle with Garlington and McMullen. You remember that?
I do.
Okay. Now, looking back again at judging the veracity of the statements people give to you, specifically now Copeland, you were able to determine that at the time when Copeland says that he is in a car with Garlington, that Garlington's phone, or the phone you think is Garlington's phone, is actually calling Copeland's phone at that time. You remember that?
Whoa.
No, I'm not sure. You must be referencing Mr. Copeland's cell phone.
Whoa. Who understand that?
Phone call data records, and there's a phone call at a specific time that somehow occurs at a time when I don't know. Is that what you're talking about?
That is. Let me see if I can break it down anymore. Copeland gives a statement saying that he spoke to Garlington on the night of the incident, right?
Yes.
Copeland gives a statement saying that at some point he's in a vehicle with Mr. Garlington and Mr. Demise McMullen. True?
That's correct.
All right. Looking at the phone records, at the time when Copeland says he is in a car with McMullen and Garlington, you actually see phone calls between Garlington's number and Copeland's number when they're supposedly in a car with each other, right?
Well, so first of all,
What? That's a yes.
what
no
number
question.
are we talking? There. Would you like me to say?
Whoa. Hey.
Which number I believe may have been Demiki and Garlington's?
Sure. Go ahead and tell me what number you're talking about.
It was 404-621-0102. That would have been the pretty much the only number during that immediate aftermath of the homicide with which he was in contact. And there were routed calls.
All right. So Adams just proved that not only did the first investigation go through botched, even Sprinkle is not efficient with investigating. Wow.
Well, I won't get into that, but I had some what I believe to be limited tower location data for that 404-621-0102. But the calls, there was an inbound call.
Look.
Where that 404-621-0102 rather.
Look.
621-0102 called.
Look, y'all.
Kenneth Copeland at 7:51 p.m. and 36 seconds.
He know the fact that he did not already determine how this happened. He done fucked up. He know that. Because seriously, you can't report one thing and then have a report that should line up with it, but it doesn't. Now, if you get this, you gotta explain it. Now, the fact that you don't know what I'm talking about right now is crazy. Because at least you could have caught it and have some type of explanation already prepared for it. If your investigation is proper, you know?
On January 10th, 2015.
Right.
Now, you'll see... now, again, if in fact that was Mr. Garlington's number, there were some routed calls that were between, but a routed call is not necessarily a communication between the two numbers. It could be an attempted call that wasn't completed. So, but as you would have to ask Mr. Copeland.
You're talking long like Miss Love, but when you go back to his initial time when he came to the courtroom before the trial started, he wasn't talking like that, y'all. He was very sure of himself because it was simple questions, nothing really put no pressure on him, y'all. He not trying to lie, keep in mind. But right now, not only has Adam successfully made him say the state was basically butt cheeks with the police department with their initial investigation and the DA's office, because the DA's office actually was ready to try to prosecute them boys based upon a felonious investigation. So once he used Sprinkle to determine that, now he going and letting you know, Sprinkle cheeks. Yeah, Sprinkle cheeks. Yup, Sprinkle cheeks.
About those phone calls and where he was, and if Mr. Garlington was actually in the car with them or he was inside, the convenience store or the McDonald's or wherever it was they said they were. I don't know. I just don't know.
Well, okay, let me ask you if you know this, all right? Again, we agree that according to Copeland, he, McMullen, and Garlington are in a car together, right?
That's what Mr. Copeland said, yes.
Okay. And there is a phone call. Let's not talk about Copeland. Let's talk about Garlington and McMullen.
Mm-hmm.
There is a phone call between Garlington's phone. That's the one that you've referenced, the 0102, right? That's right. What you believe is Garlington's phone, right?
Is that yes?
And there is a phone call that connects between Garlington and McMullen's phone at the time when they're supposedly in the car together, according to Copeland.
That, again, I don't know where they, I know that they were in close temporal proximity, or spatial proximity, I should say.
So he done successfully shot two people out, the second set of people they said was in the car from the information they got. So he's saying, how could they have been in the car together? Because I got phone calls pinging each other. And I mean, so they calling each other in the car. 2 people he just removed out the second set of people that was alleged to be in the car that they telling us is the final people that actually was in the car that night. And they met up, according to the witnesses we got that was in Fulton County Blue. These dudes said they met up at the McDonald's and they all talked about it. And that's where everybody was basically hearing about what had just happened, what they had just did. What Adams just disclosed was 2 of the people y'all claiming was in that car couldn't have been in the car because they calling at that same time. And we got the records that y'all got to prove it. Damn.
At the time of these, according to Mr. Copeland, as to whether they were actually in the immediate confined space and they hadn't like parted ways temporarily and one is calling the other, I don't know. You would have to, again, I don't know if they were within 3 feet of each other at the time of these phone calls. All I know.
Oh, now you don't know. So what Adams then did was poke so many holes, this man then got up here and said that he's not sure. He's sure that the APD didn't do a proper investigation on the first run. But once he got his hands on it, he's still unsure about everything in totality. So everything's still up in the air, and that's why the state never prosecuted the case by itself. Straight up.
Is that they were within 3 feet. They were very close to each other during this time period, at least temporarily. And where they were, if they were walking around a parking lot, I just don't know.
Safe to say that verifying anything that Mr. Copeland says is true proved to be a Herculean task for you, huh?
Damn.
Well, I just tried to find things that were like obviously inconsistent. Like, for example, was
Herculean.
Spencer Wright, where I just looked at the video and I saw nobody was at the bus stop. I said, well, you know, that's obviously a pretty big inconsistency in a statement. That's all I was trying to do with Kenneth Copeland. And I didn't, as far as the phone records are concerned, I didn't see anything that was wildly inconsistent or that completely contradicted him at all.
You know, something you said earlier when we were talking about the phones, you said that you're not an expert, but you have pretty significant experience with kind of looking at cell tower locations and if not plotting, at least trying to make a determination, reading those records.
Yes.
To determine where a particular phone may have been at a particular time, right?
That's right.
And it's fair to say, again, without asking you for an engineering or technological type answer, that, you know, those records that you look at that give you the distance or location of a phone is not an exact science. It's within miles, right?
It could. I mean, potentially,
Yeah.
it could be. In a populated area with a lot of cell phone towers, it'd be very odd to use a tower that's miles away from you. That may be something more in a rural area that you might see. But one thing I will say is, no, it's not an exact science.
Yeah. And
particularly the records at issue here was just, from what I remember, it's just tower usage and sides of the tower.
Right.
Meaning you're using this tower and you're using the antenna pointing this way. That's a big area.
And of course, we're talking about the city of Atlanta, which is very populous. Mm-hmm. And we're also talking about things like a call bouncing off of one tower or being routed to another tower because of the traffic, the cell tower, the cell traffic at that time. And the bottom line is that, you know, you could be if you're trying to pinpoint where one phone is at a particular time, you could be a block off, a mile off. It all depends.
Yes,
Sure.
That's true. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I think that's all I have.
We're going to break for lunch at this point, and let's see. Let's come back at 2 for the jury. We will be back well before then. The rest of us.
Oh, they about to beef yacht.
All right, and so you think either for those foundation has been laid, or we need to take that up now, and then for others you want reconsideration. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Now, I had held a ruling on Mr. Zachary's Twitter feed that was states 526. Are you intending to introduce that such that we would need to take up the various objections that I believe Mr. Adams made, or no?
The Twitter feed, I would be, Yes.
Yes. Okay. So, is that something that we've not looked at all before now?
What do you mean, Your Honor?
Quindarius Zachary's, I mean, it looked to be pretty thick. That's all of his Twitter posts
It is.
for a certain amount of time?
It is.
Okay. And is that something that the defense has seen previously?
It's been served in discovery.
Okay.
We have not had a chance.
We haven't had like an evidentiary. Okay.
We've not. And if I may just add, we also were not put on notice. The court had requested that they give us the list of the witnesses and the exhibits that are expected to come in through those witnesses. That was not in the list of exhibits for Mrs. Sprinkle's testimony.
Okay. So, I mean, this is a voluminous record. Is that fair?
It has 259 pages.
Okay, so I'd call that voluminous. So how are we supposed to just off the cuff deal with what may and may not be admissible in that?
Because I have a set and small number of specific ones that I intended to actually publish. I just wanted him to, I mean, I tendered the whole thing because he got it, but I can distill it down and abide by whatever the court's ruling is.
So could you share with us all of the whatever parts you think actually you would like to have admitted and published?
Yes.
I mean, can you do that from now on without me having to beg you to do that?
Your Honor, the court does not have to beg me for anything.
Okay, I mean, let's just have it be sort of a standard, which I thought would have been clear anyway, but is apparently not, that you make it clear to everybody what parts of what exhibits you want in evidence so that we can then, if there are evidentiary challenges to them, be able to sensibly discuss those. Is that something you can do for the court and for the opposing counsel in this case?
Absolutely.
Okay. So can you right now let us know so that while we're having our half hour, we can take a look at all of that?
Sure can, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, she mad. Oh,
And the objections, as stated already, generally were hearsay, confrontation clause, and authentication. There's not going to be a confrontation clause issue. People's Twitter posts are not testimonial. But with regard to authentication and hearsay, I don't know if
he can set the foundation and he can
authenticate these.
I believe that.
Okay, maybe. All right, and then there may. Okay, so let us know. How are you gonna let us know that? Because can you email to everybody the portions, or how are we gonna?
I can give you the specific page numbers.
Okay, and everybody else has a copy?
Everybody has this. Yes. When you say everybody else has a copy, I'm not sure what the court means.
If you give page numbers, they have a copy so that they'll be able to easily find and look at what that is?
If they scroll, if they look at the...
Do you remember? They have a link. Do you remember which link it is?
Yeah.
Can you let us know that, or at least them know that?
I'll just yes, I can.
Resending it would be great, and then pinpointing.
And perhaps telling us where it is in the discovery.
No, she's going to resend it, which would be easier. Okay, so you will do that and be specific about what parts you want in. All right, Mr. Shart, you had asked in the midst kind of all of the objections that the court give an instruction about the blank box. Is that something that you still want me to do, that the box was blank at the court's instruction because we didn't at that point have anything establishing the date? Or
yes, I would very much appreciate the court giving that instruction.
And that was States 44, I mean, not States, I'm sorry, Mr. Stillwell 44.
I believe that's correct. I can check. I'll approach and look at the evidence and confirm.
Okay, and so I'll just tell them that it was at the court's direction that the box was blank because it hadn't at the time been established what the box meant.
Your Honor.
Will that work? Yes, no?
Yes, that would
Okay.
be great. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, that requirement of the court was not on the defendants. They objected to that box being shown. The state had no objection. So in as much as the objection leveled by Mr. Stillwell is what the court based that on, and the state did not have an objection, and the state actually explained what it was, and Mr. Stillwell could have very well put that date in the box.
No, Mr. Stillwell could not have at that point. There was an objection to it. I will give that instruction, and I'm also going to instruct that the state may not in any way attempt to argue that Mr. Stillwell was trying to hide anything by having that box on there blank. Understand? And I'm not saying you would, but just want to make that clear. Understand?
I think, yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah, she on her cakes today.
All right. I would also, let's see.
She ain't playing with that girl.
So
I don't know what like that
we're gonna
4-day
deal with the
weekend. Shorty
Twitter
must have
feed
drunk a couple beers and
issues
watched the
and-
trial. Like her people. Oh, that's what it was. She went over her homegirl house. Her homegirl was like, "Damn, girl, what you letting that black girl punk you in that courtroom?" She like, "Who you talking about? Who, Hilton?" She like, "Nah, love. Yeah, word in the office is they see you in there. You looking like you a chump for real. Hell yeah, got the little black girl in there dictating, finessing you and all that." She like, "What? Who said that? Who said this was Paige?" Yeah, when she was back home chilling with her homegirls, kicking back, you know what I mean? Bicking back, booling, you know how they do. You know what I mean? Eating cheese, drinking wine, getting wasted, you feel me? Couple lines head, couple yerks. Yeah, I mean, they got hard drugs. You know how they do, right? So look, her homegirl like, yeah, so the love, so when you gonna stop being Miss Love, bitch? Everybody snickered and shit. They're like, oh, shit, oh. She's like, what you say? Who you talking to? She's like, yeah, you heard me. When you gonna stop being Miss Love, bitch? Straight up. Oh, I thought you was holding us down. And she like, who you talking? Man, stop playing with me, man. Miss Love ain't talking about nothing, man. Y'all tripping, man. Miss Love ain't talking about nothing, man. She found it and shit. They like, man, I can't tell, man. She be in there, you know what I mean, giving you the blues. You looking like a whole hoe out here. Who the fuck are you talking to? A hoe? Yeah, hell yeah. You don't see the comments? She like, nah, I don't read no motherfucking comments, nigga. I'm a judge. I'm in there, nigga. I don't read no comments, bitch ass nigga. Oh, yeah, oh, you feeling some type of way now? You in your feelings now, Paige. Oh, look at her. She all mad and shit. You all mad and shit. Oh, all right. You don't be talking like that to Love, though. Yeah, that's what I thought. You ain't gonna buck like that on Love. I know she big as shit. She a womp on you. You don't want no smoke with Love. That's how we be. Back home, that's how we feel. You feel me? She towering over you. You small. You ain't really got hands. We remember back in the day. You remember you ain't really got hands like that, so you don't want no smoke with Love. I know that ain't what you saying.
the reconsideration of Zachary's things. Anything else?
The additional crime scene photos
Your Honor,
from Mr. Atkins.
I don't know if we'll get to that or not.
Okay.
When would that be coming in?
not it.
Your Honor, those probably won't even come in until the next week or the week after
Well,
next.
they may not be
depending.
coming in at all.
Well, if they are to come in, it would be in about 2 weeks from now.
Okay, and it was so like you said, or somebody said that the CADs, with regard to those, had already come in. Can y'all be a little more specific about what those are going to be crime scene photos of, and why? Like what crime scenes and why? I know Miss Love, you said, oh, you put them back. You put them back because of witnesses that you had to add back in. Can you give me a little more specificity about the?
So at the begin, you want to know the actual
Crime scenes.
Okay.
Oh, she
And
got
then-
Love scared now.
Why did you have to add those witnesses back in?
Well, the why was when counsel for
Was it because you were establishing who lived
Oh,
at
shit,
places
you
and they
flexing
weren't
again.
gonna they were going to object unless you brought the person in.
That was half of it. The other
Okay.
half was that they objected to any of the,
Chain of custody, I remember.
right.
Anything
Right.
beyond that?
Yes. So I'm pulling up the actual incident number.
I mean, if you want to just give me an address, like the so-and-so crime scene.
But these photos, Your Honor, were not produced in discovery.
I understand.
Okay,
I'm
thank
going to
you.
get to that. I'm just trying to get a little bit of basis for what we're even talking about.
Damn, that boy ain't playing.
So it was 717 Cedar Avenue. I don't have the date on that in front of me.
Well, one was 2014, one was 2015, one was 2019, as I understand it. Which was that?
That was 2014.
Okay.
And that was based on an objection about the Nibin hits. And then there was the 807 Pryor and 193 Hendricks shooting, which I think was that was in 2015. That was one of the retaliatory shootings. And then there was the 2019 one regarding Milton
Facts,
Howard
Polo.
in Rayshawn Lucci Bennett's vehicle
Where?
on the road. It was, the specific address was,
This is something there was just testimony about last week. Yes, no?
oh yes, I'm sorry, I thought you.
Damn.
That was rhetorical.
She hard body. Gee whiz. She treating her like 50 Cent was treating Ja Rule on Wankster. She doing her dirty now. Bro.
Okay, well, in any event, you say you added witnesses back because of needing to establish who lived where and the chain of custody, I guess, for like bullets and shells and things like that. But if the photos themselves were never provided, which is what Mr. Adkins represented in his email, then why should they come in now?
Your Honor, so as it relates to the scene, we believe that it's relevant information that does not unfairly prejudice anyone, as the incidents themselves are very much a part of the discovery that we provided.
But the crime scene photos aren't, right?
Your Honor, I believe I believe that they have not, but I will make certain that they've not. I believe that
Well,
they have
Mr.
not
Adkins represented that they hadn't.
And I have no reason not
Okay,
to
so you check on that in our 30 minutes or so that we're going to have, and you can let me know. All right, let's be back here at 1:20.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I know that Mr. Sprinkle had no more questions on direct by the state, so I will put in writing. He mentioned some phone calls, jail calls. The state mentioned with him, but they didn't put him in. I have some objections to portions of those jail calls, and I'll put it in writing for everybody. But I just wanted to make the court aware, just in case the state wants to, on redirect, somehow get into those jail calls.
Yeah, are you going to get into the substance of jail calls with Mr. Sprinkle?
Not today, no.
Okay. Ever with Mr. Sprinkle?
At some point, yes, after we get other, yes.
Okay, then yep, go ahead and put those objections in writing.
I'll do it.
And one more thing, Mr. Steele, you sent over an email sort of setting forth an objection or a continuing objection, I guess, that you have to the testimony of Mr. Sprinkle about his investigation, and you base it on Davis versus State, 307 Georgia 7 46 from 2020, and also Adkins v. State 301 Georgia 153 from 2017, and the law that's set forth in those about conduct of an investigation and an officer not normally, only in rare instances being relevant, but that it is relevant after, or its case law appears to acknowledge that it can be relevant after a defense has raised questions about an investigation. And yet you're saying at the same time that your co-counsel is asking Mr. Sprinkle questions about his investigation that you don't believe that it is relevant here because the defense hasn't challenged Mr. Sprinkle specifically. And that is, I appreciate that nuance, but my original ruling on that stands. So I'm going to overrule your objection. You may have a continuing objection to that. All right. See y'all back at 1:20.
All right. Damn. 120 is 110 right now. Oh, I timed us up good. Damn. I did that.
So if she lets me know that these were originally provided, that's one thing. But if they were not, then they're not going to be coming in. All right. See y'all in 30 minutes.
That's tight. Yeah. Salute to everybody in here. I appreciate you being here. Straight up. Look, tap the like. Help me get to 600. We got 10 minutes. They pulling right back up. She said 120. She surprised me with that. I appreciate that. Let's go back to Adams a little bit. Let's check Adams out. It was worthy. We got 10 minutes worth of Adams. Let's let him cook. He was getting busy. Straight up. Holmes was getting busy.
From an investigating agency, that it is not always, in your words.
Yeah, let's rock. Tap the like button. Run me up real quick. Good morning. I'm just your host. Let's put a little bit of speed on it. Go ahead, Adams. Get him. Get right, cuz. Get right. Hey, Michelle, if you knew,
Good morning, sir.
Subscribe to the channel.
Doing well. All right, as I understand it, and you and I have met before, is that true?
Yes.
All right. You are a deputy district attorney with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
I am.
You have been so employed, as you've indicated in your testimony, for since 2013. Does that sound about right?
2011.
2011. Okay. One of the things that you talked about initially, I think your testimony, perhaps when you were here last, was your specific role in regards to reviewing case files.
Yes.
Recall that. I heard you say, and you tell me if this is accurate, that sometimes when a file comes to you from an investigating agency, that it is not always, in your words, complete.
Yes.
And you testified, did you not, that it would be your job or your duty, your responsibility to do some additional work. That may not be the word you use. You may have said investigation. I'm not sure.
I understand. Yes. If it's not complete insofar as we don't believe that it would be appropriate to present it to a grand jury and subsequently a trial.
Right. Because, of course, your interest as an assistant district attorney is to make sure that cases are properly put before the court or put before a jury. True?
Correct.
And in fact, when you, one of your duties as a district attorney is to make sure that there is sufficient evidence or appropriate evidence presented in a case that goes before a court, goes before a jury. Correct?
Yes.
All right. Because it is important to make sure that people who need to be prosecuted are prosecuted, right?
Yes.
It is important to make sure that people who should not be prosecuted are not prosecuted.
That's correct.
You do not want, and your duty, I believe, encompasses this, you do not want to have someone charged or arrested or their freedom taken for an offense that they did not commit. True?
Overruled.
Is that true?
That's true.
Okay. And so I want to talk to you about a number of things, but I want to start by asking if I'm correct that when you came into this case in 2016, the case had already been with the detectives Gaither, Dennis, and Thorpe, right?
That's correct. Those were the detectives that primarily were the ones that I knew of that had been working on it, yes.
Work had already been done on the case as far as you knew?
Yes.
In fact, people had already been arrested in this case?
Yes.
And I'm talking specifically about Donovan Thomas's murder.
That's right.
All right. Because that's what you were looking at.
That's right.
And so you knew by the time that you came into this that there were 4 people who were sitting in the Fulton County Jail who had been charged by the detectives whose name we've just referenced with the murder of Donovan Thomas.
That's correct.
Kenneth Copeland, Shannon Stillwell. Who else?
Antonio Sledge and Demikian Garlington.
All right. Those people, as far as you knew when you picked up this file, had already been investigated by the detectives, true?
That's true.
And by the way, you had worked previously. I mean, you knew who detectives Gaither, Dennis, and Thorpe were. You know who they were.
Yeah, I knew who they were, yes.
You'd worked with them previously.
I had.
Right. And so you came into this with people arrested, believing that the work had been done properly to have these 4 folks in the Fulton County Jail, right?
Well, that was my hope.
Right, right. That turned out not to be the case, right?
Correct.
In fact, tell me if this is right. I think you testified to this, that there was the interview of this gentleman named Spencer Wright in, what was it, October the 19th of 2015?
That sounds right, yes.
All right. And that
2015. Did you say 2015?
2015.
Yes, yes.
Okay. And that interview was done by Detective Thorpe, correct?
Correct.
And the next day, the 20th, is when Detective Thorpe went in front of a judge and got an arrest warrant for the 4 people whose names that we've just mentioned.
Yes, yes, that's correct.
All right. And those 4 people were arrested and put in jail as a result of the investigative work that had been done by those detectives whose names we've just referenced.
Well, when you say those detectives, I would not, Detectives Gaither and Dennis, I wouldn't group them into that. It was Detective Thorpe that was the affiant on the arrest warrants for the Mr. Sledge, Mr. Garlington, Mr. Copeland, and Mr. Jackson, a.k.a. Mr. Stillwell.
Right. So one person swore out the warrant. That was Detective Thorpe, right?
That's correct.
But you're certainly aware that over the course of the investigation from January of 2015 to the time that Thorpe went and took out that arrest warrant in October of 2015, that he had communication and collaboration with Detectives Dennis and Detective Gaither. You know that, right?
Well, he sat in on interviews with them. Some of these interviews that we've discussed or I discussed on direct. So, yeah, and they work for the same agency. So, yes, I would say yes.
Right. And looking at your, what you've termed, maybe we've termed the Sprinkle Report, right, where you kind of reviewed this case, looking at that report, you know that there were times when, for example, Thorpe would go and consult with either Gaither or Dennis about a particular individual that they were investigating. True?
I don't. It would seem like it would seem that would be the common sense thing that would have happened. And I'm not trying to be difficult, but I don't know what kind of I don't know what kind of conversations Detective Thorpe had with Detective Gaither and or Detective Dennis.
Okay, well here's a for instance. You know that there were interviews of Kenneth Copeland where Thorpe, Gaither, and Dennis were all present.
Yes,
right? And in fact, what was it, 9-10 hours worth of interviews of Kenneth Copeland?
There was one interview that was over 9 hours long. So, and there were multiple interviews with him. So it was over 9 hours. It suffices to say.
Right. So getting back to my, the question I asked a little while ago, you certainly had information that these 3 detectives, Thorpe may have been the one who took out the warrant, right?
Yes.
But these 3 detectives were in contact and communication with each other in regards to Donovan Thomas's murder. You knew that.
Yes.
Right. And ultimately, what happened is that they arrested the wrong people, didn't they?
Vagueness and the word they.
Okay. Ultimately, the Detective Thorpe with the Atlanta Police Department, after consulting or talking to Gaither and Dennis, took out for these 4 individuals, charged the wrong people with the murder of Donovan Thomas, correct?
That question, Your Honor.
Yo, salute to everybody in here. Tap the like button, hit the heart, flood the chat. One's in the chat if you in here. Let me get some action before we get back in here. So, I think Adams did exactly what I was predicting the defense was going to do once Sprinkle got up here. Because I watched a lot of footage and I seen Sprinkle come up and I seen the way he was presenting himself in the case, right? I seen that the holes was there for them to be able to not only prove that APD didn't have the right people because the way it went down, they had 4 people and then they switched up and picked another 4, but only kept Stillwell in the mix. Now, that's the same reason why Sharp keep objecting, but it's a fake objection because he knew they was going to do this. Now, the information already out there, but Sharp been objecting to every time that his client get actually accused of being somewhere, right, as it's hearsay, right, because he didn't get charged with it. So that he just continued what he been doing. Now, the funny part about that is he doing it while the defense is up there. That was the trick. But I believe that he was already hip. I don't think that was a low blow like they really threw Stillwell underneath the bus. I think that he was privy they was going to do that. Real rap. Straight up. I appreciate y'all being here too. TKO salute. I appreciate that.
When you one of the things that you did when you first began to kind of look into what had happened in this matter is that you realized, and you said this in your report. If I'm wrong, maybe I'm reading it wrong. You correct me, okay?
Okay.
But one of the things that you said in your report is that it seemed as though the arrest of these individuals and by the way, these folks were arrested. I mean, they weren't just like suspected; they were actually put in jail, right?
We got that.
Okay.
Go ahead and ask your question.
All right, get in there. You said that this was almost entirely based on the statement of Mr. Spencer Wright.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. And it turned out that...
All right. That's a heavy fact right there. So Spencer Wright was clearly a liar. So Spencer Wright is worse than Woody. Spencer Wright gave him some information coming off the back end out of nowhere saying, yeah, I was out there that day sitting across the street. I seen him. But come to find out, they wasn't even there. So they went forward with prosecution. Well, hold on. They went forward with actually believing Spencer Wright without even clarifying. So that goes to Sharp's argument of Fulton County Blue. Y'all basically get somebody in Fulton County Blue. Y'all get them in the interrogation room. They tell you some flim-flam. Y'all go forward and actually write up some goddamn, paperwork to actually get some prosecution started. When in reality, these people were spinning you in line and you just ain't really do your real homework because you lazy. Now, we can figure out that they really lazy because Gaither already told us she lazy. She says she didn't want to be a beat cop and actually go through the grind and walk and do real goddamn work. She want to be sneaky and just, pop up and get people to tell her what's going on. But they lying. And as you can see, Woody told us that they all be lying to the police because you can spend them. Some you can spend more than others, depending on who you got. So you give them a little bit of truth, something that ain't incriminating, like a real name, a real location, real car, something like that. Then when it comes time to give them something that's real, going to give them the case or really testify against them, nah.
Detective Thorpe, or whoever else was involved, did a ridiculously poor job of vetting or looking into Spencer Wright's statement. Isn't that true?
Well, there was surveillance video that Mr. Wright said he was a specific place, and there was video that would have showed whether or not he was there. That apparently was not inspected very closely prior to obtaining arrest warrants.
Right, well,
now, was it not inspected close because they wasn't doing their job or it didn't fit the narrative? Can you explain that? It's pretty obvious that if a person is there or not, right? So when you saying they didn't inspect it, are you saying they just didn't want to acknowledge that he was capping? Or like what you saying? Because we talking about a whole human on footage versus not being on footage. So what you mean they like?
In terms of not investigated fully, Spencer Wright, Thorpe spoke to Spencer Wright on the 19th of October, right?
Yes.
Now, when you came into the case, one of the first things that you thought to do was to really examine the statement from Mr. Wright. Is that true?
Yes.
And you did so?
I did.
And you spoke to him?
I did.
One of the second or third things that you did, right, just using some common sense, was to go and look for video around the location where you thought Spencer Wright would have been, right?
That's right.
And you did that.
I did.
And you were able to find it.
I was.
And it was pretty easy.
It was.
Detective Thorpe, before arresting folks based on your words, almost entirely the statement of Spencer Wright, never took the time to even go look for video where Spencer Wright supposedly would have been, did he?
Well, that I don't know.
So they continuously trust the word of guilty criminals on people who aren't guilty or locked up. So we trust hardcore criminals, people who caught up in a jam. Don't do no checking to see if they telling the truth. Multiple times we see them doing that. They listening to Woody, going off what he say, trying to put pieces together with the story he gave him. Think about that. They spent off Woody, try to take his story and fill in blanks off of that. Think about that. Then they get to Spencer Wright and go off of this without checking his story. He clearly lying. Wow.
No, you would have to ask Detective Thorpe that.
Well, did you?
Was Detective Thorpe busy working on a television show at the same time he was doing this investigation? I'm curious to know. Like, when were these police actually filming these television shows during these years? I would really like to know, because it seems like they might have been sidetracked by jobs that was paying more than being a homicide investigator. What you think in the comments? Let me know about that. Yeah, what's up? I know nobody ain't said nothing about this. They bluffing. Yeah, what's up?
Did you ask Detective Thorpe that?
Oh,
yeah.
I'm sure I did.
Let me guess. The answer was that he had not done it, right?
I remember the answer he gave at the preliminary hearing about the video.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. When you come into the case in 2016, was there any video that had been procured from that location? By Detective Thorpe? Where the bus stop, where Spencer Wright would have been?
Yes.
Was there?
There was a video camera, and in the viewable area of that camera was the bus stop where Mr. Wright said that he was standing at the time of the homicide.
Right. Had anyone gotten that video?
Yes.
Who did?
It was.
Yeah. So, yo, we back looking at the wall. You know how it is, gangster. We in here. Tap the like button. I appreciate y'all being here. Y'all awesome, you know. So, you know, we've been doing things a little bit different today. I appreciate you. We actually got some good energy in the courtroom today. Yeah, I mean, it's a nice day for YSL. You know, when Adams come through, it's gonna be, you know, it's gonna be, you know, it be showtime when he come through at the Apollo. Yeah, I appreciate y'all being here. Cause you could be anywhere else. I like what the way the defense playing right now. Yeah. It's a nice game they playing right now. Real rap. Interesting to see how the second half of the day. Can we get some predictions? What y'all think we gonna get? Gaither coming? One's in the chat, you think Gaither coming. Two, if you think she not. We gonna see Gaither. What they want? Why they bringing Gaither back, y'all? I ain't even think I had to get the picture. She was so spicy. She was the spiciest police. She top 3 on spicy witnesses. Hell yeah. She got spicier than some of the goddamn suspects. The co-defendants, or, you know, the rats. Is they gonna ask about her notes? Or ask about her, any of her, you know what I mean, information? Like, well, yeah. I'm glad she coming back since she's spicy. Let's get some energy flowing in here in this mamma jamma. Since she want to be so tough. You want to be Tony then, you got to be Tony now. Yeah. Yeah. Don't turn in the call. Yeah, don't turn in the Carl. She was Tony back then, wasn't she? Tough as a mon, John. It never rains in Southern California. Ass face. It feels good. Yeah. What up, wop. Yeah. It feels good. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So those are out unless we find out that they were, in fact, served. So if you find that out, then you can bring that back up to us. Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. So then this Zachary transcription, that would come in through Detective Gaither. Is that right?
You mean the Zachary?
The things that you're asking for reconsideration of, or whether you've established the foundation for, would those be introduced through Gaither?
Through the interview, yes.
Right, but Gaither's going to be the witness with whom you get the interview in, right?
Yo, what the hell has Love got in his cup?
Okay, and she's what, next after Sprinkle?
Yes.
Okay. Who else is going to have questions for Mr. Sprinkle, if anybody?
Maybe about 15 minutes.
Okay. Anybody else? 5 minutes? Okay. All right. And then brief redirect, maybe? Okay. So then let's look at this Zachary document that Ms. Love shared.
It feels
And so
good.
I assume,
Yeah.
I'm assuming if you've included it in this document that you think there is a basis on which it should come in now. Some of them I can tell it was a foundation issue before. Others I would need you to briefly explain why you think the ruling should change. Okay, so if you wouldn't mind just starting us out.
All right. So the first one, Judge, is page 24, line 4 to 25, line 19. What was requested was the conversation regarding Philo, the Philo and D. So Philo and D shoot at them based on
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you, but we don't have that much time. You don't need to set out what it is because we all have the document in front of us. Just let me know. Just cut straight to the chase of why it should now come in, either the foundation you established or why it should be reconsidered. Okay.
Yes, Judge.
Thank you.
So, Judge, when we had the witness on the stand, he acted as if he did not believe specifically that this was If Gang. We have testimony that has now come in and testimony that we will get in later, establishing who it was that these people are and how they're relevant. Specifically, his belief that these people, Philo and D, were shooting at Summer right after Demekion got jumped. And his belief that these are If Gang members, and his providing that information to the police is relevant evidence of the gang itself and the enterprise and the nature of the enterprise, in as much as these are people that he deems rivals that there has been beef with. So given that we've actually already put in testimony about who was living at 1428 at Adele Avenue, and given that I believe more information will come out about who these people are, we would ask that the court allow us to include this portion in our in the interview, because the objection was hearsay about who did the shooting at Demekion at the club.
I'm so confused. Isn't it still hearsay?
No, Your Honor.
How is it not still hearsay?
One, because he's telling investigators
based on what she told him.
Right. And his actions, in as much as he reacts and responds based on that, and these are rival gang members, the fact that he is reacting to actions taken by rival gang members go to prove one of the elements, or more than one of the elements, of the crimes on our indictment.
So you want in those lines that you set forth, which are hearsay. So I don't see how you have presented any kind of an exception
It's
that would
It's
let
not-
this portion in.
it's not offered. The fact that the truth of the matter is that Philo and D shot at Summer. I'm not saying that they shot at Summer. His belief that they shot at Summer is what is important. And the reaction, his, Moontunk's, and the other people that he apprised police participated in this shooting, their actions as a result of their belief that these people shot at Summer is what is pertinent. So the effect that these words had on them and what it made them do is what is important. Whether Philo and D shot at them, in fact, is not what we are asserting and not what we're offering it to prove.
Okay. Any defense response?
Specifically to this this situation, I do agree with the court that this is hearsay, but just procedurally, Your Honor, regarding all of these matters, we previously litigated this. I remember when we litigated this, I said if the state wants to get into some of these things, they're going to have to lay a foundation and outside the presence of the jury. And that was what was discussed. We were going to have to talk to him and see how he knows some of this stuff. And no one did any of that.
Right.
And so now he's not on the stand. So we avoided all these issues. Now he's not on the stand anymore. And now the state wants to relitigate this and get into these issues, which I believe are rightfully have been ruled inadmissible. But beyond that, we don't have the ability to ask him those questions anymore.
Well, I assume for some of the foundational ones, Ms. Love must think that a foundation was laid, but I guess we'll get to that when we get to it. But she thinks that there's something about what he testified to that merits reconsideration. So, I mean, I'll listen to what that is.
Your Honor, 1428 Adele Avenue is where the mother of these two people live.
I remember.
And so, in as much as they're shooting up these people in his mother's house because he believes that these rival gang members shot at his girlfriend, we believe that there's an exception. He testified that he personally shot at these people. There are inconsistent statements that are in, but as to this part, he testified that he shot at Adele Avenue.
Right,
but
he did.
Because of what information he provided to the police at the time that he interviewed with them in August, and because of what information we have from witnesses regarding the fact that there are more than there's other people on scene shooting that he's not wanting to say, and his not giving that information on the stand should allow us to not only put this information specifically about who was shooting at Summer in for its effect on him, but subsequent statements that he makes that are inconsistent with and contradicts what he testified about on the stand. So
are you now offering this as a prior inconsistent statement, or are you offering it as not hearsay, or what?
I don't believe it's hearsay. I do believe that it is a prior inconsistent statement. What he told the police, as it was pointed out so many times while I confronted him with the facts, he said he didn't remember what he told them. He told them he lied. All of that makes what he told the police a prior inconsistent statement. So all of those apply. I believe that these statements also contradict some of what he testified about on the stand.
All right, I'm not going to reconsider my ruling on that first one. All right, this next one, that's page 55. What is it that you want in on that? And why? again, just a little confused about what it is that you think has changed.
You mean page 48?
The next one you have is number 6, page 55, line 17 to page 57, line 7.
Okay.
I'm looking at the
I'm looking
bottom
at
of first page of the document that you provided.
I have it, Judge. Page. So, Judge, what he says at line 17, after being asked, so y'all don't really fuck with each other, meaning YSL and If Gang. Mr. Zachary says they didn't really mess with each other, so it's already tension in the air. But until that boy Yak, that boy that hang with Thug, had gotten into it with MDC, and I had helped him fight in the club, he is saying that that is part of what spurred on this antagonism between the two groups. Later in this interview, he talks about how the Woody jump on January the 6th wasn't what precipitated the rivalry between the two groups, and that in fact it had started about a month earlier. And what he is saying here, Judge, actually explains part of the reason that there is this antagonism. We are disproving some of the facts that this witness testified to, and we are showing the contradiction between what he testified to and what he stated previously.
All right, I can't follow you.
And the court ruled that this was bad character evidence about Kendrick. And what we're arguing is that in testifying that he is actually coming to the aid of Kendrick in this fight with people from MDC, and in telling the police after being asked specifically what started it all, after he tells them there was tension in the air that started at this point, it goes to show the association and the nature of the association between two co-conspirators in the YSL enterprise. It also goes to explain part of what the jury is hearing evidence about in terms of this back and forth in these shootings. So the court had said it was bad character evidence. We don't believe it's bad character evidence that rises to the level that justifies its exclusion, considering the charges that Mr. Kendricks is facing. And we believe that it is relevant, contextual.
All right, so for this one, you just basically want a reconsideration. It's not based on anything he said or didn't say. It's just, Judge, we really, really want you to decide that differently. All right.
Because you said that.
Go ahead.
You said, I don't believe that you had ruled that entirely out. You said, that you conditioned that the state could point out that Zachary defends Kendrick, but didn't want it line by line. And I believe that line by line is important when looking at the entirety of what he's saying. He's talking about a rival gang member and how
well, he's actually, according to him, not talking about a rival gang member. He asks, they're not, he basically says, no, they're not really a gang, they're just themselves.
No,
Okay.
Judge,
Yes.
he says right after that, talking about.
All right, I'm not reconsidering.
Yeah.
My ruling stays the same on that one. All right, this one about the next one that you label number 11.
Man down.
I assume it's the 3 sentences in red that you think now should come in. Is that right?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. And what has changed such that you think that should now come in?
Carefully reviewing and listening to what he says in the interview and reviewing it based on what was argued in the hearing. Specifically,
I think it was ruled out because it was speculation.
actually, Judge, this, I argue, Your Honor, was based on, given everything that Mr. Zachary says in his interview, this would have been based on information that he knew as a result of the communications that he has with them. It's not, I don't think that it's speculation. I also think that it directly contradicts what he told the jury. I think it is a prior inconsistent statement. And given what he tried to present to the jury in the form of his testimony, I believe that it's admissible for those reasons.
All right. If you're going to say it directly contradicts what he told the jury, I mean, he testified for several days, I think, as well. So what specifically?
He said he lied to the police. He said that he was asked on cross-examination, I believe, about his belief with respect to who killed Donovan Thomas. Mm-hmm. He also talked in the interview about his interactions with all of the people that he said talked to him about the murder. And the fact that he specifically talked to Shannon, Yak, and later, after they got back from Miami, Nard, about the murder. And specifically, he tells the police that he asks, or that Mr. Williams, he keeps trying to say that at one point, Mr. Williams, he was just trying to get out of trouble. But in the interview, he is continually trying to keep Mr. Williams himself from being in trouble. All of this, I think, he has a foundation, he has a basis for the knowledge that, and he keeps talking about the fact that when they go out with guns, for instance, when Woody got jumped in January, everyone ran out with guns. They were saying, let's make the money. Mm. At a later point, he makes a similar statement. Ooh. So the actions of the people that he interacts with, his co-conspirators, are what let him know and what specifically informed him as to motivations, what he is able to observe. He talks about that.
You did not establish through his testimony that he has a basis for knowing that they wanted to do it themselves to get a name. So I'm not going to change my ruling on that.
Got him. Stiff arm.
Your Honor, if his testimony, his entire testimony was that I lied, I'm
not reconsidering. I mean, I have reconsidered and I'm not changing my mind. Let's move on to number 13.
Stiff arm.
Just one second.
Yeah, I thought so. You real quiet now. You real quiet now.
So, Judge, this is actually him specifically talking about Nard telling him that Woody was going to fold. Mm-hmm. This is classic co-conspirator statements. Also, the court said we needed to establish that Zachary knows the why, and reading specifically what he said, he's going to tell on us. He asks what, and Nard says about the nut situation, and him telling him that he believes that Woody won't fold. He doesn't just say that's why Thug stopped messing with him because he thought he was going to fold. He says that Thug didn't know afterwards. And he also says that he specifically says that Thug asked why did they do it, and once they were made aware, Thug was made aware that allegedly Nut had said whoop and given the green light, he was seemingly okay with it.
Why would Thug say why did they do it if he called the hit?
We believe that the interview itself gives context as to how he was able to speak on why and what he observed with respect to Jeffery Williams and Kenneth Copeland.
According to the state notes, or maybe the court's notes, what is all this previously ruled inadmissible and the state seeking to admit it, or is there a part of this that was, because there's no color coding? I just want to make sure I'm on the same page.
Unfortunately, I don't have a whole lot in the way of notes.
Well,
Does anybody?
I do, but my notes are only as good as the person that takes them. So, but I have that the part that's being kept out is that's why Thug stopped messing with him, because he thought he was going to fold. That was the part that was coming out, and it was out unless a foundation for his knowledge, Quindarius's knowledge of what Jeffrey thought.
Right. Okay. That's my recollection. Right. It's just that bit, not the conversation beforehand.
Correct.
Yeah. So, Ms. Love, what has now established that he had a foundation for knowing why Thug stopped messing with him?
He talked about the number of times that he was at Defendant Williams' condo, the amount of time he spent around him. I think that anyone that goes to anybody's house visits as often as he testified that he did, and has known someone as long as he said that he has known Defendant Williams, has established a foundation for being able to testify that someone stopped messing with another person for a particular reason.
Okay, so that's insufficient. So that ruling stays the same as well. All right, next is number 15, and it's the two.
Part of what
green.
The two in green are what the court kept in. I don't, with respect to the part that the court kept out, it strikes me, given that Kelvin Treadwell is an alleged co-conspirator. He is not only alleged to have been someone that took the guns and the vehicle, based on what Mr. Zachary told the police, away from the scene, or away from, to secret it away from authorities. He's also the person that called Demise McMullen back to shoot at
All right,
Dexter.
the first part is about selling drugs.
So one of the portions of the reason for the conspiracy existing here in this case is that they sell drugs and narcotics to further their enterprise. The indictment, the language of the indictment, and other acts that we have shown specifically about the use of drugs, the sale of drugs, and how they it is one of the.
Let's not make the same arguments that have already been ruled on. What is it about the testimony that we heard from Mr. Zachary that should change the ruling on this?
Well, Your Honor, I think that the court ruled that it was irrelevant, the discussion of Bentley selling drugs. And I think that the court said that it did not know whether Bentley sold drugs to the benefit or for the benefit of YSL.
Yeah.
But I believe that the court has also heard evidence, and this was something that was not presented as an argument, that in the Dexter Montgomery shooting, when Walter Murphy went back, or when he was called along with Demise McMullen to come and defend Kelvin Treadwell or O.G. Bentley, that he came from the spot, that it was they kept guns at the spot, at the trap spot, and that this was O.G. Bentley's spot. Mm-hmm. And given that we believe that this is just pertinent information, given everything else that Quindarius Zachary said in his interview to the police about Kelvin Treadwell, about the drugs.
I'm not going to change my ruling on that. And with regard to the second part of it is clearly still total speculation. That when we move on to what happened to the car.
It's only, and actually, Your Honor, I should have been clearer. It is only the portion about the guns, the drugs that Kelvin Treadwell sells that Mr. Zachary told the police about that we were trying to get in, not the part about whether or not Nard wrecked.
Okay, well, I was moving on to that part, so I'm not changing my ruling on the first part, and you didn't even want the second part. So, okay.
So, Your Honor, with respect to the court's rulings on all of these matters, mm-hmm. given the testimony that Quindarius Zachary gave, is it that when he said he doesn't remember, was a hostile witness to the state and gave pertinent, relevant information to help prove the state's case in the interview, is it that because he won't say that on the stand that the court is keeping this information out?
No, ma'am. It's for the reasons that the ruling was based on before. Let's move on to number 16. And what is it about this that now you think should come in, and why?
Yeah, she good and mad.
All of it?
I don't. Number 16, I think that the court kept out. Okay. So with respect to that, those first 1, 2, 3, 5 lines, mm-hmm. The court only said that you wanted us to bring this up with you before we get into it. Getting in that, hold on just 1 second.
Tap the like button. Help me get to 600. I appreciate you being here. We're in the evening, second half of the day. State trying to recover. They looking bad.
Judge, I want to make sure that I'm clear. The fact that Treadwell was Thug's road manager, that's not part of what the court took out, correct?
In fairness, when we went through this, the main focus was the speculation about what Donovan Thomas's sister knew and her reactions, and then just kind of gossiping on that. He's Thug's road manager is in the transcript, line 85, page 85, line 22. It's just not it has it as unintelligible. So in fairness, that particular part wasn't kept out, I don't think, for the same reasons as everything else in this passage. However, I will say, going off my recollection, I don't believe that I believe that came up during the examination of Mr. Zachary, and I don't believe Mr. Zachary denied that. I thought he said he used to be Jeffrey's or Thug's road manager. So that's already come out. And
Is that the only sentence that you wanted in?
Out of this group, yes, given that the way that the court has ruled on the rest of them, I'm not even going to take time up arguing about any sentence other than that one in this group.
Okay. And didn't he admit that anyway?
Not to my recollection, he did not.
Did you ask him about it?
I think unless it was necessary that I continue doing what the court asked me to shorten, which was confront him with every single line in his interview, that his saying he didn't know, he lied, he's high every time the state asked him a question, and the court found at the time he was testifying that we had gotten out enough to play the entire interview. I believe that that situation hasn't changed. So I believe that this is information that contradicts and is a prior inconsistent statement to his trial testimony.
Well, he, much like Mr. Copeland said, some of it was true and some of it wasn't.
Your Honor, when I was going through, there were repeated objections. The court admonished the state to not belabor confronting him with every single piece of information. The court reminded the state that he didn't remember anything when it came to us. His memory returned with the defense.
Okay, I mean, that wasn't out to begin with, so. The next one, 19.
Yes. So on cross-examination, we had originally said, okay, this is out. On cross-examination, and since this hearing, defense has continually asserted and made efforts to show that Kenneth Copeland was the person that, in fact, did this murder, I believe. They even went so far as to ask Mr. Zachary about his belief as it relates to Kenneth Copeland in committing the murder. We think that given the doors that have been opened since this hearing and through Mr. Zachary's testimony, that Mr. Zachary's statements and what police believed and how and why police believe what they did are relevant and pertinent in this trial, that the pertinent information that the jury should be entitled to hear.
Your Honor, this line, my understanding and belief is that Investigator Dennis is the one saying this. That's, and talking about how the streets had already convicted Woody and the rest. I have no idea what Investigator Dennis said during an interrogation when he's asserting facts or alleged facts would be admissible, his out-of-court statement.
It's not coming in. The fact that he might be saying that in an interview does not mean it's anything that was the actual official position of the investigation. The one that you number 20.
So, Your Honor, as it relates to Antrevia Smith and who shot up her house.
Yeah, it was hearsay before.
We're not asserting that Quindarius Zachary says they say Kel and them is, we're not asserting that Kel and them shot up the house. We actually believe that Kelvin Watts was in the house. So in as much as hearsay is statements out of court that are asserted for the truth of the matter being asserted, this isn't, we're not offering it for the truth of what Quindarius Zachary says. He's trying, we believe, to take attention away from YSL by saying Kel, the rival gang, shot at Antrevia's house. We have evidence that Quindarius Zachary and Antonio Sledge made a video threatening Kelvin Watts after, and that Antrevia Smith gave that video to the police after her house was shot up. We have evidence that her back door was open, so there is circumstantial evidence from which the jury could infer that they were in fact there at the house.
What? Cat.
Given that we're not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted, and given the testimony that has come out, and given that Quindarius Zachary trying to protect members of YSL for something that the jury could reasonably infer that they actually did, we'd ask that the court allow us to put up that information in the interview.
All right, that's still out. I'm not changing my mind on that.
Got her again. Wow. She is blown. She just want to go lay down. She need Calgon.
So 21, it was, did you establish that Mr. Zachary was present?
Actually, Judge, what I think that we did not argue and the court did not have, was not made privy to, is the fact that Mr. Zachary said that they, I'm sorry, just one second, that Mr. Zachary said that they came back and said, we just shot up Lucci's mama's house. My understanding is that the court said that we needed to prove that Shannon was present when they said that. Circumstances, it's admissible as an adoptive admission. But given that Mr. Zachary also said that Kenneth Copeland said to the other two people that he told police committed this shooting, let's ride, that the three of them came back and that they said, we just shot at Lucci's mama. All of this is co-conspirator hearsay that should be admissible against everyone in court.
Mm-hmm.
And Your Honor, if the court is really not going to grant reconsideration, but will summarily deny,
I'm not summarily denying anything, or we'd be done and we'd have the jury in here. I'm listening.
Yeah. Stop playing with me, lady. I swear. Who you think you talking to?
To what you have to say about everything.
But will summarily deny.
I'm not summarily denying anything, or we'd be done and we'd have the jury in here. I'm listening to what you have to say about everything.
Bitch.
This is a co-conspirator statement. that proves elements in this of the offenses charged in this indictment, we'd ask that the court reconsider and allow the state to put in evidence that.
All right. So what did you establish that Mr. Stillwell was present when Copeland said, we did it?
I believe that circumstantially, the jury can infer based on what he actually says in the interview.
Okay. So no, then that won't be changed either.
And Your Honor, it's.
Yes, ma'am. You can argue circumstantially anything, but this statement, this part of the statement's not going to come in. Number 25, what's different now that should be reconsidered?
There was, I think, a specific cross-examination question about Mr. Zachary's opinion regarding who did this and why. And I think, again, given what information has come out before the jury, Mr. Zachary has shown himself willing and wanting to protect the people he gave previous statements about. And I believe that this information is inconsistent with what he testified to at trial and should be allowed as a prior inconsistent statement.
Okay, but in terms of establishing a foundation that he had a basis to know that anybody did this because they wanted a name, that didn't get established, right?
Your Honor, I don't. Yeah.
Definitely wasting time. She definitely wasting time.
Your Honor, so is the court unwilling to consider what was said in the actual interview as
I already
establishing?
considered what was in the actual interview as establishing or not establishing, and I made my ruling. So if nothing in the testimony developed that foundation, then the ruling stays the same. So that would take care of number 29. And then, well, I'm sorry, 28, 25 and 29, which takes us to 30. I don't recall hearing anything that, can you offer anything that should change the ruling on that?
Considering he denied everything he told them previously, I don't believe I can.
Okay.
What?
And then what's 32?
Judge,
I know you ain't getting smart.
I'm not asking for any more reconsideration. Thank you.
All right.
Oh, you mad?
Okay, let's get Mr. Sprinkle back
pissed.
and the jury out.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. She's super pissed. She is super pissed. Yes.
And Your Honor, also before the court does, I just want to make the court aware that we did make efforts to get this video extracted and not pixelated, and it's going to be pixelated unless it's played through evidence reviewer. So we will be having to play it through evidence reviewer. We were not able to get a way to play an evidence reviewer video.
Yo, I don't know what's up with Short's suit, but that bitch riding him on his legs. Pause. Yeah. I'm going to let you see. I don't know what's going on. I see his shoulders. I see on his arms, he must have been working out or something. But look, right? Holmes got the LL Cool J with one of his pants leg up. Now, I don't know if he trying to show off for his Mason Brotherhood or something. But yeah, Cuz walked up real out of pot. Yo, came up. Look, check him out. Look, watch how he come in.
This is played through evidence reviewer, so we will be having to
Look, he all yanked up, cuz. I don't know
play it
what's
through
up with him.
evidence reviewer. We were not able to get a way to play an evidence reviewer video
That boy he jacked up, ain't he?
cleanly and plainly without evidence reviewer itself.
That boy jacked up. You ain't even fitting in his suits the same. Yo been working his knees and thighs. He was doing legs and arms.
Thank you.
He gotta go get that thing retailored, don't he? That boy been drinking milk. Oh, him and Holmes got the same brand suit on. Look, he jacked up a little bit too. Hold up. Yep, they got the same company. Yo got extra. Oh, okay, I see what you're doing. Hey, yo, flex your arm down. Salute, Quantum. Technically, Love could have wore this as a dress. The clearance rate on this, she could have wore this blazer thing as a dress. Now that's tight. And she just rocked this as a dress. Just go ahead and just rock that. Yeah, let them thighs out, girl. Yeah. Now that's nice. Now we talking. You see how I do, y'all? I got it right. She done came in there with that thing on like that. Like, whoa.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Shard, you had questions for Mr. Sprinkle?
Yes.
You can be seated.
Thank you, Your Honor. Oh, Your Honor.
Yes. Oh, yes, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, so before we broke for lunch, there was some discussion with this witness about comparing Defendant Stillwell Exhibit 44, which was a picture with a State's Exhibit 510, which was essentially the same picture, and there was a little box. And I just wanted to let y'all know that there was nothing in that box at the time it was introduced into evidence, because at that time it hadn't been established what the box meant or if what was in the box could come in or anything like that. So that's the reason that there was nothing in that box. There's not anything nefarious about that. Okay. All right. Just want to let y'all know that. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Sharp. Thanks for the reminder.
Your Honor, permission of
Bruce trying to be picky, talking about varicose veins. Yo trying to get technical. She probably got varicose veins though, cuz. Stop playing, Bruce. You smashed.
published DS44.
Yes.
Call it cat.
Actually, you know what? 510Y. Do you have the 510Y? Okay, DS44.
You may.
I'll call it cat.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Okay, Mr. Sprinkle, I am handing you State's Exhibit 510Y and Defense Exhibit DS44.
Okay.
Okay, we can agree that is the same picture.
Yes, the photograph is the same. The stuff around the photograph, the frame and whatnot is different.
Okay, and that photo is also on the screen, correct?
Yes, the DS44 is on the screen. That's correct.
I could argue that ain't Stillwell. He too dark skinned. He too dark skinned. Since y'all want to bring in bullshit pictures, that ain't Stillwell. He too dark skinned. You can't even see no tattoos. This not Stillwell.
Now, I want to get this right as far as what your testimony is. You've been to the exterior of the Sky House, correct?
Yeah, I've been outside the Sky House.
As part of this investigation or another investigation?
It was this investigation.
Okay. You've never been inside the Sky House or inside the units?
No, I've never been inside one of the units.
Okay.
Because you ain't no player, nigga. You watching niggas from the outside and shit, nigga. On that state salary, you old bitch ass nigga.
Is your testimony that this is a picture of Shannon Stillwell in the Sky House or not?
I believe that it is, though I've not been inside the Sky House.
Objection, speculation, bitch ass nigga.
House. That was my recollection from everything I put together, that was him standing inside the condo at the Sky House that evening. But if you were to ask me, like, if I stood where he is standing in this picture, no. So I can't say with 100% certainty now.
Okay. Now, in States 510 Yankee, I believe it is, there's a date and time on that photo, correct? On that exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. What is the date and time?
January 10th, 2015 at 9:58 p.m.
2015 at 9:58 p.m. Okay. Now, that is the date where someone posted this photo with this caption on social media, correct?
That's correct.
That is not necessarily the time when this photo was taken.
That's correct.
In fact, do you know who took this photo?
And how was Jeffrey even capable of affording this type of housing at this point? They sold enough drugs for him to have legal money to afford an apartment as such. Who in his family had credit that could even get this? Real rap. Who had a job line in his whole damn family that could get this love? Just asking. Not saying everybody fucked up, but just saying somebody, surely Lil Holmes would, you feel me, that then chipped his tooth or drunk it away. Who knows what happened? But yo with the fucked up teeth, yo couldn't afford this loft, not for him and his homeboys to chill in. And then these new friends, mind you that. So, what we really doing?
Well, there was somebody who told me they took the photo. I showed them this photo and they told me they took it.
Okay.
It's written in my report, so if I'm wrong, please let me know, but I'm pretty sure I recall who told me that.
Okay. And were you able to determine when this photo was taken?
I can tell you, all I know is what the person told me.
Is it Rich Homie house? Oh, shit.
Okay. You're not, and I don't want to elicit hearsay, but you're not, please keep that up, Mr. Kokomo. You're not telling the jury that this photo was taken on January 10th, 2015, are you?
No, that's some popular stripper's house that Stillwell was smashing on the low, and he took the picture. It was a one-night stand, but he was happy to be there. You feel me? Straight like that. Now debunk it. What's up? Yeah.
I don't know when the photo was taken.
Okay. Well,
debunk
you're
it.
familiar with
He
the
a ladies'
seasons
man,
here in
right?
Atlanta?
I am.
All right. Sunsets.
He didn't get a name.
Yes,
he just know
that's
her
correct.
stripper
Okay,
name.
9:58.
Her stripper name is Strawberry Sunset. You feel me? That's all he know. Yeah. Yeah, he a handsome young man. He a ladies' man. Yeah, it's more probable that it was just a picture he took in a spot where he was getting some new cheeks. He ain't get invited back because Shorty be frolicking. she just wanted homes for the night. It's just, I mean, hey, look, on some gangster shit, look at me. I'm looking over the town because I'm going to be back out on the streets tomorrow. You heard?
PM on a January evening, you would agree that that photo does not depict what the Atlanta streets would look like at 9:58 p.m. on January 10th of 2015, does it?
No, it'd be dark out.
It would be dark out if that was in fact the time.
That's correct. Eastern Standard Time, it would be dark out.
Okay, so bottom line is, this is Shannon, but we do not know, we don't have any information to say when this photo was taken.
That's correct.
Okay.
Well, I was told when it was taken, thereabouts.
That information, I understand that we're getting back in this hearsay. That information wasn't that it was taken that day, was it?
That's correct.
It was taken another day.
That's correct.
All right. So this photo does not place Shannon Stillwell at the Sky House on January 10, 2015, does it?
Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know.
Whoa.
I don't know. Like I said, I don't know when the picture was taken.
Maybe. You an investigator. What? You can't maybe right there, bro. I ain't even gonna lie. You can't maybe at that. That ain't a maybe question. Real rap, bro. I ain't even gonna lie, bro. Nah.
Your information is it wasn't taken on January 10th.
That's right. Well, it was posted on January 10th, but I don't. Like I said, I know that's not. I don't know that it was taken on January 10th. The person who told.
Why would he post a picture of his whereabouts on January 10th if he did the crime? Wouldn't I throw people off? Why would I post pictures of where I'm at? I mean, if I post in a building downtown, then it technically, that might give you a clue as to where I'm at. So why would I post a picture if I'm a suspect or wanted on the streets by the thugs, not the young ones? Come on, man.
Tell me something else such otherwise than it wasn't, or was telling me the truth and it wasn't.
Okay. Let's talk about, and you can take that down, Mr. Kokomo. You can take that. Thank you. You became involved in this case in January 2016, correct?
Around that time, it may have been a little bit before that, but that was when I really started getting involved.
And I've read your report. You reviewed certain work done by other individuals, correct?
I did.
Okay. Now, my question to you is, were you provided with Detective Thorpe's file?
I was.
His entire file?
Well, I have what he gave me. Was that everything in his file? I don't know. I'm sure I asked him for everything in his file. I hope that he gave me everything that he had.
Do you have his rough notes?
I don't know that I got. No, I don't think I did. If it's not so with me, everything that I receive would be digitized. So if it's not like, in other words, if I were to get something like rough notes, which if he were to just give them to me, which would be unusual, and I would remember something like that, I would have immediately scanned them anyway, and they'd be reduced to digital form. If they're not in the digital case file, then I don't have them.
How about Investigator Dennis and Investigator Gaither? Did they give you case files?
They gave me. I wouldn't go so far as to say well, I guess it depends on what you define as a case file. They gave me cell phone records that I asked for, various videos and cell phone data extractions. I remember meeting with Dennis in particular, at least it would have been multiple times, but yeah, and just sitting at his computer and him just saving things like cell phone records and whatnot to like an external thumb drive. So when you ask me if they gave me case files, it'd be something like that. It would be like data that was pertinent, like cell phone records, that kind of thing. But as far as like a completed case file, I don't know if I received anything quite like that from them.
Did they give you police reports that they authored?
Yeah, I seem to remember they did.
They ever indicate to you that some of their police reports were missing? That the Atlanta Police Department had lost them?
No, I don't recall. I don't recall anything specifically about any police reports being deleted. But they don't type them on a typewriter. There should be a database. I've never heard of that. I don't know how they would just be deleted. There'd be an audit trail or something. So no, I don't recall anything like that. It's not to say that nothing about like that was said. I just don't remember it.
Right. There would be a trail, an audit trail for reports that are typed in, but then go missing, correct?
Well, yeah, you would think, right? Like I said, they don't type them on a typewriter. It's some sort of database. I mean, I guess maybe I'm speculating a bit, but it's just common sense.
Judge, I would object speculation if this witness can't say.
Let's talk about these videos. When you received the case file, we had a surveillance video outside the barbershop from various angles.
There were 2 angles, I believe, that were pertinent anyway.
I think it was 3, but I got you.
Okay.
And then video outside the Texaco.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask the same question since you volunteered that Mr. Copeland is not on the Texaco video.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see Mr. Shannon Stillwell on the video?
No.
Outside the Texaco?
You do not.
Okay. Now, as part of an investigation, leave you out of it. Part of an investigation is to obtain surveillance video, correct?
Yes.
And now when you take over, you said January 2016. I'm saying take over. Maybe that's not the correct word. You became involved January 2016, correct?
That's correct.
All right. That's a year after this incident.
That's correct.
Okay. Is it fair to say that over a year's time, things can happen with surveillance video, the availability of surveillance video that would make it difficult for someone taking over a year later to uncover surveillance videos that had not been retrieved yet?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Surveillance videos they're just stored on computers and eventually, but they don't have infinite storage. So there's a retention period that's oftentimes very short. It can be 48 hours to 2 weeks, but a year, I wouldn't think that you'd be able to get surveillance video after a year from anywhere, unless the people that maintain the video just like preserved it on their own without the prompting of the government.
And in a situation like that, the expectation of obtaining pertinent surveillance video would be on the original investigators, not someone taking over a year later like yourself.
Yeah, I mean, maybe particularly back then. I mean, maybe now with all these private companies like Ring, maybe they retain their video a little bit longer, but like a gas station where they just have the storage mounted inside their facility on like a hard drive. Yeah, you're not getting video after a year unless, like I said, they took the initiative on their own to preserve it.
And these time limits they're known to law enforcement. You know about these time limits, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, it's not a secret.
No.
Okay, and that's why it's important to obtain surveillance video quickly in an investigation.
Yes,
it's going to be pertinent. Okay, so Green Store, you know that is Mommy's Grocery on Glen Street, correct?
That sounds right. I'm familiar with the Green Store. I can't recall the specific address, but that sounds right to me.
A minute from the barbershop.
Okay. I don't know if it's quite that close.
Okay. Question that I have, when you took over this case and reviewed the statements, you became aware that Kenneth Copeland placed himself at the Green Store, according to his rendition of events, at the approximate time of the shooting. Correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Misstatement and of the
Can
facts.
you rephrase?
Kenneth Copeland placed himself, upon your review of the work that had already been done on this case, you became aware that Kenneth Copeland, in his statements to police, placed himself at the Green Store at the approximate time of the shooting.
Wait, placed himself at the Green Store. Again, I don't know, because the thing, he wouldn't have, during his statement, he didn't know the exact time the shooting occurred. So I don't know that he would be able to say that I was there when the shooting occurred.
I know, but you have reviewed surveillance, you've reviewed the times. And what I'm asking is, did Kenneth Copeland place himself at the Green Store, to your knowledge, at the approximate time of the shooting?
So if the 911 call was at 7:22 p.m., which I believe it was,
That's a yes or no question.
from what I recall, Mr. Copeland's cell phone tower logs placed him in the area of the Green Store starting at about 7:26 p.m.
Okay. So within 4 minutes of the shooting, he's claiming he's at the Green Store.
I don't know if he claimed that. This is what I found in his cell phone records. I don't know if he was actually at the Green Store at that time.
Did you not listen to his statements that he gave?
I did.
His June 10th statement. Okay. Let me just ask you this.
But I just don't know if it was that specific where he said, at this time I was at the Green Store. This is based on my review of his cell phone records, trying to piece together his timeline outside of the interview.
Okay. In your review of the case file provided by Detective Thorpe, did you ever see any surveillance from the Green Store?
No.
Did you ever make any efforts to obtain surveillance from the Green Store?
No.
Okay. McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue. We'll ask the same question. In the case file provided by Investigator Thorpe, did that have surveillance from the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue?
It did not.
Okay. Did his documentation ever document a reason why that wasn't included?
I don't recall. I believe I just don't know. I don't know why it wasn't included.
As part of your investigation, albeit after a year, did you ever obtain any video from McDonald's?
I didn't.
All right. One last thing. Do you have your report in front of you?
I do.
Okay. As part of your investigation, I think you testified. But let me ask you this. Your role with the DA's office, it seems since 2013, has kind of been a dual lawyer/investigator role, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You're not in standard courtrooms necessarily litigating cases. You're doing more investigations.
I do the preliminary hearings on the murders, but yeah, for the most part, I'm just investigating cases.
Okay. Now, as part of your role in this special role within the DA's office, have you obtained training about forensics and evidence collection and things of that nature?
That's a broad question. I've been to there. Yes, I have attended training and CLEs and that kind of thing. It may be a little bit more specifically.
Okay. You're familiar with gunshot residue?
Yes.
Okay. And one of the places gunshot residue can be looked for is someone's hands, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And hypothetically, if I were to hand or fire a firearm.
Objection, Your Honor. This is improper for this witness.
I think that's a foundational objection.
I'm going to ask him about the work he did in a second.
A hypothetical?
I'm just getting there. Okay, well, forget about the hypothetical. Can you test someone's hands for gunshot residue?
Yes.
Okay. And the time window for testing someone's hands for gunshot residue is
Objection,
very
Your Honor.
limited, correct?
Objection, yes, there is a foundation objection. Thank you.
Sustained.
Do you, as part of your job, do you seek out search warrants to obtain evidence in criminal cases?
Yes. Well, I draft them and review them with the DA's office investigators primarily, and then they seek them out as the affiants.
So much like a homicide detective, you're able to look at a scenario, decide what sort of testing you would like on a certain piece of evidence, and then have the investigators that work with you draft such applications for a search warrant.
Yes.
Okay. And certainly, as in this role where you're seeking evidence, you know about the rules of evidence collection and what can be collected and the timelines that it can be collected in?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd move to, I submit that ADA Sprinkle is an expert in gunshot residue collection.
No, I don't think that's been established.
Okay. Did you seek gunshot residue testing in this case?
I certainly contemplated on one specific item, but that ultimately didn't work.
Well, you in fact drafted a search warrant.
I did, yeah.
Okay. So let's go back. Hands, there's a limited amount of time that you can search for gunshot.
Objection, Foundation.
You need to establish that he, if you can, whether he knows that.
Do you know about the time frames general as they apply to the collection of gunshot residue off of different types of objects?
No, I don't know that it's static. I don't know if it's, the particulate matter that is expelled from a gunshot just dissolves after a certain amount of time. I don't think that's how it works.
Right. It remains. That's my understanding. Is it remains.
Unless there's some external force that removes it.
Like sweat or washing your hands or something like that.
Objection,
right?
Your Honor. Foundation.
Sustained.
Okay. The rules for those time frames are different from hands to other objects.
Objection, Foundation.
Sustained.
On May 9th, 2016, well, you were following up on with Hertz Rental Car about the Infinity, correct?
It would have been around that period. I don't remember if that was the specific day, but that sounds about right.
Okay, and through investigation, you were able to determine the actual VIN number of the Infinity, correct?
Yeah, I believe it was just within the records that is Hertz sent us.
Okay, and on May 9th, 2016, you located that actual car, the Infinity, correct?
Not me personally, but investigator. Well, maybe I figured out where it was. Somehow or another, we figured out it belonged to a private citizen in Mississippi.
Miss Cleveland, who lives in Como, Mississippi, correct?
Irma Cleveland, yes.
All right. And you confirmed that the car, the physical car, was in fact in her driveway on her property, correct?
There's some law enforcement officer drove out there and photographed it.
Okay. And on May 31st, 2016, you would agree that is 1 year, 5 months after the Donovan Thomas shooting, approximately 1 year, 4 months?
Yes, that's about right.
Okay. After finding this Infinity in Mississippi, you drafted a warrant, a search warrant for a search of the Infinity, correct?
That's correct. And
in fact, in that search warrant that you had drafted, you were looking for two things in particular, correct?
I remember gunshot residue was one of them, I believe, and also some data from the computer system.
Right. You were interested in extracting the contents from the computer system of the vehicle, the Infinity.
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
And you were also interested in a search for gunshot residue from the inside of that Infinity, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you specify what parts of the car that you were seeking to have searched for gunshot residue to have wiped?
Well, I don't have the draft in front of me, but I would imagine the headliner, the cloth that kind of that is affixed to the ceiling of the vehicle.
Why would you have chosen the headliner?
Just in my experience, that's traditionally what's analyzed for gunshot residue inside a vehicle.
It's made of cloth?
It is. Well, I usually, I guess now that you mention it, I don't know for a fact that the headliner in this particular vehicle was made of cloth.
Okay. And it also would be at the top of the vehicle where the particles are likely to shoot up when the gun is expelled, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Objection, Your Honor. Foundation relevance. 403.
Sustained as to foundation.
Well, as drafter of the search warrant, you felt the place to look for gunshot residue was the headliner of the vehicle.
Yeah, I don't remember if that.
Asked and answered, and with respect to foundation.
Because he didn't answer the last one because there was an objection.
And foundation.
You didn't answer that.
You thought the headliner was a good place to look?
Yeah, I don't know if I just in the search warrant I said only take out the headliner. It was probably broad enough to allow the law enforcement agents to be executing the search warrant broad latitude in the surfaces that they analyzed.
And you were interested in having this search for gunshot residue inside this vehicle done, even though 16 months had passed since January 10, 2015, correct?
That's correct.
All right. No further questions. Thank you.
All right. Are there any other defense counsel? Mr. Weinstein.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, DDA Sprinkle. How are you?
Very well. How are you?
I believe we met once before, but my name is Doug Weinstein. I represent Diamante Kendrick.
Okay.
It's good to see you again.
Good to see you too.
So you've had some testimony today about people's general location with respect to cell tower, cell tower data that you collected, correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
And for a cell tower, you generally have, for example, in some towers, you know the tower and it might have 3 antennas, each of which, for example, have a 120-degree arc, correct?
Yeah, that's the general rule, yeah.
And so when you're locating people, when you testify to that, you're testifying about their general location because of the antenna that it's hitting, correct?
That's correct.
But you don't know the actual location of that cell phone, or even if it's within that 120-degree arc, do you?
No, you don't know. Well, there's a good chance it's within that 120-degree arc, but the exact location within that arc, no.
When you say a good chance within that 120-degree arc, I mean, you went to Georgia Tech, right?
Yeah.
Whoa.
In the engineering school?
No, public policy.
So you never took, for example, fields and waves over in the EE department?
I took... No, I didn't.
Okay. And so...
Got him.
But you're not aware that electromagnetic signals bounce?
Well, I'm generally aware of that, yeah.
Okay. Just like, if you shoot a basketball up at a basket and it comes down from the backboard, doesn't mean the person shooting the basketball was behind the backboard, right?
Right.
Okay. So when you say that someone's located at a particular location, that's just because of where the antenna is, right?
That's right.
Okay. You also testified earlier, and stop me if I'm wrong, that you attempted to interview Mr. Copeland, correct?
Well, I desired to. He had an attorney, and ultimately, it just didn't happen. Like, there was no interest from that side in allowing for the interview.
You desired to interview Mr. Copeland?
Yes.
You reached out through his attorney, correct?
If I remember correctly. Well, yes, it definitely would have been through his attorney, and all I know is it just never happened. I can't recall exactly what the conversation was, but I do know it never happened.
Did his attorney say, yeah, Mr. Copeland would love to be interviewed. Let's make a date for that?
Sustained. He just said he didn't remember.
Okay. Let's jump to one more thing, then I'll be done. The gas station video from the Texaco, the one that's exterior to the gas station. How many times would you say you viewed that video?
Wow.
roughly?
75 to 100 times.
And you saw someone that you believe to be my client, Diamante Kendrick, right?
Yes.
And you saw him in the Pontiac Bonneville, correct?
Yes,
And you saw the Pontiac Bonneville pull out of the gas station.
I did.
And Mr. Kendrick was in the Bonneville when it pulled out from the gas station, correct?
He was in the driver's seat.
Of the Bonneville.
Yes.
He was not in the Infinity, correct?
He was not.
Thank you.
Any other defense counsel have questions for this witness? Nope. Okay. Is there redirect?
Yes, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon.
You were asked on cross-examination by Mr. Adams whether or not you saw communication between Demise McMullen and Kenneth Copeland.
Correct.
Paul?
Yes.
What was the number that you were able to obtain for Demise McMullen?
So the number for Demise McMullen was 470-217-6080.
And you were asked as well about efforts that you made to corroborate information that you were given during specific interviews. Do you recall?
I do.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 528 Yankee. And ask if you recognize 528 Yankee.
I do.
How?
This is a picture that I obtained from Justin Cobb's Instagram page that I screenshotted.
Okay. Why did you, let me ask you first, is 528 Yankee a fair and accurate copy of the screenshot that you got from Justin Cobb's Instagram page?
Well, yes, though it's cut off a little bit on the right, where the timestamp is, the last number of the timestamp, it just says 201. Okay. But I mean, I recognize that it's otherwise fair and accurate. It's just cropped a little bit on the right-hand side.
Your Honor, the state tender states 528 Yankee as evidence.
I would actually object to it if it's not in the facts.
If it's what?
I would actually object to it if it is not as he remembers it to be, if it's been altered or if it's not the same that he's viewed previously.
Okay, well, it is admitted subject to the understanding that the date isn't to be relied on because we can't see what the date is.
And I'd also object to any hearsay that may be contained within that document.
I don't know if I don't know what the exhibit is. So is that an issue I need to take up?
I don't believe so, Judge. I mean, I can show the court in.
Okay.
Tap the like button. You know what time it is.
So, Your Honor, I'll ask additional questions that I think will.
Sustained.
Okay. So, after seeing this
Your Honor,
number,
I have a motion, please. May we step up?
Yeah. I'm going to excuse y'all to the jury room.
They not playing. They on her heels. What is hitting for out there, man? Y'all good? We got 2 hours left. Interesting to see how this game gonna play out.
Your Honor, may we excuse the witness?
Yeah. Mr. Sprinkle, you can go ahead and step outside for us.
Yeah, why you being
Thank you.
nosy, boy? You know how I get out of here. You being nosy for? You know to get out of here, boy.
Your Honor, so
Yeah.
well, first of all, my motion is a motion for mistrial based on the actions of the prosecutor. My objection initially to the item was that it contained hearsay. The state represented at the bench that it was not hearsay. There was no hearsay contained in it. We did not address the issue of what the state already knew, which is that there was a phone number attached to it that she was going to try to elicit testimony from this witness about who that phone number belonged to. That in and of itself is speculation, but it's certainly hearsay. The document can't authenticate itself. I believe the site for that proposition is Twigs versus State. It's 315 Georgia Appeals 191. So this witness can't look at a document and say that it says this phone number is from Justin Cobb's Instagram or social media posting. This is who it belongs to. So that was my objection. I believe the objection was well founded. I believe the state purposely put that up there after misrepresenting as to whether or not it contained any hearsay in it. And based on that, I would move for mistrial.
May I respond?
You may.
Judge,
Can somebody put the document up? I'm listening.
yes.
Would you put it up?
First, the state objects to a mistrial. Second, Your Honor, what Mr. Adams indicated that he did not want on here were the comments where's the phone number? There it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
The comments generally being all of the writing on the right side of the picture.
Your Honor.
And so I said to you, is any of it hearsay? Is any of it being offered for the truth? And you said no.
Your Honor, what I was asking the witness to do is to tell what was of significance to that number and what he did in terms of finding out and corroborating information that he obtained, because he obtained phone records. I don't intend that this evidence or this exhibit will prove or show that this is Justin Cobb's phone number.
You're asking him that? And
No,
asking
Your
him
Honor.
to testify to that?
I'm asking him, and I understand the court, I'm asking him what handle it's next to, and Your Honor, what he did after seeing what he saw on this social media page.
You represented at the bench that none of this, that being the writing on the right side of the picture, which we're all squinting at because it's tiny on the piece of paper. And so I am relying upon you to actually be honest with the court and opposing counsel so that we can deal appropriately with the evidentiary issue. Was any of it being offered for the truth? And you said no. And then you turned around, and after it was admitted over the overruling of the hearsay objection, based on the representation that nothing was being offered for its truth, you drew the witness's attention to the phone number and tried to have the witness testify to whose phone number it was. If that is not offered for the truth, what is it?
Your Honor, it explains what steps he next took. It wasn't that he sat there and took this phone number and said, okay, this is Justin Cobb's phone number. He went and sought records based on what he saw on this social media post. So it's not, this post can't prove anything, but I do expect that the witness will testify based on what he saw, regardless, because it's a legitimate.
Why can't you just, at the bench, when you know that the reason you're offering it is for the phone number, and then to ask the witness other questions about what he did based on that phone number and seeing that phone number, say to everybody so that we know what we're dealing with, you know, it's this phone number, and then I'm going to ask him XYZ about the phone number, and then we'll know what we're dealing with.
Because my understanding that what was being objected to was not the phone number, was the comments that was the.
She got a frog in her throat, y'all. Hell yeah. I ain't gonna lie. When you got the frog in your throat, yeah, Yeah, she getting sad, wobbly, bending knees and all that shit.
Words, Your Honor. And again, this piece of evidence does not prove anything, as anybody would be able to say. But when he saw this on Justin Cobb's page, or a picture of Justin Cobb next to what he believed to be Justin Cobb's handle, he sought additional information. The entire cross.
Number one of the comments.
I'm sorry, what, Your Honor?
I mean, that is included within what you're now calling comments, all of them just being.
And I asked at the bench what comments they were asserting was hearsay, Your Honor. I literally asked that.
I asked at the bench, is any of this being offered for its truth?
And Your Honor, it's being offered to explain DDA Sprinkle's actions that he took next. Your Honor, these records have been collected as part of what he did in this investigation. He was asked on cross-examination, did he take particular steps to corroborate what was given to him in certain interviews? That was the preceding question before I asked him about this particular post. So the state intended and intends to introduce the records that DDA Sprinkle produced or obtained after seeing this post. This post can't suffice to prove that that is Justin Cobb's number. This post only explains why DDA Sprinkle got the number and why it was significant to him in this investigation, where his steps and actions are being questioned.
But Judge, we don't get there. I hear what the state's saying, and it's disingenuous because we don't get to the second step that they're talking about, what records he procured and why he did what he did, unless we go through the hearsay statement that's contained in the portion that I objected to. And the court is accurate. I was there and I asked for everything that was on the right side, all of the verbiage to be, I said that was hearsay. The state said it was not. It clearly is, because to ask him that specific question, I mean, listen, none of us are obtuse here. It is what it is. I think that the state was disingenuous about it. The state's being very slippery in regards to their response to the court's questions. I think it's willful, and I think a mistrial is appropriate. And I'm asking.
I can't figure out what it is. If it's disingenuous, if it is that, I don't want to malign the prosecutor standing in front of me right now. So I'm not going to say the possible things that it could be, but it is baffling to me that somebody with the number of years of experience that you have, time after time after time, continues to seemingly purposefully hide the ball to the extent you possibly can for as long as you possibly can. And I really don't want to believe that it is purposeful.
What do you mean?
But honestly, after a certain number of times, you start to wonder how it could be anything but that, unless it is just that you are so unorganized that you are throwing this case together as you try it.
Wow. You've been known that.
And I am sorry to say that.
We've been saying this.
This case is being made much more difficult for everybody because of the haphazard way in which it is being presented.
I've been said this.
I'm going to take a recess for a few minutes.
Damn.
I'll have a ruling when I get back.
She about to give a mistrial, y'all. Shorty about to get that mistrial. Hey, bro, did she not repeat exactly what I was? I ain't even fuck it. Hey, man. Hey. Hey, man.
Can't tell if it's a dream or if it's real life. Rewind the last days on a still night. He ain't played for a minute, but he's still nice. If the beat got two empty verses,
I was looking for a number for Justin Cobb.
And what
we did not address the issue.
My man don't talk on his phone cause bugs in it. He told me do my thing, just put your blood in it. Thinking out the box, my nigga, but ain't no fugs in it. Champagne wishes,
drinking Hennessy.
They claiming that they ball, but they fake injuries. I was in the lab making remedies. We was in the streets trying to make it in the industry. Maybe it's a dream, or maybe it's reality. They wanna put a cap on me and my salary, but I'm just laying back, blowing on my salary.
What you get?
Mozzarella sticks with some chicken wings. 2 years suspended just for
Mr.
his
Sprinkle,
fame.
go ahead and step outside for us. Thank you.
The pigs will treat you greasy if you sitting clean. I'm from
Where the pawns and make a move just to hit the king.
Get rocks thrown at you if you tell the truth.
Yeah.
He caught
Your Honor, so
fast time.
well, first of all, my motion is a motion for mistrial based on the actions of the prosecutor. My objection initially to the item was that it contained hearsay. The state represented at the bench that it was not hearsay. There was no hearsay contained in it. We did not address the issue of what the state already knew, which is that there was a phone number attached to it that she was going to try to elicit testimony from this witness about who that phone number belonged to. That is, in and of itself is speculation, but it's certainly hearsay. The document can't authenticate itself. I believe the site for that proposition is Twigs versus State. It's 315 Georgia Appeals 191. So this witness can't look at a document and say that it says this phone number is from Justin Cobb's Instagram or social media posting. This is who it belongs to. So that was my objection. I believe the objection was well founded. I believe the state purposely put that up there after misrepresenting as to whether or not it contained any hearsay in it. And based on that, I would move for mistrial.
May I respond?
You may.
Judge,
Can somebody put the document up? I'm listening.
yes.
Would you put it up?
First, the state objects to a mistrial. Second, Your Honor, what Mr. Adams indicated that he did not want.
No, bring that back. Bring that back.
On here were the comments with. Where's the comment? There it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
The comments generally being all of the writing on the right side of the picture.
Your Honor.
And so I said to you, is any of it hearsay? Is any of it being offered for the truth? And you said no.
Your Honor, what I was asking the witness to do is to tell what was of significance to that number and what he did in terms of finding out and corroborating information that he obtained, because he obtained phone records. I don't intend that this evidence or this exhibit will prove or show that this is Justin Cobb's phone number.
You're asking him that? And asking
No,
him
Your Honor.
to testify to that?
I'm asking him, and I understand the court, I'm asking him what handle it's next to, and Your Honor, what he did after seeing what he saw on this social media page.
You represented at the bench that none of this, that being the writing on the right side of the picture, which we're all squinting at because it's tiny on the piece of paper, and so I am relying upon you to actually be honest with the court and opposing counsel so that we can deal appropriately with the evidentiary issue. Was any of it being offered for the truth? And you said no. And then you turned around, and after it was admitted over the overruling of the hearsay objection, based on the representation that nothing was being offered for its truth, you drew the witness's attention to the phone number and tried to have the witness testify to whose phone number it was. If that is not offered for the truth, what is it?
Your Honor, it explains what steps he next took. It wasn't that he sat there and took this phone number and said, okay, this is Justin Cobb's phone number. He went and sought records based on what he saw on this social media post. So it's not, this post can't prove anything, but I do expect that the witness will testify based on what he saw, regardless, because it's a legitimate.
Why can't you just, at the bench, when you know that the reason you're offering it is for the phone number, and then to ask the witness other questions about what he did based on that phone number and seeing that phone number, say, to everybody so that we know what we're dealing with. You know, it's this phone number, and then I'm going to ask him XYZ about the phone number, and then we'll know what we're dealing with.
Because my understanding that what was being objected to was not the phone number, was the comments that was the words, Your Honor. And again, this piece of evidence does not prove anything, as anybody would be able to say. But when he saw this on Justin Cobb's page, or a picture of Justin Cobb next to what he believed to be Justin Cobb's handle, he saw additional information. The entire I'm sorry, what, Your Honor?
I mean, that is included within what you're now calling comments, all of them just being.
And I asked at the bench what comments they were asserting was hearsay, Your Honor. I literally asked that.
I asked at the bench, is any of this being offered for its truth?
And Your Honor, it's being offered to explain DDA Sprinkle's actions that he took next. Your Honor, these records have been collected as part of what he did in this investigation. He was asked on cross-examination, did he take particular steps to corroborate what was given to him in certain interviews? That was the preceding question before I asked him about this particular post. So the state intended and intends to introduce the records that DDA Sprinkle produced or obtained after seeing this post. This post can't suffice to prove that that is Justin Cobb's number. This post only explains why DDA Sprinkle got the number and why it was significant to him in this investigation, where his steps and actions are being questioned.
But you know, Judge, we don't get there. I hear what the state's saying, and it's disingenuous, because we don't get to the second step that they're talking about, what records he procured and why he did what he did, unless we go through the hearsay statement that's contained in the portion that I objected to. And the court is accurate. I was there, and I asked for everything that was on the right side, all of the verbiage to be, I said that was hearsay. The state said it was not. It clearly is, because to ask him that specific question, I mean, listen, none of us are obtuse here. It is what it is. I think that the state was disingenuous about it. The state's being very slippery in regards to their response to the court's questions. I think it's willful, and I think a mistrial is appropriate. And I'm asking.
I can't figure out what it is. If it's disingenuous, if it is that, I don't want to malign the prosecutor standing in front of me right now. So I'm not going to say the possible things that it could be, but it is baffling to me that somebody with the number of years of experience that you have, time after time after time, continues to seemingly purposefully hide the ball to the extent you possibly can for as long as you possibly can. And I really don't want to believe that it is purposeful. But honestly, after a certain number of times, you start to wonder how it could be anything but that, unless it is just that you are so unorganized that you are throwing this case together as you try it. And I am sorry to say that. But this case is being made much more difficult for everybody because of the haphazard way in which it is being presented. I'm going to take a recess for a few minutes. I'll have a ruling when I get back.
Wow. What just happened? Did you just see your first body? You just seen your first body. Ho, don't, come on, bro. Golly, bro, look at you, bro. Look at you, bro. You should have been outside with us, bro. You throwing up and stuff. Come on, bro, look at him, bro. He a newbie, bro. You just seen your first body. Look at him. I could tell. It's cool, get it all out. Look, wipe your nose. Wipe your nose. That's crazy, right? That's crazy the way she been doing it all day. rope-a-dope. I knew something was coming. Some type of major, double drop kick off of the top rope. I knew a move was coming. I knew a patented, a finishing move. Yo, Shorty just threw the mic down and walked off and hollered, "I'll be back." After she just berated her, but told her that I don't want to berate you, but listen to this stuff I got to tell you about yourself. Yeah, I'm illegally, chop you up in front of cams right now. Look, Miss Love is bewildered. Yeah, she bewildered. Yeah, that's 6'4", all beef, bewildered right there. So you just seen a smaller opponent just demolish a bigger opponent right here. Yeah, I had to say that was impeccable. I hate to pick sides like this, but you see, Shorty with the skin looking like a naked turkey, a uncooked turkey. She smoked Shorty boots right here. Now this, hey, look, right. Hey, you love to see state on state crime. Yeah. What? That's your tax dollar at work right there. Yeah, that was impeccable. Yes. I'm glad I came to this game today, George. What you think? Play-by-play, this is standing up to be one of the best games I ever watched in my history of saying court case sports. Yes. I ain't even gonna lie. The whooping she just put on her, that's gonna go down in the goddamn Hall of Fame right there. Yeah. That right there in all the goddamn court TV. Only probably got a better highlight reel than what she just did is probably goddamn Judge Judy or something. Technically, we're going to have to go into the catalog and see what's going on about this court case sports shit. Straight up to check and see what type of ass whooping that was right there. Because we might, I don't know if we ever seen an ass whooping like that before. What you think about that, George? Right. Hell, she was bobbing and weaving, right? Hell yeah, you ain't never seen no ass whipping like that. Quite. It's definitely it's been a good day for the sport. We can say that. So, yeah, I mean, we gonna wrap it up here. It's been goddamn slime sports. Now, shout out to the ladies and gentlemen. I hope y'all ain't too drunk. Go ahead and drive home safely, because she just whomped on our ass. We definitely gonna have to see that on ESPN in the morning, ain't we? It's gonna be a couple highlights in there, ain't it? Hell yeah, did her ass good, real good. That was a nice fight. Straight up. That was a nice goddamn fight. Golly, cuz. I don't even watch this sport too often. This court boxing. She whooped her ass though, cuz. Real rap. Fuck slap boxing. This court boxing shit is crazy. Straight up. Slap boxing. That's cool. Slap what? Yeah, all that chalky shit. Yeah, that shit cool for real. You get bored after a minute, but this shit right here, I ain't even gonna lie. I might want to get in the ring in this type shit right here. I might be able to get the belt. For real. I think I could shine in this sport right here. Straight up. She baited her into this day, though. Y'all know she set her up for this by not hard stamping earlier. Yeah. She baited her into this. She let her keep doing that shit. I seen that she was ticked off before we went on a 4-day weekend. I knew her homegirls was in her ear over the weekend. Like, yo, why you letting Love punk you? You getting soft. She like, what is you talking about? I got mad convictions. How you think I got a judge chair? Yeah, but you might not be there next year. The way you letting Love come around, act the ass, do all types of stuff, all in the state name. You ain't doing nothing. You sitting up there looking tender in that little ass black robe. You thinking you somebody special. She like, what? Girl, I don't think I'm nobody special. Yeah, you do. You should see you on cam. We be reading the comments. You be busy at work. Hell yeah, girl, I be reading all the comments. They say you soft. She like, what? I ain't soft. Hell yeah, ever since you done turned into a judge, you getting all soft and bougie and shit. You losing your steam out here in the streets. They don't respect you out here. Paige like, what? Who said that? The streets. Stop playing. For real. That's what they saying about you. Look at her. That's why she came and turned today. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Oh, She ready to fight. She making sure her hair in the back.
All right, I'm going to deny the motion for mistrial. It's not as if the state couldn't have gotten the testimony in an appropriate way anyway. It's
That
not
bitch
like
just
the
needed a
testimony
break.
itself is that big of a deal. But
Bitch just
I am
needed a
going
break,
to
She's soft.
I'm going to exclude that statement and just tell the jury to disregard the statement and any testimony that had anything to do with the statement. So let's get Mr. Sprinkle back.
Nah, we good though, y'all. We good. That's where we wanted to
Or are you
know.
just getting ready
She
for the
ain't
jury?
taking no more
I'd like
shit
to
from
put
love.
just a matter
Go
before
ahead.
the record for the court.
All right.
Your Honor, this is from United States versus Roberts, Roberts. It's 640F second 255. It's the Ninth Circuit, 1981. It's been cited many times. It specifically says that continued prosecutorial misconduct may show a course of conduct establishing the intent to provoke a mistrial and bring into play double jeopardy considerations. You have not been here the whole time, and we thank you for being here.
Yeah, you knew though.
But starting with opening statement, and I know you got my motion.
Hold tight.
I know, and I know what your argument is.
No, you don't. Fuck, is you psychic?
Here's the thing: is that, and I understand what that law says as well. Ms. Love does not appear to be trying to get a mistrial so that she can try this case over again, which I know if that were what she was doing, she wouldn't be able to try the case over again anyway.
Why not?
Why not? So that's just
So she would be passing
not
the burden.
applicable here. Now, is there continued prosecutorial misconduct merits a mistrial anyway, based on that? Yes, potentially we get to that point at some point. But there is not, from what the court's vantage point is, an indication that the state is trying to goad anybody into moving for a mistrial so that they can retry the case because they think they're losing the case. I think they think they're winning the case.
What?
I don't know.
Who?
I don't know what they think.
Hold up. Objection, speculation. Let them say that out their mouth. You think who think they winning the case? Cap. You think they think that?
But I will say this. This is not becoming in the state of Georgia of a trial. And it is all the time. It's all the time. At some point, it's got to end. Because this is not fair to Mr. Williams, and I assume the other people on trial will agree. It is this constant hiding laws, citing law that does not stand for what it stands for, not giving over information, not answering the court, arguing with the court, and I think that it does rise to a level now, but I understand what you rule, but I think that we're well beyond it. And the reason I said promoting statement is it's literally.
Oh, I saw that. I know. I mean, I think my frustration was apparent a few minutes ago. But I truly am struggling with whether all of this is purposeful or this is just really poor lawyering on the part of members of the state's team.
What?
Either way, it's really unfortunate. If it's something other than poor lawyering, then it is more than unfortunate. But at this point, and we're going to just move on with that exhibit being excluded. I don't know if I can stress any more than I already have how much the state's lawyers need to make an effort to be upfront and forthright in the trial of this case. So let's get the witness back in.
Your Honor, would you allow me to either renew my motion for mistrial or consider that my motion is renewed before the asking of the next question, please?
It's renewed.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, upon further discussion, that last exhibit, which is State's Exhibit 528Y, is excluded from evidence, and so that means that y'all need to disregard it entirely in your thoughts and in your deliberation in this case. And as well, you need to disregard any testimony that might have been given about that particular exhibit. All right, go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Judge. DDA Sprinkle, you were asked on cross-examination about whether you attempted to determine whether Kenneth Copeland, in the words of Mr. Adams, lied when talking to the police. Do you recall that question?
Yes, generally. He asked me something about whether I endeavored to detect that or figure it out.
Did you make any steps to determine or to corroborate the information you gained from Kenneth Copeland?
I did.
Would you tell the jury what steps you took to corroborate information that you gained from Kenneth Copeland?
Well, there was a number of things that I did. I, in particular, looked at all the cell phone records. Like, for example, so I looked at the call detail records, the times that people were called or made calls, the parties to those calls, and also the towers that the handsets utilized by those calls. And as I've testified previously, you can tell somebody's general location based on the tower and the sector of the tower, the antenna of the tower that their handset utilizes to facilitate the call. And also you can, in knowing who somebody is communicating with at a given time, that can tell you a little something as well. And so when I compared Mr. Copeland's statements to my analysis of the cell phone records, I tried to the best of my ability to corroborate as much of the statement as I could by analyzing all of that.
You were also asked on cross-examination the power went out over here. Just keep on all of the screens.
On what? I can't see any of the screens, so
they're black.
The monitors themselves are out? Okay, well, do we need them right now? Do we need them right now?
No, not at this precise moment, no.
So, in terms of, is this one on?
No.
No? Okay. Do we have our backup thing? It does sound like something went silent too, so.
Just to be clear, Your Honor, it's not the monitors that have lost power. It's whatever's feeding the monitors.
Okay. Well, we got the sound fixed, and so now we're going to have issues with the video, the site.
Breakers.
Yeah, I think maybe a breaker got thrown because it sounds like maybe the AC went out, which would make some people happy, I think. All right. I mean, if it's going to be a few minutes before you get to the next exhibit, you can just go ahead with the testimony, and Ms. Pursfield will see what she can do about getting some sort of monitor back up.
Yes, thank you, Judge. DDA Sprinkle, did you utilize statements from other witnesses to corroborate information you obtained from Kenneth Copeland's interview?
I did.
Citation clause.
Not just from that. So overruled.
You were asked on cross-examination whether you obtained a wiretap for Defendant Williams' phone. Do you remember that?
Yes.
All right. As it relates to the Donovan Thomas murder, would it be something you would expect to be able to get a wiretap for a year and a half later?
I'm going to check on the grounds of speculation.
Overruled.
As it relates to the Donovan Thomas murder.
So wiretaps are for evidence of things that are going to be talked about in the future. I'm trying to think. I don't believe I've ever obtained a wiretap to investigate a crime that happened in the past, solely to investigate a crime that happened in the past. That's not to say you couldn't. I have heard of such things, but I've not personally done it, and I did not do it in this case.
You were also asked on cross-examination about the photographs that depicted, or the social media postings that depicted Defendant Stillwell. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And did you testify that you obtained information about the photograph from a person you spoke to?
Yes. Yes. Apart from what was just available in the public internet form, that being the website from which I obtained them. Yes, I did. I spoke with someone about the photograph.
Okay. Mr. Adams asked you about Detective Thorpe consulting with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis. Do you recall that?
I do.
Do you have any knowledge of whether Detective Gaither or Detective Dennis were consulted with before warrants were taken out by Detective Thorpe? In other words, did he seek their permission to take out the warrants?
No.
Do you have any knowledge about that?
No, I don't believe he did, no.
Okay. You were also asked on cross-examination by Mr. Adams about the dismissals and the NPGJ for certain people that warrants were initially taken out for the murder of Donovan Thomas. Do you remember that?
I do.
Were the dismissals of those warrants in any way based on the additional investigation that you did with your investigator, David White, into the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Well, no, not the one with Sledge. That was the Mr. Antonio Sledge. That was the preliminary hearing judge that threw that one out.
Mm-hmm.
So,
did you?
Hang on. All right. I don't know if your mic's on at all, but
I'm sorry. It was non-responsive, and it was testimony about other court proceedings, which I believe is inappropriate and hearsay.
overruled.
Did your investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas lead you to present MPGJs for people who had been arrested for his murder?
Well, yes, for the people that for which we didn't, the people that we didn't prosecute for the murder, yes.
You mean that you falsely accused?
Mr. Adams asked you specifically about corroborating the information you gained from Kenneth Copeland's interview. And specifically, he asked you about phone calls with Demekia and Garlington. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Are you able to tell the jury what information Kenneth Copeland provided you that you were able to corroborate?
Well,
Okay, I think your mic's still out, but sustained.
You were asked on cross-examination by Mr. Shart whether Kenneth Copeland said he was at the Green store at the time of the murder. Do you recall that?
I do.
When you are looking at cellular location information for cell phones, do you look at a static point in time to determine what a person's handset is doing? In other words, do you only look at the time of the incident in question, or is the time leading up to it and the time after it also relevant?
Well, yes, the times before, during, and after the homicide, it can absolutely be relevant.
Was there any point during your investigation where Kenneth Copeland said, I was at the Green store at the time of Donovan Thomas's murder?
I don't remember that. I don't have every single thing that he said during his, particularly the 9-hour statement, committed to memory. But I don't recall him saying that, being even cognizant as to saying that he knew exactly where he was at the time that Donovan Thomas suffered his fatal gunshot wound.
As it relates to what Kenneth Copeland did tell you about his whereabouts on the day of Donovan Thomas's murder, were you able to get information as it relates to any significant others in Kenneth Copeland's life about where he was on the day of the murder?
So to be clear, I never spoke with Kenneth Copeland. But from the statements that he provided, yes, I believe so. I definitely, because he would reference people that he knew, I sought to identify, for example, phone numbers for those people, because again, that would go to my corroborating his statement based on, among other things, his phone logs.
Okay. When you testified on cross-examination that you were looking at big things for inconsistencies, what did you mean by that?
Well, so, a big inconsistency would be, as I cited, if somebody were to say, for example, I witnessed a murder and there's a video of the vantage point that the person cited that they stood, and then I look at the video and there's nobody there, that would be a big inconsistency that I would seek to clear up. And indeed, I did that here. That's what I meant by that. Something that's glaring, something that you're not able to, something for which there's not a reasonable explanation that can clear this up for you.
You were also asked on cross-examination about who was in possession of the Infinity that was at the Texaco prior to the Donovan Thomas murder. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Why did you say, do you mean, or if you mean actual possession? Do you recall responding?
Yes.
Regarding actual possession? Why did you say that?
Well, the person that was actually like at the helm of the vehicle and had actual control of the vehicle, not the person that had some sort of legal right to the vehicle through a lease agreement or otherwise.
Did you see anyone else's name on the rental records for the vehicle, the Infinity that was at the gas station up the street from where Donovan Thomas was gunned down?
I don't know. I don't think so. Just Mr. Williams.
Mr. Adams also asked you about phone calls between Demise McMullen, Kenneth Copeland, and Demekion Garlington. In your review of Kenneth Copeland's interviews, do you recall him ever giving a specific time that he was in the car, as in 1 a.m., 4 a.m., a specific time that he was in the car with Demise McMullen and Demekion Garlington?
Well, it was afterward. But no, I don't recall the specific time, or if he cited a specific time. From what I remember, he would cite. Generally, he'd say, I think it was around 10:30 or something. That's not a quote at all, what I just said. But no, I don't recall him having like a regimented timeline, like at 1927 hours, we went to this location or anything like that.
Okay. You were also asked about the absence of phone calls in the phone records that you obtained as it related to Defendant Williams and Demekion Garlington. Do you remember that?
I do.
Are you able to tell the jury whether the phone records or the call detail records that you obtained would reflect FaceTime calls?
No.
Would those call detail records reflect WhatsApp calls?
No.
Do you know, or can you even say that there was no communication between Defendant Williams and Demekion Garlington?
No, I can't say that. The records, like I said, the call detail records are only those that were logged by the cellular phone company. A FaceTime call would be facilitated through Apple, the Apple Corporation's platform infrastructure, rather.
Did you ever charge Defendant Williams with Donovan Thomas's murder?
No.
You were asked about the headliner in the Infinity, or obtaining gunshot residue from the Infinity that you found a year and a half later in a different state. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you have any information about the number of people who had been in the Infinity between the time that Donovan Thomas was gunned down and the time it was located in a different state?
No. And from what I recall, Hertz wouldn't have been able to provide me with records of that anyway. It's very interesting. I couldn't ask for the rental history on a specific vehicle. I could only ask for the rental history of a specific person.
And did you have any information about the number of times the interior of that vehicle had been cleaned, laundered, or anything else in that year and change?
No. Not that I recall. No.
Without that information, why then did you seek to obtain a search warrant?
Well, I primarily wanted to obtain the data from the vehicles, the Infinity's infotainment system, you know, the system that you might hook your phone up to. I thought that if we were able to get a search warrant, we might as well also analyze the interior for gunshot residue. I mean, I was aware of what the probative value of that may or may not be, but I thought better to have it and not need it than the other way around. So that was the rationale there as to why I did that, or was contemplating that. That ultimately never happened.
Mr. Adams also asked you about not getting cell site data for the phone number that you determined belonged to Demekion Garlington, or at least that you testified on cross was Demekion Garlington's phone number.
Well, I don't know that I definitively figured out that that was Demekion Garlington's number. No.
And what information could you get without having probable cause to obtain cell site location data?
You can obtain the subscriber information. That is the information that the phone company has on file for the person that pays for the line, if they have that information on file. Mm-hmm. You know, the person that they would bill on a monthly basis, basically. And also the what are called call detail records. These are just, I mean, these are anybody who's had phone service, you know, and they've seen a bill and it has a list of your phone calls. Well, that's essentially what this is. It looks a little bit different when you get them pursuant to a legal process like this, but it's just a list of the incoming and outgoing calls and text messages, not iMessages, incidentally, not messages sent between iPhones, but text messages, SMS messages. And that's essentially it. Notably absent from records, call detail records, if you don't have a search warrant, in other words, there wasn't a finding of probable cause, is that tower location data that I've testified to. That is the general area where the handset was, the equipment to which the handset connected to facilitate the communication. Without a search warrant, you cannot get that. You can only get the dates and times of the calls and the numbers that were part of that call.
And talking about the lack of calls in those records between Defendant Williams and Demekion Garlington, if two persons or two handsets are next to one another, do you generally expect to find phone calls between those two people if they're sitting, for instance, in the same vehicle?
Well, it's not impossible to call somebody sitting in the same vehicle as you. So I don't know why somebody would call somebody that's saying that. Maybe they can't find their phone. Like, call my phone, I can't find it. I mean, there could be any number of reasons. I can't speculate as to why you'd call somebody in your immediate spatial proximity.
Who was it that gave you the information about the photograph where Shannon Stillwell is depicted?
Quindarius Zachary.
And who was it that gave you the date, or the approximate time or date that the photograph was taken?
Quindarius Zachary.
And finally, you were asked about the length of time people remained in jail after being arrested for Donovan Thomas's murder. Do you recall that?
No, I don't recall specifically being asked about the length of time they spent in jail, but I recall being asked about their something along those lines, similar to that, maybe.
Okay. If a person is held on something other than the warrant for murder, would an MPGJ or a dismissal of the murder charges automatically allow them to be released?
No.
All right. Just 1 second. Sure. That's all that I have at this time.
All right. Is there any recross? All right.
Mr. Sprinkle, picking up where the prosecutor left off in regards to that NPGJ, what we do know, though, is that Mr. Copeland's NPGJ, the charges or the document that dismissed the murder charge that first put him in jail in 2015, that NPGJ wasn't done until 2017. Is that correct?
That sounds right. I didn't file that, but and I don't recall who the prosecutor was that did, but I was aware of it. But I don't know that he was ever actually booked into the Fulton County Jail on the murder charge, though.
You don't know that?
I think he was in the federal jail, if I remember correctly.
The other three were, though, right?
Well, not Mr. Sledge, Mr. Garlington, because like I said, Mr. Sledge's case was dismissed in January 2016. Mr. Garlington, Mr. Jackson, aka Mr. Stillwell, yes.
Well, let me ask you this. You said Mr. Sledge's charges were dismissed in 2016. Where was he before his charges were dismissed?
Fulton County Jail.
Right. So in jail on that murder warrant, right?
Correct.
Okay. So he was, in fact, imprisoned on Thorpe's murder warrant until until his charges were dismissed, right?
Well, in the jail, not prison, but yes, he was incarcerated, yes.
Okay. I mean, jail, prison, you're not on the streets. Your freedom's taken from you, right?
Right. I mean, it's a distinction without a difference. I'm just saying that, prison and jail are two different. Yes, his freedom was restricted. He was not allowed to leave. He was in a government facility.
You were asked a number of questions about cell phones. Mm-hmm. And I wanted to kind of pick up there. Now, you were aware from the work that you had done on the case, as well as listening to Mr. Copeland's statements, his interviews, that he had multiple cell phones in January of 2015. You're aware of that, right?
Mr. Copeland did?
Mr. Copeland, yes.
I'm sorry, I have one number for him. I don't recall him saying that he personally had multiple cell phones. I don't remember that now.
How about this? Do you remember in an interview that he had with the detectives where on January the 11th of 2015, at about 3:30 in the morning, where he talks to the detectives about his cell phone or cell phones? Do you remember that?
No, I don't recall that. I know I'm familiar with that interview, but I just don't remember him talking about multiple cell phones or anything like that.
Okay. Are you aware that there were no calls? And if we're just going to just talk about the number that you're familiar with in regards to Mr. Copeland, let's focus on that one.
Okay.
Right? Are you aware that there are no calls from Mr. Copeland's per his cell phone records on January 10th, 2015 between 6:58 p.m. and 7:26 p.m. Are you aware of that?
I don't have the full records in front of me. I do see that the records that I examined, the last relevant call is at 6:58 p.m.
Okay. And you had, when you got his phone records, we've talked before about the fact that you've got the cell tower data. So you had some idea of where you thought he was at particular times based on those records, right?
Oh, I take that back, actually. At 7:01, 7:23, 7:24, 7:26, 728, 743, 745, 749, 751, and 754. There were calls
coming in or going out?
Let's see. There was an inbound call at 701. There was another inbound call at 723. There was an outbound call at 724. There was an inbound call at 726. An inbound call at 728. An outbound call at 743. An outbound call at 745. An inbound call at 749. An inbound call at 751. And that's it.
Okay. And so having his records, knowing the cell tower data, you were able to opine on where he was at a particular time on that night, January 10th, 2015, right?
Well, his general the part of town, basically, that his handset was located.
You placed him, according to your report, either at or near the McDonald's on the evening of January 10, 2015. You remember that?
I do.
All right. Now, you don't have any cell phone or cell tower data records on Mr. Copeland that shows his phone going to what we've called the Sky House on that night, do you?
I don't recall that. Yeah, I don't believe so.
Nothing in your records that refreshes your recollection that you've got any of that. You don't have any of that to show that he went to the Sky House or his phone, the phone that you're saying is his, went to the Sky House on that night. True?
That is correct. I don't believe that. Yeah, just taking a look at my notes, it doesn't appear to me that I found that his phone traveled to the Sky House.
And one of the things that you were asked about these phone records, I think the prosecutor asked you, well, the phone records won't show you WhatsApp communications, right?
That's correct.
Asked whether or not the phone records would show you, or said that it would not show you FaceTime communications, right?
Correct.
And so I think your answer, tell me if this is what you said, was that you can't say that there was not any communication between Mr. Williams's phone and, for example, Mr. Copeland's phone on that night. You can't say that because it could have been maybe WhatsApp or FaceTime, right?
Yeah, some sort of platform for which we just don't have logs.
Right. And so what we have ultimately is that there is no evidence, none, right? Because we can't assume a negative. Mm-hmm. There is no evidence that there was any communication between those phones on that night, right?
Correct.
Prosecutor asked you, said, you never charged Mr. Williams with Donovan Thomas's murder, right?
That's right.
You did not.
That's correct.
Because you had no evidence that he committed that murder, true?
Well, yes, but I also can't charge people with crimes. I'm not a police officer and I'm not a grand jury. But I think I understood what the question was intended to elicit. And yes, that's correct. I didn't think that there was evidence to charge him.
You I got a question about a video. I'm not sure if it was a prosecutor that asked you or whether maybe it was Mr. Shard who asked you about a video, specifically at the McDonald's. You didn't get any video from the McDonald's, right?
I did not.
Okay. Are you familiar with different recording systems where there's something recorded and it's kept for a certain period of time and then either recorded over or deleted? You familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay. I think we talked about that you talked about that a little while ago, right?
Yeah. Basically that there's only a finite amount of recording space. So eventually the recording has to start over again.
Now, when we're talking about that, the recording starting over, you said before that some recording systems record for a certain period of time and then maybe a day, maybe a week, maybe 2 weeks, something like that. You remember that testimony?
Yeah, depending on the size of the recording, the size in megabytes of the recording media. I mean, presumably they don't have them on tape anymore. Yeah, it would depend on that.
Right. So if you've got, not hypothetically, but just based on your knowledge and your experience, right? Mm-hmm. A system that records every 2 weeks. It's not that you've got 2 weeks of recordings, then all of a sudden that goes away and it starts over. Right? Isn't it just that you have 1 day and then a particular day is taken up by the following day as it starts and goes all the way through? You understand what I'm asking you?
Yeah, I think I understand. It's a hard drive that the data is being written to. So, I mean, I don't know that.
This is how the equation works. Depending on the hard drive size and the camera quality and the file size being recorded according to the camera quality, hence if it's 720, 1080p, you know, vice versa, 30 frames per second, 60 frames or less. You know, sometimes it's choppy. That means it's recording a low amount of frames per second, less than 24. It's a lot of variance, but more than likely, the file size is not meant to be that big, long as it's getting quality, right? So technically, the equation can be figured out, and if he did this research, he should really know the exact equation. There's not a lot to put to it that give you the exact final answer, y'all. I'm talking about like that's it. These are all the elements that determine how fast the camera will overwrite on the hard drive due to running out of space. These are the elements that makes this apparent. Now, going forward with time, technology becomes more cheaper. So hard drives are cheaper, meaning for what you could have got a 1 terabyte hard drive 2 to 3 years ago, now you can afford yourself a 2 terabyte hard drive. Now you could go ahead and take this information and exponentially add that to the goddamn timeline, straight up.
As the drive fills up, you're right. I guess what you're asking is that after 2 weeks, does all the data just immediately go away at the 2-week mark? No, I wouldn't think so. No, I would think it would be an incremental deletion.
As it relates to this, if there's not knowledge, I would object based on speculation as to any particular.
Exactly. Your witness is speculating.
All right. Mr. Sprinkle, you were asked, I think following up on a question I'd asked you, then the state asked whether or not you were aware of if Detective Thorpe.
Hey, Kato, I don't know what your son up to, needing 4 terabytes, but regardless of what it is, that's what you want him to be asking for. So, yeah, get that. Matter of fact, ask him if he want to. Straight up. If anybody in here got kids, your kid pop up talking about they need terabyte hard drives, get that. I ain't even gonna lie. I don't think nothing bad could come out of whatever the hell they trying to fill up on that hard drive. I don't care what they doing. If they done ran out of hard drive space, they doing something. That's work. It take work to fill up a hard drive. Now, if you just filling it up because you just lazy and don't want to erase nothing, that still says something, but still, you still doing a lot. Straight up, I don't care if you playing a game, taking pictures, editing videos. I don't care what it is. You getting busy.
Consulted with Detective Dennis or Gaither. Remember that question?
Yes.
And then we had talked earlier when I questioned you originally on Cross about the fact that you knew that there were interviews, for example, with Mr. Copeland, where all of those detectives were present, right?
Yes.
And those would have been things that took place after January 10th of 2015, correct?
Yes.
As the murder investigation was being conducted, right?
Correct.
Okay. Then we have the arrest of these 4 individuals on October 20th of 2015, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, I don't know that they were all arrested on that day, but that was the date the warrants were obtained.
Got you. That's the date that Detective Thorpe made a decision, and I'm gonna arrest these 4 guys or get a warrant for their arrest, right?
That's right.
Okay. Which he was wrong about. Right?
Well,
Yeah.
Sustained.
Okay. You were asked whether or not you thought that, or you knew whether Detective Thorpe sought permission from either Detective Dennis and or Gaither to swear out the warrants for the arrest of the individuals in the Donovan Thomas case.
Yes.
All right. I think your response was either you don't know or you don't think he did.
Well, no, I don't think he did. That'd be very odd. The permission lays with the magistrate judge or a judge, not with his coworkers at the Atlanta Police Department. But to my knowledge, no, that never happened.
But what you do know, from speaking to the detectives, and by the time you grab a hold of the case, right, is that certainly Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis had been involved to some extent in the murder investigation, right? Or at least assisted with it, right?
Yes.
And after Thorpe swore out the warrants in October, they were aware that these 4 people were sitting in jail, right?
They were.
Neither of them, these 2 seasoned investigators, either came to Thorpe or you and said, hey, you know what? We got some problems here. I think we got Detective Thorpe didn't do what he was supposed to do. We need to take another look. That never happened, did it?
Objection, relevance, and vague and compound.
Sustained.
Okay. In regards to the infinity, we talked initially, I questioned you, not talked, about possession of the infinity.
Mm-hmm.
And you used the word actual possession.
Right.
Right. You said, no, I do not know who was in actual possession of the infinity on January 8th, 9th, 10th.
Right.
Fair? Okay. And you were just asked a question about the importance of actual possession. And actual possession is something that's important to you, or was important to you in making a determination about the infinity, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Right. Mr. Williams' name appears as the person who the car was rented to, right?
Yes.
Right. Now, in terms of your investigation, if you believed that there was something that was done or crime committed using the infinity, right, that is why it would be important to determine who was in actual possession of the infinity at the time that the crime was committed, right?
That's correct.
Because I can rent a car and it be in my name, but if someone else has possession of the car and is committing the crime, they're the person that's committing that crime, right?
That's correct. I mean, unless I were able to show that somehow the people that actually possessed the car did so with the encouragement of the lessee. But yes, you're right.
And specifically in regards to this case, this infinity, Mr. Williams, you had no such evidence. True?
That's correct.
Toast.
Your investigation, I use the term investigation, your work on the case led you to recognize that there were inconsistencies and you couldn't trust what Kenneth Copeland was saying or what he had said in his statements. True?
Well, no, I thought that his statement, there were a number of things that I thought were accurate about his statement.
And some things were inaccurate, right? As far as you knew.
You would have to, his statement was there was a lot in his statement. I tried to, look at his statement generally based on what he was able to remember when he provided that 9-hour statement and primarily, compare it with the phone records. And when I did that, I didn't see any glaring, I can't recall seeing anything that was just wholly inconsistent or impossible. Like, for example, the first witness, Spencer Wright, what he said happened was impossible. He wasn't there. I didn't see anything like that with Kenneth Copeland.
Did your investigation on this case, by the time you picked it up or got involved in it late 2015, 2016, seeing everything that had been done or not done thus far, also lead you to believe that you couldn't necessarily trust the investigative work of Thorpe, Gaither, and Dennis?
Ooh. Well, no. I mean, yes, there was a mistake. Detective Thorpe made a mistake in not taking a look at the video and checking to see if the witness was actually where he said he was. Okay, but would that mean that I wouldn't be able to trust anything in the entire investigation? No, I wouldn't make that sort of blanket condemnation such that I would just disregard everything in the entire file and every finding of fact made by the police. No. I mean, I can see that a mistake was made in one part of the investigation, but there are other parts of the investigation that were not as erroneous.
A mistake.
His mistake put people in jail, though, didn't it?
Yes.
That's all.
All right. Any other defense attorney have redirect? I mean, I'm sorry, not redirect, recross.
Oh.
Okay.
He toasted his buns.
Okay. All right. Mr. Sprinkle, thank you for your time.
buns.
I think it sounds like we might see you again at another stage in this case, but you are free to go for now.
Hot
you, Your Honor.
cross buns.
And it's a little after 4.
Oh, you ready to go home?
We have another witness who's going to take hour and a half.
If not, we'll just get started with somebody and go as far as we can.
We'll get started with detective. Yes.
All right. Anybody need a break before we get to the next
bring
witness?
Gates the bum ass. We ready to roll.
Good. Okay.
Your Honor, and as it relates to this particular witness, there's been
No, fuck that.
as it relates to filming.
Nah, we showing her face. Fuck that.
Okay. So no filming of this witness. Thank you for that reminder. All right.
We ain't
can go
doing
ahead
that.
and get that.
Oh, she thinks she's slick.
Quick bathroom, like
Y'all know what time
5
it is.
to 10 minutes. Okay. All right. Try to be fast about it. We'll be back at 4:15.
What y'all think? Y'all got what y'all was looking for today, man. I ain't gonna lie, y'all got what y'all was looking for today. Yes, y'all did. Oh, yes, you did. Yeah.
Is the first system operational again? Okay. Do you need to
Yes,
switch
you
back
did.
over at all?
Man, who got the best photo of Gaither, man? We need a nice, high quality one. I got some ones. Hold on, let me see what I got, man.
And to use the primary system, it seems like it's back up and working again. All right. Well, I mean, you're the one who also wanted a restroom break, but I can listen.
And thank you. So, Your Honor, I'm objecting to a wholesale playing except for what the court redacted from Mr. Zachary's August 5, 2015 video audio recording interrogation. And there's Georgia cases that I have at my fingertips as well. But the first one is L as in laughter, K as in kitten, L as in laughter versus Ellington, ELLINGTON. Your Honor, it's 2018 United States District Court, Lexus numbers 208774, decided December 10th, 2018. And in that case, the district court wrote that the trial court ruled that because AL's statement during it's CAC, but Child Advocacy Center interview were hearsay, and the prosecution had not introduced the interview, counsel could only introduce those portions of the interview where AL made an inconsistent statement, not the entire interview. And that's what I'm saying. Here, the state, and I raised this at your bench 3 times. I said what I foresee is that the state is not introducing the interrogation, either one, there were 2. They're going to not use Mr. Zachary, and they're going to put it up with another witness, and you said, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens in the future. Well, that's exactly how it played out, and it is my opinion that if there are true inconsistent statements,
and they nipped him.
There's really inconsistent statements. Then I understand that.
Back up on them hoes. Oh, they know how I get. Oh, they like rappers now. Nah, cuz I can hear it. Take the second mic. Oh,
and it comes in under 24-801 D1A because it would not.
They like Wu-Tang up there. They like not
be hearsay because it would relate back to OCGA 24-6-613 prior inconsistent statement.
They really D12 though. You feel me? You get it. You see who on the lead. Say less. Say less. Say less. Say less.
But the state does not have a Kenneth Copeland where he would just say, yeah, I don't remember if I said it, but I lied. They have Mr. Zachary saying, I said that. I am a liar, but I said that. And that's different than the just, I'm a liar, I don't remember, I don't recall. So unless the state can go piece by piece on what is an inconsistent statement, I'm objecting to just having a trial by prior recordings. The state then puts it on the accused and said that, well, we objected to it taking so long, to the state going through the entire interview. The state was asking about, how old are you? Do you have a brother? Where do you live? I mean, all this just page by page, but they did not hit.
He literally just hit the Eminem. How old are you? Where do you live?
The specific statements that are now deemed inconsistent statements, and I'm objecting to the wholesale playing of a recording and the witness is gone. That's my objection. I have the Georgia case too, and that is Gibbs, GIBBS versus State 340, Georgia Appeal 723. It's in Division 2A, as in Elisa, 2017 case.
Lisa, pretty Lisa.
All right, thank you, Ms. Love.
Your Honor, I believe that the court accurately surmised that the testimony of Quindarius Zachary was, given the way that he testified and what he testified to, much like with other witnesses in this case, he has set up where he has denied with the state information that he gave in the interview. He has claimed to not recall information that he gave in the interview. He has claimed to have lied about specific information that he gave in the interview, even to the extent that when asked identical questions by opposing counsel, he would give a completely inconsistent answer to opposing counsel. For instance, do you know this person? To me, he would say, I can't recall. 5 minutes later, to Mr. Steele, he might say, yes. Or to me, he would say, I can't read. 5 minutes later, he's reading a book placed in his hands. So, Your Honor, I think that the court had it right. I would ask that the court allow us to present to the jury this pertinent information and relevant evidence.
All right. Yes.
I just respond. The part I disagree with is the state has already presented this evidence. When he's asked, did you say Shannon confessed? And he says, yes, I did tell the police that, but that was a lie. They've gotten that information out. He has confirmed that he told the police that back in 2015, and that's
plot twist. Shark got on gray on navy blue, y'all. I questioned it earlier. That's navy blue. Yes, it's even worse. That's really a police uniform. That is police blue when you got the navy blue tie that matched the damn button up, bro. That is navy blue on navy blue inside of gray, y'all. Yeah, he really boot smoking right now. It's really like a police, though. Straight up. Now, I'm going to tell you how it's blue. Look, this black right here. Yeah. This black right here, look. Now, I questioned it earlier when I looked. I say, oh, that's blue. Yeah, he busting, though.
The whole point of using extrinsic evidence, as I understand it. The whole point of using extrinsic statements or prior statements to prove the point, it's when the person's denying it and you have to bring in that statement. I'm sure if we look at the transcript, there are going to be a few times, especially towards the end of, I believe, the second day where Mr. Zachary was frustrated and got into I don't recall mode. But other than that, he acknowledged what he allegedly said and said it was a lie, and this is why I lied. And I don't believe that lays the foundation for what the state wants to do.
Okay, so I think that by and large, he said a whole lot of I don't remembers and a fair bit of, if I said that, I don't remember saying it, but if I did, I lied, to the extent that the statement itself can come in as substantive evidence as a prior inconsistent statement. And if the defense has particular
parts of the statement that you believe that actually were sufficiently handled such that the extrinsic evidence of that shouldn't come in, then please let me know. But I think by and large, it can come in, subject to the redactions, of course.
Can I respond to your request? He certainly acknowledged making statements about Mr. Stillwell allegedly confessing. In both statements, and the reason I can remember that is because I went through them and talked about how they differed, but that was standard impeachment comparing two statements, but at no point did he deny making those statements. So I think that's pretty clear that he did not deny those. He also did not deny giving when I believe it was Miss Love leading, or I shouldn't say that. Miss Love was asking questions and getting into alleged facts that Demekion Garlington allegedly said. I believe that Mr. Zachary acknowledged telling the police about that as well, except he just said that, Garlington was a play. Garlington had given him the play was his ultimate explanation, but I don't believe he denied that either. So I think, sure, there's a lot of tangential points that perhaps a foundation was laid, but on the main points as it relates to Mr. Stillwell, at least, I don't believe that he denied making those statements, and therefore I don't believe it's appropriate to play the prior inconsistent statements because they are not inconsistent.
By the same token, Your Honor, he also did not deny having said in his previous interview that Mr. Kendrick had admitted to being involved in that murder. He said that it was a lie, but he did admit to having said that.
All right, I'll consider those over the break.
Your Honor.
One more, Your Honor.
Yes.
He admitted that Jeffery Williams, that he said, Jeffery Williams gave the equipment vehicle to Shannon, allowed Shannon Nard to go up and drive as well as Mr. Copeland. And he was never even asked about giving Jeffery Williams a gun, so it can't be inconsistent. Those two items I object to.
Asking about giving Jeffrey Williams a gun.
Yeah,
Give me a little bit.
And it's in his statement to the law.
About Zachary giving Jeffrey Williams a gun?
Yes. But he never was confronted about that.
Okay.
Your Honor, now that I think about it, he also acknowledged giving the statement to law enforcement about he acknowledged giving the statement to law enforcement about Mr. Copeland being at Big Boo's house and then saying, let's go, and then returning and learning that there was a price paid on it. He acknowledged saying all that. He said he made it up, but he acknowledged saying all that. And he also acknowledged telling the police about what he observed at the Lil Wayne bus shooting when he was at Club Compound and cars leaving from there. So all those things were touched upon on his direct and acknowledged by the witness.
Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
Saying that he told the police that and then saying, but it was a lie, makes the prior statement an inconsistent statement. Additionally, he said to the state, I was high on, or I was withdrawing from 3 or 4 different drugs, depending on what time he was talking about it. So his intent was to suggest to the jury any way he could that anything he said about and I specifically asked because anything he said about either of the 3 defendants in this case that he talked about, he denied were true. Everything.
Okay. Let's take our 10-minute break, which at this point will bring us back at 4:30.
What y'all think, y'all? What y'all think? I felt like something was heating up today. It's going wonky for the state. Y'all tell me what y'all think, though. Look like it's getting a little bit touchy for them. It ain't going exactly how they planned, I don't think. That's how I'm feeling. Feel like it ain't doing what they expected. Why she ain't called a mistrial? Well, technically, she understand that the defense feel like they winning. Miss Love tried to jump out there and say she don't want a mistrial to defend her poor case. So the judge holding her to that, allegedly. So that's what it's come down to. Since Ms. Love then already said she not shooting for a mistrial on purpose, the judge, Ms. Page, the honorable, is saying that, all right, well, she ain't doing it intentionally, because surely she wouldn't intentionally shoot for a mistrial by doing this, bringing this phony case up. So she must just be incompetent, but I'm going to let her play it out and look dumb. Since she say that ain't what she doing, I ain't going to let her out, because she not going to retry it. Somebody else going to have to retry it, I believe. So that would be giving her a pass in the first place. But she making it out like she really want to get the win, and she believes she winning. But I don't think the judge believe that she really is winning. So the judge say they think they're winning, which is surprising. So both sides think they winning at this point. The judge looked like she favoring the defense for real. And she's tired of Miss Love's shenanigans with not being prepared. And she accused her of doing it intentionally. Now, I said the same exact thing, because this same argument was used before. If you study law for a certain amount of time, you know good and goddamn well when you breaking rules or, not doing things accordingly. So it's safe to say that you intentionally doing it because it just happened to mysteriously work in your favor. Remember I started saying, yo, here they go. What I was calling it? Beautiful mistakes. That's what she was doing. She keep making these mistakes that just weirdly go in her favor, like, slowing the clock down. The ex parte meeting, the throwing immunity, these things, there's little things you do that help you so much, but you're not weaponizing it from what you claim. Oh, no, I ain't doing that. I wasn't using it as a weapon, Your Honor. No. But mysteriously, it gives you a boost. It gives you a boost. It's like we playing 2K out in the park, man, and you just went in that little ass joint and got some of them Gatorade bars. You heard? Straight up. You out here, yeah, you got that. You hit them 3. You just cheated, though. You went in there and beamed up on the Gatorade bars. Now you feel me? Straight like that. Tap the like button. We in here, though. Help me get this 700. We get that 100% rate on here. You know what I mean? But now the good thing about it is we moving forward with witnesses. They bringing Gaither Dusty ass back up. And I call her Dusty because she like your uncle or something. You feel me? They ain't really be booking bitches. He kind of rough around the edges. But you cool with him, though, because he fix cars. She like, yo. But look, even though we getting some action today, it don't look like the judge, what's her name, Paige? Yeah, country ass Paige. It don't look like Lil Chalky gonna really be holding too much, holding back too much on Love. So it set the future up for things to get real spicy for entertainment purposes. You understand? Yeah. So good old Chalky holding us down, straight up. And I could call it Chalky. You can't call it Chalky. That's straight like that. But I mean, you tell me what you thinking. You heard me. Mm-hmm. On a lawyer that's not paid properly, like a lawyer that's not paid to have the resources to go up against the tricks that Miss Love is using, yeah, if they trying to establish themselves and they actually got some type of, real fight for justice, they gonna take it as a challenge to step on Shorty. So if she play with the wrong lawyer, they gonna dance on her because it's there. So let's say, for instance, remember, Lil Rod got little skinny Benny over there that be coming in. Not his wife, not his boo thing that's over there, Williams. Remember Lil Shorty look like an English arts teacher. Yeah. She ain't playing with love. Like, let her go head up with this little shenanigan fest love throwing. That chick ain't playing. Or Westmoreland back in the back. She ain't playing like Shorty, nah, because they really look like they really play with this law. Like, nah, what is you talking about? Like, any lawyer that really like to argue is going to chop Shorty. Straight like that. Because it's there for you to chop. So you waiting for a time you can shine. You feel me? So you get somebody like this with this phony ass case. Lady, really? This what you doing? Man, you done gave me open floor. The womp on you. Straight up, man. She basically gave it. Now, with this set of lawyers, they beating her the long way, to be honest, bro. They putting the want, like, they really making it to where as though I don't even think if they did mistrial, somebody would really bring this back. Straight up. Like, they making it to where as though they really, they stepping on this. They mashing this out, y'all. Like, if this was a cigarette that wasn't out or a black and mild that wasn't all the way out, they make it sure. They doing this when they getting rid of this. This ain't gonna start no forest fire right here. Nah. Nope. They poured a bucket of water on the black and mild. Yeah, it was just one black and mild. They stepped on that bitch, smashed it out, dragged it. Other came and stepped on it, and then they threw buckets of water on this motherfucker. They are putting this case out. Yo, they are essentially brought the goddamn whole fire truck to put out a goddamn black and mild in the parking lot. Seriously, cuz. Straight up. Smoking this shit. Like, they are overwhelmingly putting her ass out of the flames, bro. Straight up. Straight up. You know how sometimes you drop a cigarette on you and that bitch catch fire? Nah, they put this shit out immediately. Nope, you can't even tell you dropped it. Nope, it's like it never happened. Put this shit out immediately. Seriously. Like, this many people working to build a case. This many man hours. This length of time. The scale they trumped it up to. The amount of footage that has been compiled to try to prove a case. Man, we in the Guinness book. We in the Guinness book. Mm-hmm. Call Guinness. You call Guinness, man. Call Guinness. We all in that motherfucker, cuz. We all in that book with this trial, bro. Like, it's all types of stuff that's going to happen. I'm telling you, don't forget I called this, y'all. Some dudes coming home based upon these felonious ass investigations. Hell yeah. Man, it's a nigga over there reading papers, getting goddamn Debbies for reading your paperwork and finding some case law. Man, that nigga is stocked up. He gonna get sent to the feds. That nigga got so much goddamn commissary. They gonna think that nigga got cocaine or something.
To the whatever you're talking about with, I guess, where in the interview, Mr. Steele, the reference to Quindarius Zachary either providing or not providing guns to Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Doug wide awake in that motherfucker. Fuck he done had. Oh, he got red Fanta? Yeah, that boy wide awake. Look at Stillwell. What the fuck wrong with him? Stop looking at the camera like that, bitch. That boy high. Yeah. Him and Thug done had some shit. Thug done had some uppers. He yawning and shit. He ain't even tired. Look, that boy wide awake over there yawning. That boy high. I know that yawn. I know that yawn right there, bro. Look. That boy ain't tired. Look. Yeah, these boys high. These boys high. Stillwell trying to play it off. Cadillac, coffee and cappuccino mix. That's what that is? How the hell you make that? What the hell is cappuccino anyway? I've been drinking coffee for goddamn 10 straight years. I still don't know what no cappuccino is, man. Folgers make cappuccino, man. I'm so gangster with it. I'm surprised I ain't started drinking black coffee by now. I still can't do it, though. You give me some black coffee, I'm throwing that. Milk? Nah, I don't need no milk. I don't need no milk. What it make it? Nah, we ain't even ready to do that. It make it creamy, huh? That's what that is? That's creamy coffee, huh? You like that cream in your coffee, huh? You got that coffee creamer, huh? Oh, shit.
Yeah, I'm really thinking it's 4:35 right now. Can you go ahead and let the jury go for the day? We'll see them at 9. We can just discuss some evidentiary issues for the rest of this day.
Look at Doug. He like, damn. He wants some
A
smoke.
couple of them might need to get their things. I don't know if you want to just grab their blankets and things.
You got that coffee creamer, huh?
We will be starting at 8:45. Can't somebody else do that? Because I'm waiting for Mr. Steele to get the reference, so I think you need to be here.
Dragging on her today.
Somebody else can go say that.
Damn.
But the witness needs to be here at 9.
Love need to go take a nap and sleep this shit
What
off.
is it, Mr. Steele?
She gotta go get pampered. She need to get her wheels waxed tonight, man.
I'm 16, and there's a lot of unintelligible. This can't, it's not.
Yeah, it's not.
When I listen to it, it says, I told Thug and stop messing with everybody. He might find no guns for no crime. So I know it doesn't sound bad, but I believe that later they say that he bought a gun for Jeffery. That's what I'm looking for.
Later, there's.
And if it's not there, Your Honor, then
Cap.
that's the only reference.
You gotta be from the army or you a straight killer. I'm gonna keep it real.
Any
Yo,
response
don't trust
on that? I
people
mean,
who
I'll
drink
call.
black. No, matter of fact, trust them.
Anything about
They soldiers.
that, but
I take
it's
that
not
back.
really saying
Trust
anything anyways, is what Mr. Zachary's saying.
Yes.
They gangsters.
Judge, I know that the line 19 is out, and I just ask that the court allow us to play it up. What I have is that he said, that I'm looking at it. I know that I disagree with the with Mr. Steele about it. This particular sentence needing to be put on him. He said everything he said about each person in this courtroom is not true. And so this is not one of the redactions that were previously ordered. I think
Hang on.
it's admissible, and I'd ask that we be allowed to play up until line 18.
So that's not Zachary saying anything about Mr. Williams, right? It's just him saying, here's what I said to Mr. Williams.
No, it is that Mr. Williams didn't have buy any guns to commit a crime. Sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Williams did not buy a gun to commit a crime. That's what it says. It's exculpatory, I understand, but it was not asked about, is what I'm saying. So it's not an inconsistent statement.
Read the entirety of what you think it says for me. Oh my gosh.
What happened?
Okay. I don't know why they keep opening that door, but it's closed now. I think you said that you thought it said, I told Thug, stop messing with everybody, like, don't buy no guns for no crime.
No.
Okay.
That's not what it says.
What does it say?
Find my page that I lost. Does anyone remember the page I...
Bless you.
Your Honor, it's what he says, according to the audio.
It's Mrs. Zachary. I have 149 again. And it's Detective Dennis saying, so they just got sticks on deck, meaning guns?
Right.
No. Where are they getting them from? Thug got a check, so it's not, put a date on this and it's unintelligible. Then the next person says Thug. Mr. Zachary says Thug, and then Mr. Zachary said, I told Thug had to stop messing with everybody. He, buy no guns for no crime. That's what it is. Then the next line is out because it's about this illegal search of Mr. Williams' home.
All right. I mean, I think given my ruling when Miss Love was doing the examination, and I told her stop going line by line, that I'm going to permit that to come in. But with regard to the rest of your specifics that the variety of you raised right before the break, where Mr. Zachary acknowledged saying something, but then said it was a lie. That does not prevent that from still coming in as a prior inconsistent statement under 613. I mean, he's given an opportunity to explain or deny. He doesn't deny, he explains it by saying it's a lie. So the prior statement is still a prior inconsistent statement and can come in. So when we start with Detective Gaither in the morning, that'll be my ruling with regard to all of that, that it can all come in subject to the redactions that were already made under 613. Okay, so a couple of questions about Oh, did we ever get Miss Love, you were going to provide us with the specific parts of that? Mr. Zachary's Twitter that you wanted in?
So I do have some, but since I didn't push with getting them introduced with Mr. Sprinkle this time, I instead.
Right, but we still want to know what they are, so
yes.
We'll know what needs to be dealt with.
Yes.
So can you tell us what they are?
Yes. So it was page 32 of 259. And what I'm going to do, Judge, is just scan them all. It's page 32 of 259. Page 63 of 259. Page 64. 66. 74.
Yeah, this heard the worst day yet. Hell yeah.
79.
Hell yeah.
81. 86. 87. 92. 12, 15, 142.
Hang on, 12, 15. What does that mean?
That's the page number 12, page number 15.
Oh, so we're going back. So before 32, page 12. I'm just confused.
Yes, it was.
Okay.
It was.
So page 12.
Just begun.
All right. And then what?
Page 12, page 15, page 142, page 131, page 128, 129, 127, 126, 122, 119, 117, 100,
Is that it?
No, page 3. And like I said, I was scanned these in order. Page 109. 175. 192. 198. 204. 220. 221. 240. And Your Honor, at this time, that's what I have to present to the court. I'd ask the court to allow me to just scan any additional ones in that one wording chronological PDF.
A chronological would be wonderful. And then share that with everybody.
And you now intend to introduce these the next time Mr. Sprinkle testifies, which will be how long from now?
Probably not this week, given the not
after we get back from our
yes.
Okay, after the non-jury days.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Non-jury days.
Then that'll be yet another item for us to take up during our non-jury days.
Boo.
Okay, Mr. Steele, I have a question about your motion in limine number 61. In your paragraph 4, you raised the issue of text messages captured on the wiretap. Are there text messages captured on the wiretap?
There are line sheets. There are line sheets
That write in proposed text messages, and I believe that would be hearsay.
Line sheets that write in what?
So line sheets that the agents create, and they're doing the minimization, and then on that they have text message and they write what the text message is, but that would be hearsay.
Okay, I'm sorry, write that there is a text message or the substance of a text?
Substance. The actual substance of a text message. And under the case I cited?
Yeah. I mean, I looked at the case you cited, and it doesn't seem to have a holding on much of what?
Best evidence rule.
Okay. I couldn't quite tell the purpose for which you were citing that. So you're basically making a best evidence objection to these. Okay. I was trying to sort out what your objection was. Okay. All right. So that'll be something that the state will need to address. But you know what the objection is now. All right. With regard to the rest of it, I mean, I've already made a ruling that the text messages it was just the Verizon person anyway, that they are sufficiently authenticated that you can certainly argue to the jury. And it's ultimately up to them anyway, but it's a prima facie case for authentication, and that's been made. And it is not accurate that it's already been proven that those text messages are not verbatim. What the witnesses testified to was that they may or may not be verbatim, not whether they are or not. That it's possible that something might not be verbatim there. But anyway, with regard to authentication, they have been authenticated, so I'm not going to exclude them, and that'll just be an argument that you all can make to the jury. Okay. And then we'll circle back on the best evidence with regard to the wiretap texts. Okay. Your motion in limine 62 deals at this point with Mr. Kendrick's guilty plea potentially coming in and Mr. Ryan's conviction potentially coming in. And I don't know, we had discussed before that if that did happen, that there would at the very least need to be a very tight limiting instruction about that. And I don't know if it is the state's intention to introduce either of those things, and if they are arguing that they can come in against anybody other than Mr. Kendrick for his and Mr. Ryan for his, or what the argument is. So can you elucidate us on that so that I know what I need to be thinking about?
Judge, I agree that there needs to be a tight instruction, and I just asked for the opportunity to submit a proposed instruction.
All right, but you agree that it's a confrontation clause issue with regard to it coming in against anybody other than the person who was convicted of it, right?
With respect to the plea, definitely, and with respect to the conviction, probably. And I'd like to look that up. I want to make sure, but definitely with respect to the plea, because that's a statement that he's making.
Okay, well, it's equally clear with regard to the jury conviction. So you can look it up if you want to, but it is a confrontation clause issue with regard to it coming in against anybody else. I don't know when that might happen, but they
not before we come back into.
Okay, I'm still trying to make a determination. Okay, so I guess that's the only argument right now, is that it's a confrontation clause issue, and yes, it is. So at most, it could come in against those specific people with a tight instruction, and I'll see if anybody else raises anything else.
Okay, and I tried to craft an instruction, and I can't do it because I don't believe that it passes intellectually to expect anybody, a lawyer, to really hone in and say, okay, I'll just use this against Mr. I'm not picking on, but Mr. Kendrick for this purpose. And yes, I could use all the evidence against everybody in count one, but not that one piece of evidence, but I'm going to use it against Mr. Kendrick. And by the way, in that indictment, it says the gang YSL, but I'm certainly not going to use that as an admission against anyone else. So I gave up on an instruction.
All right. So, I mean, yeah, there's definitely a potential danger there. So if we don't come up with a good enough instruction, then that stuff can't come in. So it's incumbent upon the state to present something that's workable. Yes, all right. And then on the motion limiting number 63, I'm not going to go through the specifics of that one right now. It's pretty detailed. But that's another thing we're going to have to go through. Now, in terms of, and I don't even know if Ms. Good is going to testify or not, but I guess you're not limiting it to Ms. Good. You're saying these portions shouldn't be used with any witness, right?
That's true, unless it's better than, I heard from my cousin who heard from this person. That's how it comes out.
Okay. So now you actually say from asking questions and playing for impeachment, which that's one thing, or to refresh memory. And I mean, if you're refreshing memory, you're just presenting it and they're supposed to be looking at it silently. And I think something doesn't need to be evidentially admissible to be something that could refresh somebody's memory. So I
was once trying a federal case and the witness couldn't remember. And the prosecutor, U.S. attorney, wrote down a piece of paper in his pen to refresh the memory, and I objected. And the judge sustained it, but said, actually, it does say you can refresh memory with anything, but the judge did still sustain it. But my point is, yes, I understand, but it's inadmissible anyway. So I was focusing on some are good. And why would we refresh memory on something that's not admissible? So
because it might refresh their memory
about something that's not admissible.
So, I mean, they may not then be able to testify about it, but I'm not going to limit them in what they can use to refresh somebody's memory.
All right.
The rest of it will take up later.
Except for a lawyer writing it out on a piece of paper.
If that happens, we'll take it up at the time, but I suspect my ruling would be the same as that judge's. Okay. I just want to inquire, because it's been quite a long time since I did more than suggest. I ordered the state and counsel for Mr. Ryan to get together on what they could stipulate to and what they agreed, maybe not stipulate to, but what they agreed was in and out with regard to all sorts of different evidence. Have y'all done that yet?
We
okay, great. So y'all be able to present that when we get together early next week. I'm trying to think what else we need to think about or could discuss or could get out of the way right now.
Have that hearsay, double hearsay matter.
Are we ready on that? I mean, it's been a while too that we were going to take that out. That was, we had kind of gotten stopped on one of the wiretap things. Maybe we won't get bogged down in that right now. So I had asked a while ago for, and maybe I got some of it, but on the unindicted, because they were subsequent to the indictment and allegedly intrinsic acts. I had asked, and I know y'all wrote briefs, but did anybody come up with, and Ms. Abbasi said she couldn't find anything, but has the state been able to come up with any case law where that's kind of factually in alignment? Or?
So not on all fours, but I did find cases that's in terms of the way it's just outlined here, but I did find cases that spoke to the admissibility of overt acts that occurred after and the admissibility of overt acts that were not included on the indictment. But
that was what was in your brief, though?
I think additional ones to what was in the brief.
Do you mind just maybe sticking those in an email with the sites and sharing those with everybody?
No, I do not mind.
Okay, that would be wonderful. All right. Anything else?
Your Honor, I just wanted to put a couple things on your radar. I also filed a motion similar to Mr. Steele's regarding witness good. Just so.
Okay, I
did
not see that one.
That was filed today. I just emailed it to Ms. Persifield.
Okay.
It's been accepted today. But the other thing I was wondering if the state could just tell us where. I assume at some point in the near future we're going to discuss these Twitter records from Mr. Zachary or whatever they are. I think they're Twitter. Could you just tell us where in the discovery they are?
Yeah, yeah, she was going to resend the link. What's easier?
I sent it to people internally, and they had problems opening it. So I
okay. Do you know which discovery tranche it was shared in?
No, not the discovery tranche, just the link for them. But I know that I'll do a search in Dropbox for.
Were they served in discovery?
Everything else in the file that it came from, including attorneys.
I don't think they can hear you. Pull the mic to you.
I believe that they were, considering the fact that the entire file that they came from was served, inclusive of notes, internal emails, and the like.
Okay. All right. Okay, so if everybody can just do the things that we all just talked about, I'll see everybody at 8:45.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
There was one matter that I believe the court had said that we were going to revisit.
What was
No?
that? I don't know.
Your Honor, I just wanted to briefly, when one of the upcoming witnesses is Agent Burney, who did the cell site tower analysis.
Okay.
And so I think this was back in August. One of the events was the shooting of the tour bus on April of 2015 of Mr. Carter. And so I told the court and defense counsel to give them time to digest that analysis because it happened after that Axe testimony. So the state would prefer to, because it's the same calendar year, it's 2015, to walk through those slides with Agent Burney when he testifies. But I wanted to, make sure that with the court's prior discussion now almost 2 months ago, before ask him any questions about that. And so I wanted to just raise that now.
Okay. Any issue with, is it Detective Burney? Agent Burney, Special Agent Burney, testifying to that incident as well, the phone records with regard to that incident? Y'all had him for a good bit of time now.
I have the phone records. I'm prepared for it, but it is cumulative. But I made this argument to you before, and I believe you said that, or the state said that Agent Racy was challenged as to his qualifications. That challenge was overruled, and he testified fully about it. We went on, and I don't remember how long, but with the state putting down on a pad in front of the jury all these different calls and all these circles and diagrams that the state brought in. So I still maintain it's cumulative, but I asked you that before, and you said that you would allow him, my memory is you'd allow Agent Burney to testify, but not to go through the whole thing again. That's how I remember it. And if I'm wrong, please correct me, Your Honor, or anyone else. But I really don't want to sit here again and do the whole thing. And I don't mean that to be curt. It's just, it's inappropriate to keep redoing the same thing, because I didn't challenge anything about Agent Burney for that shooting.
Okay. Y'all understand the parameters?
Your Honor, I do understand the parameters, and
right.
The state's intent is to, with Agent Burney, that slideshow that I'm referencing that he conducted, that's going to be the extent. The state's not going to be rehashing ground that was covered with Detective Racy.
All right.
The August 8th, that Dropbox link, it's in Special Agent Burney's subfolder. No. And what I just sent, Your Honor, to be clear, there was a toll analysis that Agent Burney did. So there's an Excel spreadsheet that was in that August 8th Special Agent Burney. The state visually, there's some physical boards printed right behind that witness stand that we did with Detective Racy. It's the same data. Phone X called phone Y for 30 seconds at 7 o'clock. Phone Z called phone S, on and on. So the Excel spreadsheet, those same calls, the same data that Agent Burney conducted is visually it's being printed on physical boards. So they're not physically built, but I sent the template that our graphics team is putting that information on. So it's the same information. It's just going to visually look a little different than just an Excel spreadsheet.
Okay. All right. So tomorrow we'll have Detective Gaither and then who? Okay. So those will be ready by tomorrow then?
That is, yes,
they either will or they won't be.
Correct, Your Honor. Correct.
Okay. And then is that going to carry us through the day, those two witnesses? Yes. Okay. And then the next three, this is the same crime scene tech, Jenkins, and then Sanchez and Lewis. And will that get us the whole of Wednesday?
We can. What time did the court say that we were ending court on Wednesday? Is it 5, the normal time?
Normal time.
Okay. We believe that it will, given the length of time that these 2 witnesses are, but if they don't, we would
You'll be able to evaluate at lunch and scramble and get somebody else.
No, we'll call probably Mr. Sprinkle.
Oh, okay. As long as you got somebody. All right. Okay.
I have the location for where it was served.
Okay.
Tweets. It was served in Discovery 1-2 back in July of 2022. If you're looking at the consolidated discovery, it would be in folder 1, counts and indictment by act. The next folder, act 16 through 20, count 2. Then the next folder that says count 2, 16 through 20, discovery 1 to 2. Then the next folder will say social media. The next folder will say Quindarius Zachary, or Zachary, Quindarius.
All right. Thank you. And Ms. Love, can you, like, in the next hour to hour and a half, get us the chronological scanned parts that you actually want?
Yes, thank you.
Published. Thank you. Okay. Okay. And then, Mr. Shart, in receipt now of your motion limine with regard to Ms. Good, and we'll take that up during our non-jury days as well. Okay. Anything else? All right. Anybody? All right. I'll see everybody at 8:45. Thank you.
All right, y'all. We had a hell of a day in court today, man. Straight up. Man, hey, look, I'm going to leave this live stream up for a little bit. This one was worth watching back today. I uploaded some videos. Watch them, leave a comment, leave a like. If you're new around here, subscribe to the channel, man. Straight up, man. I'll be back in the morning for sure. If I find something spicy, I might go live later on. But for the most part, I'll be back in the morning, man. They turned up today in court. In the state's case, it's looking like it's weaker. The judge looked like she fed up with Love beating around the bush. And she on her heels about making sure she keep them witnesses rolling back to back. So I think it's getting interesting. And they starting to fumble. They need to bring people back. They trying to bring people back to recover their case, y'all. Yeah. We still got so many witnesses that never came. How we running people back just cause? So yeah, I want y'all to pay attention, man. It's looking real bad, man. Hey, look, we getting close to October, so. But salute to everybody that hit the Cash App, new members, new people that subscribed, anybody that rocked out. I appreciate you, man. I see y'all in the morning, man. Holla.